Howdy, folks. Welcome to Panel Pursuit, where stories come to life. Let's dive in.
In a city ruled by emotion, where anger, fear, and sorrow manifest as monsters, one man lives untouched, immune to feeling. Others are torn apart by their own minds. His calm becomes their nightmare. He holds no mood, but in doing so, he holds their fate hostage. They call him the blank one. Their greatest threat. Their only hope. Do you feel nothing or everything? When madness rules the world, he becomes the only cure.
In this world, every single person walks around with a grotesque, pulsating tumor protruding from their skull, like some nightmarish growth out of a cyberpunk horror flick. And the instant emotions spiral out of control, rage, grief, hysteria, that tumor detonates in a violent eruption. For as long as he can remember, Chung Imo has survived by living like a human pressure cooker sealed tight, smothering every flicker of anger or panic, forcing himself to remain composed even as the people around him descended into insanity. But today was different. Today, because of her, everything he thought he knew began to fracture. For the first time in his life, he watched a completely different outcome unfold before his eyes. Instead of dropping dead like every other victim, the headless President Jiang's body twisted and reassembled itself into something monstrous. It had all started when Chung Imo was 10. That was when he first noticed a tumor forming on his mother's head. At first, he'd convinced himself it was nothing but a cruel hallucination, a byproduct of the grief that had swallowed him whole after his father's death. But then the changes came. His mother's temper began to splinter and flare more often, and the tumor kept swelling, throbbing like a dark heart until, one day, it finally burst. The image of that moment seared itself into him. Years later, he would learn it wasn't madness at all, but an actual disease, a condition the world called emotion sickness. From that moment, Chung Imo swore he would never allow himself to be angry again. It happened at a company party in the Skybound Studios art department. Neon lights flickered above rows of concept art. Music thumped faintly from a Bluetooth speaker, and everyone was already a little too tipsy. Director Zhang Yanfei exploded over something trivial, a seeded watermelon and lukewarm wine, and started berating his assistant. His assistant, Wu Jingjing, snapped back with a voice sharp enough to cut glass. Then don't eat it. You've got so many issues, just go die already. That outburst was like throwing gasoline on a bonfire. Can everyone just chill? It's a party, not a Twitter war, someone muttered, but the tension only thickened. Moving quickly, Chung Imo stepped in, his tone deliberately even, like a moderator defusing a viral thread. Let's cool off. Director Zhang, I'll get you a fresh drink and another watermelon. Jing, I'm sorry on his behalf. But before the atmosphere could settle, Zhang smashed a wine bottle across Chung Mo's head with a crack like a gunshot. The hell does this have to do with you? Zhang roared. The room went instantly dead silent. You could have heard a phone notification ping from the next room. Then, just as abruptly, the tantrum bled out of Zhang's face and he sagged, trembling, clutching at Chung Imo as if to anchor himself. I'm sorry, he murmured over and over. Only when Chung Imo, blood dripping down his forehead, said calmly, It's really fine. Let's just keep it cool. Did the director finally release him? Bit by bit, the party resumed. Laughter returned like someone had pressed play on a paused video. In the corner, Chung Imo dabbed at the blood with a napkin, watching everything with hollow eyes. A co-worker known for teasing him between deadlines, stared in disbelief. Seriously? You're just going to let that slide? You're unreal. He gave a small, tired smile. What choice do I have? I'm probably the only one here, still halfway normal. Besides, you've seen it too, right? The real reason everyone loses control, those sacks growing on their heads. Even as he spoke, Director Jang was already escalating another shouting match. The tumor on his head had swollen grotesquely, pulsing as if alive, ready to rupture. Chong Imo sighed and moved forward again, but Ely blocked him with a sharp, almost surgical question. You don't actually care if they live or die, do you? He paused, eyes flicking to her. No, he said flatly. But if someone dies, it turns into a huge mess. At that exact second, the tumor on Xiang's head reached critical mass, and instead of dying, Jang transformed into a hulking, terrifying creature straight out of a boss battle. The sight shattered everything Chong Yemo had believed. A man still arguing with Jang barked, "You think growling like a dog scares me?" Before he could finish, his upper body vanished as if deleted from reality. Instantly, chaos tore through the room. People screamed, chairs clattered, someone's phone hit the floor playing a muffled ringtone. But Chong Imo stood frozen, trying to process what he'd just witnessed. Why had Jang turned into a monster? His mother had died when hers exploded. He grabbed his arm, eyes wide. Move. Now, she hissed. Didn't you know? When a sack bursts, people don't die, they become emotion monsters. Creatures driven by their feelings, able to unleash supernatural powers to vent their rage and pain. Then why did my mom die? His voice cracked. Yi's face tightened. Just wait, you'll see soon enough. Sure enough, Jang's head exploded again, but this time, he didn't recover. He collapsed, motionless. The crowd froze in stunned silence. Did you guys see that? Director Xiang's head, someone stammered. It just exploded. Chong Yemo frowned, his stomach turning. Wait, they really didn't see it. He nodded grimly. That's right. Normal people can't see any of it. Not the transformation, not the monster that devoured his head. None of it. Her next words were like a blade. And that's how your mother truly died. Just like Jang, she mutated into an emotion monster, only to be devoured by another. More precisely, by someone who controls them. These creatures are spiritually tethered to their masters. Track the monster, and you'll find the one pulling the strings. Chong Mo's eyes widened as his gaze snapped to the man standing near Xiang's body. Something about him was familiar. Wait, isn't that Lu Jia? My old neighbor. Yi's face darkened like a storm front. Correct. On paper, he's the vice president of Langsha International. But in reality, he commands emotion monsters to devour humans. This entire incident was orchestrated by him. He spreads emotional viruses, pushes people into frenzies, and once they mutate into emotion monsters, he hunts them down to feed his power. From the moment Chong Imo entered the party, he had already stepped into Lu Jia's hunting ground. Every laugh, every careless toast, was within the predator's reach. Yi's voice cut through the noise like a cold truth. His first prey had been Chong Mo's mother. She had not fallen by chance. Lu Jia had infected her with an anger-based emotional virus, pushed her into losing control, and then let his emotion monster consume her. The one who had destroyed his family had been standing before him all along. Yet instead of exploding in fury, Chong Mo's reply was calm, his tone so steady it startled Yi. So he only goes after people who've already mutated into emotion monsters? When she confirmed it, he turned slightly as though ready to walk away. Then I'm safe. I'll never be infected. I've always stayed rational. Ellie stared at him, disbelief flickering in her eyes. That's it. He killed your mother, and you're walking away? You're not going to do anything. But Chong Yemo remained unmoved. Going at him now would be suicide. Words alone won't kill me. Her frustration sharpened. You're disturbingly calm. But what makes you so sure you're not sick yourself? He froze. What are you saying? I'm saying you're actually the most infected one of all. At that moment, a massive tumor swelled above Chong Mo's head, pulsing like a grotesque heartbeat. From the beginning, Lu Jia's true target had always been him, the one he most wanted to twist and devour. Lu Jia stepped forward as if mocking the tension, patting Chong Mo's shoulder with casual familiarity. Well, little Chong, long time no see. Look at you now, all grown up. Chong Mo turned, eyes flat. You must have the wrong person. Lu Jia chuckled darkly. Still pretending. Always the funny one. Come on, let's catch up. Do me a favor, will you? Get angry for once. Without warning, his foot slammed into Chong Mo's gut, sending him flying several meters across the floor. Gasps filled the room as startled employees turned. What was that? Did he just hit Chong? I didn't see what happened. After what happened to Director Jang, more chaos. He rushed to his side, helping him up, worry flashing in her eyes. Are you okay? Lu Jia sneered. Still no reaction. You really don't care if you live or die, do you? He snapped his fingers, and sparks erupted on a nearby colleague's body. In the next instant, flames consumed the man. Panic tore through the hall. What's going on? That side's burning too. Is it a gas leak? Lu Jia smirked as if entertained. I just burned your coworkers alive. Does that not make you angry? They were always good to you. His tone twisted into cruel banter. 18 years old, already working. Wanting to set you up? My sister's still in college. Or maybe me. I'm only a year older. Kidding. Or maybe not. Tell you what, little Chong, let's grab lunch sometime. Don't worry, I'll cover it. You're just starting out. Around them, the blaze devoured his colleagues until nothing remained but ashes. One by one, their final cries echoed Chong Mo's name. To Lu Jia, their deaths meant nothing more than stepping on ants. They're gone, and you're still not reacting. Impressive, but pointless. Don't lie to me. I can see it. Your rage sac is swelling. Take your time. There's no hurry. After all, I haven't even told you yet. I was the one who killed your mother. Let's see how long you can keep pretending. Inside, Chong Imo knew the truth. His composure was only a mask. Each day he fought the urge to lash out, at coworkers, at strangers who picked fights, an urge to rip them apart. But he never acted on it, because behind every outburst he saw regret, the same regret that had lived in his mother's eyes. Every time she cried and apologized, drowning in emotions she could not control, it ended the same way. Regret. That was why he had chained himself down with the mantra, stay calm, stay rational. But now, what reason did he have left to stay rational? Why not surrender, become the monster, and tear Lu Jia apart? He had nothing left to lose. And yet, why was he still holding back? Why hadn't he transformed? Yi's eyes widened as she felt the storm within him. You want to mutate? If you do, you'll be killed. Then what's the point of holding on? Chong Imo growled. If staying like this means survival, it's meaningless. I'd rather lose it and fight. Her voice dropped, heavy with regret. You can't mutate. Not anymore. Lu Jia, impatient, turned sharply. Still muttering? What is this, some kind of therapy session? Fine, then I'll teach you properly. But his words triggered something in Chong Mo's thoughts. Self-talk. That was the key. You finally realized, Yi's voice rang out. Her figure blurred, unraveling before his eyes. From the start, you were the only one who could see me. His thoughts spiraled, but Lu Jia's next attack was already closing in. Then, suddenly, Lu Jia froze, his eyes widening as he stared ahead. Yi's voice echoed inside Chong Mo's mind. The reason you couldn't transform before is because the moment you saw me, you were already infected. Infected by me. You became an emotion monster of rationality. Lu Jia's jaw dropped as his gaze locked on the figure that emerged, a chained creature with a faceless void where its head should have been. What the hell is that? Even Chong Imo stood stunned. That was his emotion monster. Rationality counts as an emotion? And if he had already transformed long ago, why was it only now he could see it? And the woman he thought had simply been a coworker. She had been the one who infected him, the one who caused all of this. But then who was she, really? Yeli seemed to sense the storm raging in Chong Mo's mind. Her voice dropped low, almost soothing, as if she were answering thoughts he hadn't spoken. I know you want answers, but this isn't the time for all of them. Hold on to one truth. Rationality is the rarest emotion of all. It can suppress every other emotion, even Lu Jia's rage. And as for why you couldn't see your own monster before, that part is simple. In this world, you only ever see what you're prepared to understand. Those words stripped away the last of Lu Jia's smug mask. His composure cracked as realization set in. No, this is a problem. His monster isn't latched to him. It's standing apart. That means he's not a puppet like the rest. He's like me, an emotive entity, someone who commands his monster instead of being consumed by it. His sneer returned, brittle with irritation. But don't think that makes you special. You really believe a newborn monster can challenge me? With a roar, he flung a fireball so bright it lit the entire deck. It roared toward Chong Imo, only to pass clean through him like a lagging frame in a broken video feed. Shock rippled across Lu Jia's face. Even Chong Imo blinked, confused, until Yeli's voice cut in sharply. You're not in sync yet. Without control, Your monster can't interact with the real world. Right now, it's nothing more than a projection, a ghost locked inside your mind. Lu Jia's eyes narrowed as the truth dawned. So it's still trapped in your head. You haven't synced at all. That means you're finished. With another snarl, he launched a second attack, this one twisting into a flaming beast midair. It lunged and clamped down on Chong Mo's skull, fangs of fire snapping hard. But the creature strained uselessly, unable to pierce even a hair. From the side, Yeli explained with unsettling calm, as though pointing out a lab result. You've buried your anger for so many years that your rationality hardened into armor. Rage-based attacks like this are nothing to you now, more like a tickle than a wound. Lu Jia's face twisted, panic leaking through the cracks. You smug bastard. Don't you dare look down on me. He roared, forcing the flaming beast higher, dragging Chong Mo up with it. Chong Mo gritted his teeth. His flames can't hurt me, but I still can't command my monster. That leaves me stuck on defense. Then Yeli's voice rang out like a gunshot. Stop defending. Borrow its power. Something in those words clicked. A beat later, under Lu Jia's stunned stare, Chong Mo channeled the strength of his rational monster. A blast erupted from him, detonating the fire beast into 1,000 sparks. The shockwave hurled Lu Jia backward, slamming him into the ground. Chong Mo landed lightly, and scathed. A shard of cold power clenched in his hand, razor-sharp, steady, and frighteningly precise. Panic flared in Lu Jia's eyes. No, he borrowed power directly from his monster. With just 2 fingers, he shattered mine. That shouldn't be possible. He's barely awakened. His thoughts spiraled. I need to run. If I can just get off this ship. But Chong Mo was already moving. He sprinted forward like a bullet loosed from a barrel, every step driving him closer. Yet even as he charged, a thought gnawed at him. Wait, didn't I already destroy his monster? Then how is he still throwing fire? Yeli answered before the doubt could take root. Emotion monsters don't die so easily. Destroying one only forces it out of this world. They always come back. Their battle spilled onto the open deck, and only then did Chong Mo register where he truly was. A colossal luxury liner, lights glittering across the waves, the world-famous Sea Emperor. It cut through the waters off Donghai City, the coastline glowing faintly in the distance. Yeli's voice sharpened with urgency. Do you realize the risk? Chasing an emotive entity here is suicide. The Sea Emperor isn't just a cruise ship, it's a fortress. Officially, it's a floating resort that circles the globe. Right now it's anchored near Donghai, one of the hottest tourist draws since the oil spill blackened the waters. Only a handful of vessels are cleared to dock here, and this ship is one of them. Skybound went all out, hosting your art department party in the middle of this den. Her eyes darkened. But this place isn't for tourists. It's a city for entities. They trade here. They live here. And humans? They're just sport. One of the premium services is hunting them. Attacking an entity on board is like declaring war on the owners themselves. And Lu Jia, he's one of their VIP elites. Security here is so strong that a careless glance could get you killed. You need to end this fast. If you don't, you'll never get another chance, and the backlash will crush you. Her warning only sharpened Chong Mo's focus. His eyes hardened as he surged forward, blasting toward Lu Jia with everything he had. Elsewhere on the ship, in the velvet-lit VIP lounge, wealthy guests were gathered around a grotesque installation. A sculpture stood at its center, made from the bones of a young girl, arranged in a posture of twisted laughter. Victor Lee of the Wild Frontier Consortium gestured toward it proudly. This piece is called the Sad Girl. Her skin was peeled away after death, leaving behind a skeleton that looks as though it's laughing. The clash of tragedy and joy gives it enormous impact. His smirk deepened. And the detail that makes it priceless? This isn't imitation. It's real. She was the daughter of a prime minister. Today, I present this gift to the Sea Emperor. Thank you for securing our partnership. Captain Liu Yang inclined his head with measured courtesy. Your consortium has just secured the Stalic market, and now you've delivered the Prime Minister's daughter. Ruthless and impressive. Anna Chris of the Ugly Duckling Survival Club drew slowly on her cigarette, the smoke curling like a lazy question mark. She had heard the Prime Minister refuse to cooperate, but even she had to admit this was an uncommonly creative punishment. Miss Song Hai Wei, the Song family's second daughter from Dacia, inclined her head in appreciation and murmured that the piece had real taste. A work like this, she said, should be an honor to the girl it depicted. Xiao Yin, the cult leader of the Black Chain in Donghai, let out a low chuckle, intrigued by the political currents. He asked whether Dacia was already in their sights. Victor Li answered with the same corporate bluntness he used for everything. This was business, evolve or die. And with competition heating up, they needed to strike first. He expected cooperation from Dacia. A new voice cut across those polite calculations. A report had come in that Lu Jia had already killed the Skybound Group's director, but a complication had arisen. He'd become overconfident and gone after his second target, only for that prey to mutate and turn the tables on him. Miss Song Haiwei sniffed dismissively. If Lu Jia could hunt freely on this ship, she said, it was because he had a powerful figure backing him. Otherwise, a weakling like him would never be permitted to operate so brazenly. Victor Li's eyebrow lifted. He demanded to know the identity of this esteemed figure they kept mentioning. Miss Song Haiwei replied with cold practicality that for the sake of smooth cooperation, curiosity should be checked. Some questions were better left unasked. Captain Lu Yang spoke with measured authority, acknowledging the talent that had overpowered Lu Jia so soon after his transformation and ordering that Lu Jia be kept alive for the time being. He was a pawn, ignorant and useful. The captain then commanded the deck be locked down, forbidding other emotive entities from approaching. Let the ordinary passengers flee if they wished, but the one attacking Lu Jia, whoever he was, had no known background and must be eliminated. Back on the deck, Lu Jia lay gasping, blood running from cuts, and his body bruised and battered, barely clinging to consciousness. Chong Imo moved in to finish it, but Lu Jia's panic turned to pleading as he shrieked that killing him on the ship would be madness. When Chong Imo did not falter, Lu Jia scrambled for a different tactic. He grabbed at the one thing he thought might stop him, the promise of truth. He cried that he knew who truly had killed Chong Mo's mother and warned that if Chong Imo killed him, the truth would die with him. For a heartbeat, Lu Jia felt relief, convinced he had stalled his execution. That instant of false hope evaporated when Chong Mo's hand became a weapon. In a blur, his claws ripped into Lu Jia's arm. Chong Mo's voice, low and controlled, demanded the truth. You were not the one who killed my mother. Lu Jia's answers tumbled out, breathless and defensive. Back when Chong Imo had lived on Old Street, there had been an emotive entity there, he said, a shadow that spread emotion sickness and then hunted the newborn monsters it created. Lu Jia admitted he had been infected by that entity, that it had stabilized him and bound him as a servant, forcing him to spread the sickness, engineer transformations, and then harvest the emotion energy of those he had driven mad. Chong Imo narrowed his eyes and asked a single question. Then who was this man, and where was he now? At that, Lu Jia's laughter fractured into something unhinged. He warned that the man was untouchable now, and that if Chong Imo killed him, Lu Jia, the consequences would be deadly for Chong Imo too. Just as a name nearly escaped Lu Jia's cracked lips, terror froze him in place. He mouthed that he couldn't reveal it. The man would never let him live. Chong Imo had reached his limit. He raised his claws to end Lu Jia once and for all, the motion precise and final, but a figure materialized out of nowhere, composed and immaculate. A sharply dressed butler who moved as if in a dream. The butler's lips formed a soft, cruel command, and in the next heartbeat, Chong Mo's heart seized as though gripped by iron. His limbs locked. His body went rigid and collapsed to the deck like a fallen statue. The butler adjusted his gloves with the same calm as a maitre d' straightening a tie, then turned to Lu Jia and inclined his head in apology for his tardiness. Lu Jia's confidence surged again, reckless and immediate. He stomped down on Chong Mo's prone head and taunted him, daring him to finish the job. But as the insult left his mouth, something impossible happened. Chong Imo twitched and, in a sudden lurch, shot upright. Lu Jia yelped and stumbled backwards, retreating instinctively behind the butler. The butler's face flickered from smug control to confusion as he demanded to know why his command had failed. Why are you still alive? Chong Imo stared at his own hands in bewilderment. Thanks to Yi's steady explanation, the truth slotted into place in his mind like a snapped puzzle piece. The butler had wielded a pride-type emotion monster's power, issuing a direct, absolute order: stop the heart. It was devastatingly effective, almost invincible. Yi's voice was grave when she confirmed the scale of the threat. The butler's monster was 2 tiers above Chong Mo's, and his command was irresistible. Only Chong Mo's rational alignment, with its peculiar resistance, had allowed him to survive. Chong Mo's next question, why couldn't he see that monster, was answered by Yi with the same clinical clarity she'd used before. The reason mirrored why Chong Mo had not seen his own at first. That pride monster had sunk deep into the mind realm, the place where emotion monsters primarily dwell. When an emotion monster fully retreats there, it is nearly impossible to detect. Chong Mo's own monster had lingered near the boundary between mind and world, which is why Lu Jia had been able to perceive it at all. Lu Jia snorted and barked an order at the butler, amused by his luck. The butler gave a barely perceptible nod and mouthed another command under his breath: kneel. Immediately, Chong Mo's body obeyed. He crumpled to his knees as if pulled by strings. He could not move a finger, could not blink in resistance. Helpless in public. He explained softly that this, too, was the nature of a pride-type monster. The smaller, seemingly harmless orders are the hardest to resist, and with such a gulf in tier, Chong Mo had never stood a chance. Lu Jia, that pitiful excuse for a man, swaggered toward Chong Mo with a grin stretched across his battered face. Without hesitation, he struck him hard across the cheek, the sound sharp enough to silence the air. Leaning close, his words dripped with venom. What happened, huh? Where's that thirst for revenge now? You thought you were tough, but your mother? She was nothing but a bottom feeder. People like us, emotion types, we can do whatever we want to her. His eyes gleamed with cruelty. And since you're dying to know, let me walk you through the day your mother transformed. I remember it as if it were yesterday. His tone shifted, mocking every detail. That day she wasn't unstable. She was calm. Too calm. She shopped for groceries, cooked dinner, even planned to apologize for snapping earlier. Tomato braised beef, your favorite dish, right? Too bad the entire apartment floor was drowning in blood, splattered so high it stained the ceiling. The stew burned to charcoal while she lost herself completely. Do you know why she became a target? He let out a laugh. Because he, that lord, made a casual joke. Why not make the single mom next door the next prey? I objected at first, sure. Your mother was kind to me once, bringing food when I was broke. But watching her unravel, watching your world collapse from peace into ruin. He leaned closer, grinning wider. I started to enjoy it. That rush of power, controlling life and joy itself. If I say she transforms, she transforms. If I say she's food, then she's food. The words ignited fury inside Chong Mo like gasoline on fire. Rage flooded his veins, and he fought to rise, every muscle screaming to rip Lu Jia apart. But the butler moved first, raising a gloved hand, freezing Chong Mo's body mid-motion as though someone had hit a pause button on him. The next command cut like a knife. I order you kneel. Bow your head. Apologize to Lu Jia. Against his will, Chong Mo collapsed. His knees slammed the deck, his forehead forced down until it struck the floor with a sickening thud. His body betrayed him, reduced to a puppet. Lu Jia basked in the humiliation, then turned to the butler with smug delight. That's enough. Now I want him to make the choice himself. His grin widened. I'll give you a chance. Swear loyalty. Become my dog. Bark twice and you live. Otherwise die. In the stillness of his mind, Yeli's voice surfaced, calm yet piercing. So what will you do? Chong Mo breathed slowly, his voice low but unwavering. Shouldn't I be asking you that? You're the one who turned me into an emotion monster. You've known more about Lu Jia, about this ship, than you let on. You saw this coming. His eyes locked with hers. So just tell me what you really want. Whatever it is, I'll do it. A faint smile curved Yeli's lips as she stepped forward. She wrapped her arms around him from behind, her presence warm and chilling all at once. You only need to do one thing, she whispered. Accept my power. In the blink of an eye, Lu Jia's smirk was obliterated. He was hurled backward across the deck as a terrifying surge of power erupted from Chong Mo. Above his head, a crystalline structure formed, gleaming unnaturally, something beyond ordinary emotion. Both Lu Jia and the butler froze, convinced he had finally lost control. What they didn't see was that Chongmo's consciousness had already descended into a void. Inside that realm, all traces of ordinary feeling dissolved. No sadness, no joy, no excitement. Only pure, clinical calculation remained. Before him, his emotional sac materialized, tangible and whole, then shattered into shards, scattering through the darkness. From those fragments came memories, warm afternoons with his mother, the taste of home-cooked meals, then the pain of his father's funeral, the coffin lowered into earth, his mother's breakdowns, her rages, her apologies, her tears. Then the image of her cold, lifeless body, and beside it, Lu Jia's smirk like a god watching over ruins. But instead of breaking him, the storm reforged him. Within that abyss, Chong Mo evolved into something new, something unrecognizable even to himself. His reflection in the void looked alien, yet whole. Yeli's voice echoed within the silence. Good. Your sac carried enough rage to anchor you. That's the only reason you retained yourself while channeling my power. But remember this, when the moment comes, you must let go of rationality. It's the only way to wield rational power. Hold on too tightly, and you'll become a monster ruled by logic itself. Now go. Take your revenge. Her words faded, and the crystalline growth above his head exploded into star-like shards. Blue flames surged from his body in waves, collapsing inward, condensing into an aura so dense the very air vibrated. Then, abruptly, the aura vanished. Lu Jia burst into laughter, mocking. That's it. All that build-up, and you cough out a blue puff. What a letdown. But the butler didn't share his arrogance. His face hardened, his eyes widening. He understood. Chongmo's power hadn't disappeared. It had ascended to a level beyond perception. Deep in the Sea Emperor's VIP lounge, the elites all felt it. A wave of invisible pressure sweeping through the ship. It was unmistakable, the presence of a world-class entity. Victor Lee narrowed his eyes. Didn't expect another world tier aboard. Could they be here for us? Miss Song Haiwei speculated it might be an ally of the one fighting Lu Jia, or perhaps someone targeting their hidden master. But Captain Lu Yang remained composed, his tone razor-sharp. It doesn't matter. Even if they're world-class, if they disrespect the Sea Emperor, they won't leave alive. Back on deck, Lu Jia's expression twisted into disbelief as the butler muttered in dread. His level, it's beyond perception. That presence, it's world-class. Lu Jia spat in panic. Him? That weakling. The butler didn't argue. His voice broke into a shout. Run. It was too late. Chong Mo moved in a blur, and in the blink of an eye both heads rolled across the deck, torn away like trash. Chong Mo exhaled coldly. That was too easy. Yeli's voice teased in his mind. Starting with ripping their heads off? A bit dramatic, don't you think? Chong Mo's reply was ice. You're right. I didn't do it properly. I should have taken my time. Yeli's faint laugh carried through the void. Good. That extremity is exactly what's needed to wield my power. But don't get too comfortable. The real performance has only just begun. As she spoke, glowing blue streams of energy began weaving beneath Chong Mo's feet, forming a vast ritual circle. He lifted his gaze, and before him rose a throne. Seated upon it was an emotion monster unlike any other. Its sheer presence bent reality. This wasn't just strength. This was sovereignty. Chong Mo's gaze lifted wearily toward the colossal being looming before him. His voice, low and rough, carried a tremor of disbelief. What is that? Yeli's reply was calm, almost clinical. Haven't you wondered why this ship hasn't so much as splintered during your entire battle with Lu Jia? That's because this ship itself is an emotion entity. What you're seeing now is its true form. In a world governed by emotional energy, perception is tied directly to strength. You're only able to glimpse this because you're borrowing my power, barely piercing the veil. That throne-bound beast? That is the captain's personal emotion monster, the true power behind the Sea Emperor. At that moment, the captain emerged, his presence dripping with arrogance. His voice thundered like a verdict. So, you're the so-called world-tier brat who refuses to die. Let's end this farce. In eerie synchrony with his monster, he began an incantation that reverberated across the heavens. All transgressions shall be punished. Let all bow. Let all obey. Any act of defiance shall be paid in blood. Chong Mo's eyes widened. He's amplifying his commands with incantation. The chant ended, and the captain's voice rang with divine authority. By my decree, condense the space around the intruder. A massive sphere of golden energy slammed shut, imprisoning Chung Mo and his rationality-born monster like insects in amber. Yet the captain wasn't finished. His voice rose once more. By the golden blade, let judgment fall. Within this field, all emotional energy shall be halved. From above, countless golden blades of energy rained down, stabbing at Chung Mo and his monster like the execution of a god. The captain sneered. Pathetic. In the VIP lounge, elites nodded in approval. Quick work. His alignment is obscure, but even another world tier couldn't rise after this. But then, a sharp crack split the air. The golden prison began to fracture. Silence swept the room. Even the captain flinched, pupils shrinking in shock. A heartbeat later, Chung Mo's emotion monster tore through the prison as if it were paper. With a swing of its arm, a torrent of rational energy erupted like a collapsing star. The Sea Emperor shuddered as waves of raw force swallowed it whole. When the dust cleared, the captain's prized golden construct was half destroyed. His jaw clenched, fear flickering in his eyes before rage surged back. What is this monster? He broke a sealed command. Suspicion raced through his mind. Did he come for me? Or for the power behind me? He snarled, forcing the thought away. Doesn't matter. Whoever challenges my authority dies. Guards. At once, his emotion monster split into legions of golden soldiers, swarming like ants. They surrounded Chung Mo's rational entity on all sides. But no matter how many lunged, they were cleaved apart instantly, each slash a clean execution. The captain, panicked, screamed again. Stop him. Suddenly, Chung Mo's body froze midair. Just like the butler's command before, paralysis gripped him, leaving him helpless. Dozens of spears pierced his body in brutal unison, but they barely scratched him. With a roar of defiance, he shattered the command's hold, unleashing a strike so devastating that the soldier army exploded into shards of light, obliterated in an instant. Meanwhile, his rational monster had already butchered the golden colossus. Blood-soaked, blade in hand, it pressed toward the captain. No, the captain cried, hastily chanting, Stop! But the command fell flat. The massive blade struck, sending him crashing down from the skies like a broken idol. Chung Mo dashed forward like lightning, intent on finishing it. Yet the captain, a veteran world-class fighter, recovered swiftly. With icy focus, he summoned his monster once again, launching it straight at Chung Mo unfazed. Chung Mo had his rational entity intercept, the clash shaking the heavens. Their monsters collided, locked in brutal combat, while the two men fought with equal ferocity. But as the battle stretched on, fatigue began to eat at Chung Mo. His breathing grew ragged, his movements just a fraction slower. The captain's lips curled into a cruel smile. He's fading. This is my victory. If I capture him alive and study his monster, the organization will gain everything. Just then, Yeli's voice pressed into Chung Mo's ear like static. Bad news. My power is almost drained. What? Panic surged in Chung Mo. Then what do we do? Her answer was curt. What else? We run. Before he could protest, the chain connecting him to his rational monster yanked him back. His body turned instinctively toward the edge. There was only one choice left. He bolted and hurled himself off the deck, straight into the sea. The captain shouted after him in disbelief. Is he insane? He jumped. As Chung Mo plunged into the depths, the world below revealed its true face. The so-called oil-polluted waters were no accident. They were the skin of a colossal sea monster slumbering beneath the waves. His gaze turned toward Donghai City in the distance, and his heart tightened. What once was home had already become a nest of monsters. Only then did the truth sear into him. All this time, he thought people were simply sick. But it wasn't just humans. The seas, the lands, the skies, even the cities themselves were infected, diseased. From above, the captain's eyes narrowed as he watched. A strange detail caught his attention. His eyes, they're bleeding. His breath hitched as realization struck. I see it now. The truth is crushing him. That power isn't his, it's borrowed. His rank isn't high enough to sustain it. Kid, you're already dead. Yeli slipped close and wrapped her arms around Chung Mo, whispering gently in his ear. Close your eyes. You're glimpsing truths through my authority, but your current self can't withstand them. Let me take over." As her words sank in, their forms began to merge, and once again Chong Mo's body warped, reshaping into a towering emotional beast. The captain froze in shock, his arrogance faltering at the sight. Looming above them was a monstrous form born of the Black Sea, and it moved with Chong Mo's will. The captain's voice broke. "The Black Sea? He can control the Black Sea? Impossible." Before he could react, the beast struck like thunder, slamming into the captain's emotion monster with a crash that rattled heaven and earth. When Chong Mo's senses cleared, he found himself drifting safely ashore. Yi's voice, softer now, broke the silence. "Are you all right?" He nodded, still disoriented. "Yeah." Then something strange happened. A pair of glasses materialized from thin air and slid onto his face. He froze. "What the hell? Where did these come from?" Yeli answered evenly, as if explaining a rule in a game. "It's your subconscious. The glasses represent your rationality. Once your emotions stabilize, that side of you takes control again. That's when they reappear." Drawing a slow breath, Chong Mo muttered, "Donghai the city, and that thing in the sky. What's happening to this world?" Her gaze darkened. "The world has already changed. You were simply too low-level to see it. The news claimed Donghai's waters were polluted by oil, but that was a lie. The contamination came from entities. Years ago, a world-tier depression entity went berserk. Her body melted into black liquid, swallowing entire fleets of carriers and warships. The face you glimpsed, that was her true form. And Donghai City? Regions of it are ruled by emotion monsters now. The Sea Emperor you fought, your own creature, it's all the same. As for what hangs in the sky," she hesitated. But Chong Mo couldn't hear the rest. What are you saying?" Yeli looked at him with measured calm. "You can't perceive it. That proves your current soul isn't strong enough. If you force yourself to look, your mind will shatter." Chong Mo clenched his fists. So this is the truth behind so-called emotional illness. Just the tip of something much worse. Her voice softened, almost mournful. "I saved you, yes, but I also revealed truths that will ruin your peace. For someone like you, ignorance might have been kinder. From this moment on, peace is gone. Chaos and battle will follow you everywhere." She hesitated. "I'm the one who dragged you into this storm. Do you resent me?" A faint smile touched his lips. "No. I know you've got your own agenda, but I'm grateful. I feel alive for the first time, like I've been reborn. So tell me, who are you really, and what do you want from me?" Her voice turned almost wistful. "I'm just a wandering soul. For years I drifted through this city unseen. No one spoke to me. My rationality faded, my strength and memories with it. I couldn't even remember who I was, only my name. I was like a dying flame without fuel until I met you. That day, you bumped into me on the street and said, 'Excuse me, I'm going to be late.' You were the only one who ever acknowledged me, the only one who could touch me, the only one who could carry my rational essence. If I was the flame about to go out, you were the furnace that kept me alive. That's why I stayed by your side, why I pretended to be your colleague, why I helped you uncover your mother's death, why I fought with everything I had on the Sea Emperor. I will give you everything, wealth, power, status. But in return, you must grow strong enough to face the truth in the sky, strong enough to uncover what lies beyond. Because the most important part of me is up there. My name is Yeli. Today, like you, I'm reborn." The scene shifted. Two figures stood balanced on a sleek kayak, gazing across the waves at the shattered remains of the Sea Emperor drifting in the distance. The woman asked coldly, "Did you find out who he is?" The man nodded. "Easier than I thought. Name, Chong Mo, 18 years old. Works in the art department at Tingy Group, Donghai City. His mother died when he was 10, probably killed by Lu Jia. His medical record from March shows he was still ordinary then." The woman, Miss Song, second daughter of the Song family, narrowed her eyes. "Impossible. If he fought the Sea Emperor, he's at least world-class. No one gets that strong in a few months. His power was borrowed. When he fought the captain, his eyes bled. That must have been after glimpsing the thing in the sky. If it were truly his, he wouldn't have reacted like that. Still, to borrow power that can command the Black Sea? Interesting. Who's backing him?" The man added, "Didn't the captain order us to report on him?" Miss Song's lips curved faintly, then stalled. "It's late, and I'm not world-class yet. Besides, staying up wrecks my skin. Don't worry. With the Song family's reach across the Federation, he won't get far. And whoever lent him that power won't escape either. This strength will belong to our master. Morning came. Yeli's voice was calm as she asked, "So, what's your plan?" Chong Mo's expression turned hard. "Lu Jia may be gone, but the man who ordered my mother's death is still out there. I'll find him." Yeli didn't soften the truth. "That man is a power buried deep in the shadows. You're not ready. What we need now is shelter. The forces behind the Sea Emperor are already hunting us, and I've nearly exhausted my strength. If another world class comes, we won't survive. And it's not just grudges. You've revealed a power rare enough to drive entire factions mad." Chong Imo suddenly slapped his forehead, startling her. "Crap, I was supposed to be at work today? Totally forgot. My whole project team's dead anyway, so I guess there's no project left. Still, I actually missed my shift. Now I'm AWOL, probably fired. There goes my salary. How the hell am I supposed to survive now?" Yeli could only shake her head, caught between amusement and disbelief, as Chong Imo panicked about getting fired. For him, the truth was finally settling in. His old life was finished. There was no return to the dull safety of deadlines and paychecks. The past had been stripped away, leaving him with only the chaos of what he had become. "Come on," Yeli urged quietly, her voice carrying a calm finality. "We're almost there. The place I told you about is just ahead." They walked in silence until the building rose before them. This, she had called their sanctuary. Yet as Chong Imo stepped through the doors, his stomach twisted. The halls were filled with people shuffling aimlessly, their jaws slack, eyes vacant, drool hanging from their lips. He stopped in his tracks, his voice heavy with disbelief. This is what you call a safe haven?" "Yes," Yeli replied without hesitation. Her tone was steady, almost stern, as though daring him to doubt her judgment. The sign above the entrance confirmed it: Donghai City's second psychiatric hospital. "Don't dismiss it so quickly," she explained as they moved deeper inside. "It looks bleak, but this is an official government facility built specifically to treat emotional disorders. And don't forget, Donghai is under Dashia's jurisdiction. That makes this hospital one of the safest places in the city. People like you, who can control emotional monsters, might even catch the eye of the government itself. But there's more. Something hidden here. You just can't perceive it yet." Chong Imo arched a brow, unsettled. "Something hidden? Remember those towering monsters you glimpsed when you borrowed my power?" she asked. "One of them stands guard here. That's why this hospital is untouchable." At the front desk, Chong Imo handed over the fee and rolled up his sleeve. A nurse drew his blood, gave him a clipboard, and instructed politely, "Please wait in the lobby. Your results will be ready soon." He found a seat among the scattered patients, his eyes sweeping the space. He noticed something strange. None of the nurses had visible emotion sacs, and even many of the patients looked free of them. "No wonder this place is different," he murmured under his breath. "Even the patients look normal." But then his gaze drifted to the man sitting beside him. This one was different. A sac bulged above his head, but unlike the familiar anger-twisted growths, this one carried an oddly distorted shape. Yeli leaned close, lowering her voice. "You've changed. The more you grasp who you are, the more your vision sharpens. Before, you only saw anger sacs. Now, you're starting to perceive other strains." She pointed discreetly to the man beside them. "That one carries the joy virus. It forces the host to laugh, smile, and radiate cheer no matter the circumstance. Even if his world collapsed tomorrow, he'd grin through the ruins." Chong Imo studied the man carefully, his mind slowly piecing fragments together. The world around him was beginning to make a grim kind of sense. Just then, a bright, cheerful voice rang from behind him. "Hey, you here for a checkup too?" He turned, surprised by the sudden approach of a girl about his age. "Yeah," he said slowly, watching her curiously. "Thought so," she replied with a quick wave. "You just look normal, not like the others." A laugh escaped him despite himself. "And what about you? Don't you look normal too?" She rolled her eyes, her energy quick and sharp. "Of course I do. I'm only here because my parents are paranoid. They threatened to throw away my whole collection if I didn't come. Can you believe that?" She lowered her voice conspiratorially. "I read about this place online. Everyone calls it Hospital Number 2. It's infamous. They say it's divided into Area A and Area B. Area A is for people who are unstable, but not completely gone. Area B, she hesitated for effect. That's where they keep the maniacs. People so far gone they have to be chained up like animals. Chong Imo frowned, his confusion genuine. So what exactly separates them? Yeli answered before the girl could. Area A is for those who are infected but still human. Area B is for those who've transformed, emotional entities in human skin. He turned back to the girl. Then why would you come here at all? Her chin lifted with a spark of defiance. Because if Hospital Number 2 rejects me, my parents will finally shut up. Hospital 1 might still take me, but this place? They deal with killers. No way they'd admit someone as normal as me. Moments later, a nurse stepped into the lobby with a clipboard, calling names. Jean Quan, Li Gooden, your results are complete. Please transfer to Donghai City First Psychiatric Hospital. Wang Bin, your prescription is ready. Remember to take it on time. The girl smirked at Chong Mo. See? They don't admit normal cases. They'll just send us home. But the nurse's next words cut through her bravado. Chong Mo Jiang Jiachi, please come forward to complete your admission paperwork. Both of them froze. What? Jiang Ji blurted, her face paling. Why us? Why are we being admitted? On the walk toward the desk, the young nurse, Yang, offered them a friendly smile. It's been a long time since anyone came here voluntarily. You two are sharp for choosing this place. The facilities are better than most hotels. Comfortable rooms, meals from gourmet chefs. You may not want to leave. But Jiang Ji's shock only deepened. No way. This is Hospital Number 2. I'm actually being admitted here? Am I really that abnormal? Yang's smile softened. These days, everyone carries strain. Early care just prevents the worst outcomes. There's nothing shameful about it. Leaning close, Chong Imo whispered to Yeli, his suspicion sharp. She's a host, isn't she? I didn't see her monster. You wouldn't, Yeli replied calmly. Not yet. Some entities hide deep in the heart realm. Your vision hasn't reached that far. Then how does the hospital know? He pressed. Blood, she answered simply. Once infected, your blood can't be measured by ordinary instruments. It becomes unreadable. That's their method, though I've never seen the machines myself. The group continued deeper into the building, the atmosphere shifting as they passed armed guards stationed on the upper levels. Their presence was quiet but unmistakable. The air itself felt heavy with tension. Then Jiang Ji froze in place, her voice breaking. Wait, this is Area B, isn't it? This is where they put the killers. She clutched at the nurse's arm in desperation. I swear, I've never even thought about killing anyone. Why are you locking me in here? The nurse chuckled, trying to soothe her panic. Relax. Those viral horror clips online always exaggerate. Fear sells views. Just follow your treatment plan, and everything will be fine. Really? Jiang Ji asked weakly, still trembling. Of course. Yang's voice was kind, but as she glanced around, her expression shifted, the warmth in her eyes faltering. Wait, why are all the guards carrying rifles? At that moment, the soldiers above them moved in eerie unison, rifles raised, scopes fixed directly on their group. Chong Mo's pulse quickened, his chest tightening as dread coursed through him. They see it too, her parasite. His voice dropped to a whisper. What happens to the ones the system won't accept? Yeli's reply came with a faint, sharp-edged smile. They're locked away. And if they're judged too dangerous, her eyes flicked toward the rifles. Sometimes they're erased on the spot. So whatever you do, don't make a single sudden move. Just when it seemed Jiang Ji was about to lose control and trigger something catastrophic, Chong Imo stepped closer and placed a steady hand on her shoulder. His voice was calm, steady as stone. Ji, breathe. If you stay wound up like this, they'll mistake you for a threat. And once they pull those triggers, there's no coming back. Something in his tone reached her. The wild tension in her eyes began to fade, and the shadows of the parasites coiled around her head slowly dissolved, retreating back into her mindscape. Her chest heaved as she exhaled and whispered, almost apologetically, Yeah, you're probably right. Turning to the nurse, she bowed her head. Sorry, I overreacted. The nurse finally let out a breath she'd been holding, muttering under her breath. Good. The parasites retreated. She was seconds from losing control. Yeli's gaze flicked to Chong Mo with quiet surprise. I didn't expect that from you. She's a stranger, and yet you reached out and stabilized her. That was rationality at work. Chong Mo's eyes didn't waver. I only wanted to look compassionate. If I'd stood there cold while she was about to get shot, I'd seem heartless. No government would trust someone like that. They'd think I was already too far gone. But before the relief could settle, the nurse suddenly lifted her radio. Fire. The crack of a rifle echoed, sharp and final. Zhang Ji collapsed in an instant. Chong Mo's expression didn't flicker. His face was unreadable, as though her fall had nothing to do with him. Yeli leaned close, whispering with a hint of dry humor. Hey, you might want to show some reaction. Right now you're looking a little too dead inside. He frowned faintly, staring at the body sprawled across the tiles. Another one down. How many is that now? Why does it feel normal? But something struck him as wrong. There was no blood. A sigh escaped him. Tranquilizer. Yeli smirked, her tone teasing. Nice recovery. You just reacted a little slow. Sorry. Chong Imo muttered flatly. I'll act quicker next time. Across the room, the nurse gestured to two staff members. Take her away. Classification, unidentified emotional entity, unstable state. Treat as high-risk containment. Chong Mo's brows furrowed. High risk. What does that mean for her? The nurse's smile returned, polished and professional. It only means closer monitoring. Nothing for you to worry about. You weren't frightened back there, were you? You seemed unnervingly calm. Maybe I should run a quick assessment. Just a few questions. He tilted his head, feigning curiosity. An assessment? Fine. Go ahead. First question, she said lightly, as if chatting about the weather. You came here on your own. That's rare. Why choose a psychiatric facility? Chong Mo answered without hesitation, voice even and honest. Because I've started seeing things no one else can. Tumors on people's heads. Monsters hidden in plain sight. Then I began feeling something. Power. It was invisible to everyone else, but real to me. I thought maybe it was a hallucination, so I came to check. He lifted his palm for her to see. Here, can you see what I'm holding? The nurse's face drained of color. Her eyes locked on his hand, wide and horrified. That shouldn't be possible. She stepped back slowly, her voice tight as she raised the radio to her lips. Open fire. Another gunshot cracked. Chong Mo's body dropped to the ground. The nurse's shoulders slumped in relief. Two unknown entities in one day. I thought I'd faint. Good shot. A guard nearby chuckled. Yeah, right on target. But why shoot him? He seemed normal. The nurse shook her head sharply. Those are the scariest ones. I checked the surveillance earlier. His body language gave him away. He was talking to someone invisible. Classic dissociative identity disorder. The side you see looks calm, but the other personality? Could be a killer. Worse, when he used his powers, no entity appeared. That means he already knows how to suppress it. A dissociative patient with full command of an unknown emotional force, far more dangerous than that girl. We couldn't risk it. She exhaled. Get a team. Take him away. But before the order could finish, a shadow moved. Chong Mo jerked upright from the floor, alive and conscious. The nurse gasped, stumbling back. What? How are you still moving? The intercom blared across the building. Target is active. Target is active. Level 1 alert. The halls exploded into chaos as squads of armed guards stormed into position, rifles raised, surrounding him from all sides. Yeli Sai brushed his ear like a reprimand. I was just about to tell you not to get up so soon. Chong Mo's eyes narrowed, his decision forming in an instant. Slowly, deliberately, he raised his hands. His voice carried across the tense silence. Don't shoot. I surrender. The simplicity of his words stunned the guards, who hesitated in disbelief. The nurse finally relaxed, wiping sweat from her brow. Good. That should settle it. Chains, cold and heavy, were clamped around his wrists. The nurse's tone turned bright and almost playful as she explained, these suppress all emotional powers. Bound like this, you're no different from any other patient. A bit unfair, I know, but necessary. Chong Mo lowered his gaze to the links around his hands. Yet even as they dug into his skin, he felt something stirring. A strange current coursed into him from the very metal meant to restrain him. Yeli's eyes widened. Wait, are you absorbing the chain's energy? Her voice lowered, tinged with awe. That metal once carried the essence of rationality. That's why it suppresses other emotions. But for you, for someone tied to rationality itself, these aren't shackles at all. They're fuel. At the Donghai City Bureau of Emotional Management, Director Chu Wei-ming spoke into the receiver with calculated precision. Miss Song, I've located the one you asked about. He's been admitted as a patient to the second psychiatric hospital. Since that facility falls under your jurisdiction, the matter now lies in your hands. Don't worry, I'll personally see that he's delivered to you. On the other end of the line, Miss Song's voice carried a sly smile. Well done, Chong Mo. Not bad looking either. Before we extract that power of his, we'll have plenty of time to enjoy ourselves. I can't wait to see that delicate face twist in agony and despair. Back at the hospital, the atmosphere in the ward shifted. Zhang Ji's case was spiraling. The diagnosis that had landed on her chart was bizarre. Her ability manifested as an uncontrollable urge to see attractive men. If she went too long without, cysts formed and multiplied, bulging grotesquely from her head. Nurse Shaolin's voice rose in alarm. Sister Hao, she's losing control. We need to medicate her now. The head nurse, Zhao, lifted a hand to stop her. Wait, let's see if she can suppress it herself. If she can use willpower, it will strengthen her control. Zhang Ji clutched her head, her voice trembling as she screamed, I can't take it anymore. Is it really so wrong just to want to look at hot guys? Nurse Zhao's face hardened. No choice. Give her the injection. Shaolin fumbled nervously with the syringe, only for it to slip from her trembling hands and clatter across the floor. No, damn it. What are you doing? Zhao snapped. You picked the worst moment to drop it. Before the tension snapped, a calm voice cut through the panic. A hand reached out and steadied Zhang Ji's shoulder. Calm down. If you lose control and turn into a monster, you'll never see anyone again. It was Dr. Liu, the physician in charge, who had just arrived. Doctor, be careful, Zhao warned, her voice tight. You're provoking her further. But even as the parasites bulged and quivered dangerously, they suddenly receded. In moments, they vanished entirely. Dr. Liu smiled warmly. Good job, Ji. I knew you could do it. He turned to his chart and began speaking crisply. Preliminary diagnosis, patient Zhang Ji. Displays obsessive fixation on attractive men. First symptoms surfaced 1 month ago after encountering a stranger of exceptional appearance. Upon returning home, she began to see visions of him showering. Ability suspected to involve clairvoyance. Tentative classification, type 7, unknown emotional entity. Threat level low. Chong Mo couldn't help muttering under his breath, incredulous. So your parents sent you here because you could see good-looking guys showering? Zhang Ji rubbed the back of her head sheepishly, a grin creeping across her face. Yeah, it's kind of embarrassing. Dr. Liu shifted his attention. Next case. Patient, Chong Mo, emotionally stable. Claims to perceive and manipulate things invisible to others. Initially suspected schizophrenia. However, the patient insists he simply talks to himself. Observed emotional abilities include crystallization through the hands and emission of blue flames. Tentative classification, type 7, unknown emotional entity. Threat level moderate. He offered Chong Mo a reassuring smile. No need to worry. Emotional stability is a good sign. Once we fully understand your ability, you'll be discharged. Until then, the suppression chains remain. Thank you for cooperating. Dr. Liu moved on, glancing at the next chart. His sigh betrayed the difficulty. Patient, Chenu. No abnormal behavior, no notable responses. Aside from irregular blood tests, everything else appears normal. Too normal. Vacant to the point of concern. Tentative classification, type 6, unknown emotional entity. Threat level low? Still gives me a headache. Chong Mo studied the boy quietly, his mind running. Is he really impaired? Or could stupidity itself count as an emotion now? The silence broke when Zhang Ji shot up, excitement shining in her eyes. Yes, I'm not sick. I'm a psychic. My power is literally seeing hot guys shower. This is heaven. Dr. Liu's voice cut her down quickly. Don't get carried away, Ji. Technically, all emotional entities fall under mental illness. The only question is whether you can control it. His gaze swept across the group as he continued. According to Article 4 of the Emotional Entity Confidential Management Law, the Dasha government established the Emotional Entity Administration Bureau. This hospital is one of its branches, responsible for treatment and containment, ensuring no one becomes a danger to society. Chong Mo raised his hand slightly. Wait, so emotional entities are under national management? Of course, Dr. Liu replied firmly. You are subject to regulation. If you're released and commit a crime, violating Dashia's laws, the Bureau will come for you. And trust me, they are not as patient as we are. If they arrive, survival is far from guaranteed. I won't be able to protect you then. Understand? He gestured toward the nurses. If you want to know more, ask for a copy of the law. Almost immediately, a nurse's shout shattered the moment. Dr. Liu, something's wrong. Quickly, stay calm. I'm coming. He left with the staff in a hurry. Left behind, Chong Imo reached for the booklet sitting on the counter. His eyes scanned the words of the Emotional Entity Confidential Management Law. Article 7. The Emotional Entity Bureau holds full authority over all emotional entities. It commands dedicated facilities, armed enforcement units, and judicial branches. All emotional entities must abide by national laws. Violators will be arrested, tried, and sentenced accordingly. Lowering the text, Chong Imo frowned. If the laws are this strict, then how did Lu Jia roam free for so long? Yeli's voice brushed his ear, cool and sharp. Because everything looks clean on the surface. But behind closed doors, deals are struck, and the Bureau isn't immune. The fact that Lu Jia got away with everything proves someone high up was protecting him. Chong Mo's voice hardened. Then how did you know he was the one who killed my mother? Her reply was steady. I accessed the police archives. The local police suspected Lu Jia from the start, but the case was abruptly transferred to a classified department and buried. That department was the Emotional Entity Bureau, and once they took over, the investigation stopped cold. That was when Chong Mo's thoughts froze. Wait a second. Lu Jia's backing wasn't just luck. His protection came straight from the top of the Bureau. And this hospital, it belongs to that same Bureau. Doesn't that mean we're already trapped? Yeli tilted her head, pausing as if she'd just realized it too. Then a faint smile curved across her lips. You're right. But my memory was already fading before I merged with you. The old me must have known the risks, must have seen something worth gambling on. So I brought you here. Since we're already in the lion's den, there's no point panicking. For now, focus on absorbing the chain's power. The rest, let's trust the me who made this choice before the amnesia. While Chong Imo tried to steady himself, elsewhere in the hospital Dr. Liu was summoned to a private office. Inside, the director of the Emotional Entity Bureau lounged in his chair, sipping coffee. Without warning, he hurled the cup down, porcelain shattering against the tiles. The fury in his eyes made Dr. Liu stiffen. Director, what's wrong? She asked, her voice tight with unease. He slammed a thick stack of documents onto the desk. What's wrong? Look at this mess your people have created. Outside, two nurses had their ears pressed to the door. Does he really have to throw a tantrum every time? One muttered. The hospital director won't interfere, the other whispered back. That man outranks him, and the Bureau controls our funding. Even the dean avoids him now. Dr. Liu's the one left to deal with his temper. He shows the dean a little respect, but with her, he treats her like dirt. No wonder she shakes every time he storms in. Inside, the Bureau director's voice rose in a storm. Last night, that boy committed murder aboard the Sea Emperor. This morning, he slipped into your hospital, and you admitted him. Do you even understand who backs the Sea Emperor? Do you realize the man you're sheltering is already a wanted criminal? Do you grasp that this is spiraling into an international incident? His question struck like hammer blows, 3 in a row, before he leaned back and hissed. Hand him over now, or don't blame me for the consequences. But instead of trembling, Dr. Liu's body went eerily still. Her composure unsettled him. Good. Maybe I've finally frightened her stiff, he thought with smug satisfaction. Then a drop of blood spattered his shoulder. He brushed at it instinctively. Nothing there. A trick of the light, perhaps. But before relief could set in, another drop fell. Then another. Within seconds, blood was cascading from nowhere, drenching him. He staggered back, horror seizing his chest as the entire floor dissolved into a sea of crimson, corpses writhing in the tide. What kind of emotional power is this? His mind reeled. This was supposed to be an office. Yet now he felt as if he were drowning in death. His thoughts scrambled. Dr. Liu? She was always the polite one. Quiet, cultured, harmless. Easy to push around. That's why I picked her as the weak link. But is this really the same woman? A sharp tapping cut through the nightmare. The measured sound of a cane striking the floor. The door swung open, and the dean of the second psychiatric hospital, Yimio, entered the room. Director Xiao, she said smoothly. What a surprise. Why didn't you inform me you were visiting? The instant she appeared, the gruesome illusion evaporated. The sea of corpses vanished, leaving only the tidy office. Xiao blinked in disbelief, his face pale. The dean's voice grew colder as she continued. "You're here for Chong Mo, aren't you? My staff already completed his background check. The man he killed, Lu Jia, renounced Dacia's citizenship years ago. He no longer enjoys our protection. And since the incident occurred in international waters aboard the Sea Emperor, Chong Mo harmed neither Dacia's citizens nor its assets. By law, he has violated nothing in the Emotional Entity Confidential Management Act." Xiao stammered. "Why, yes, but the pressure from the Sea Emperor's backers is enormous. You know who stands behind them. I was ordered to deliver an answer today." The dean's cane struck the floor with a thunderous crack, and her eyes sharpened like blades. "You're talking about the Song family, aren't you? Pathetic. Since when did Dacia let foreign-backed merchants dictate our internal affairs?" She leaned closer, her voice a razor's edge. "And wasn't Lu Jia already a prime suspect back then? How did a man like him manage to renounce citizenship so neatly and still strut around Donghai for years? Were you blind or complicit? Should I raise that with your superiors?" Moments later, Xiao left the hospital with his tail between his legs, his car vanishing down the road. The dean watched him go, her lip curling. "Trying to throw your weight around with me? Dream on." Beside her, Dr. Lu clutched the dean's arm, relief spilling out in a smile. "Dean, you were incredible back there. Absolutely terrifying." The cane wrapped down hard on her head. "Control yourself," the dean snapped. "You lose your grip now, and you'll spiral out of control again." Dr. Lu rubbed the sore spot, pouting faintly. "I've kept it bottled up for years. Can't I let out a little? Besides, I've been feeling more stable lately." "You're at your most dangerous stage right now," the dean warned sternly. "One moment of carelessness, and you'll snap. Don't drop your guard." "Yes, ma'am," Dr. Lu said quickly, straightening herself with obedient resolve. Dr. Lu's eyes widened as the weight of everything finally settled in. So it really happened, the world-class battle aboard the Sea Emperor. Even the waters off Donghai are still in turmoil because of it. Could it be that Chong Mo himself is the world-class being? Maybe that ship wasn't his battleground by chance. Maybe it was his target all along. The dean remained composed, her tone measured and calm. "We don't know the full truth. But I can tell you this, Chong Mo is no world-class. According to our records, he's lived here in Donghai since he was a child, with yearly health checks. The most recent one, just months ago, confirmed he was still completely ordinary. That means someone else, an entity of that level, was the real hand behind what you saw." Dr. Lu frowned, struggling to piece it together. "Then what's the angle? Did a world-class risk a clash with the Sea Emperor just to pull him out alive? And if he's got that kind of backing, why come to our hospital of all places?" Her voice tightened, suspicion flashing in her eyes. "Unless..." Her pupils glowed faint crimson. "Unless we're next on their list." Crack. The dean's cane came down hard on her shoulder. "Stop spiraling," she snapped. Then, as if dismissing the thought entirely, she turned to a wilting plant shoved into the corner of the office. "And this? I told you to care for it. You thought I wouldn't notice just because you left it in the dark?" Dr. Lu gave an exasperated groan. "Dean, can we please stay on topic? This is serious." The older woman finally sighed and let her gaze soften. "If a world class had already set foot inside my hospital, I'd have sensed it the moment they crossed the threshold. He isn't here. But Chong Mo," she shifted back into steel. "That boy's a different matter." Dr. Lu's tone chilled. "I still don't trust him. We should have handed him over when we had the chance." The dean cradled the potted plant with unexpected tenderness. Emotionals are like plants. Some grow strong alone. Others collapse unless given support. That boy has endured more than most, losing both parents early, forced to fend for himself, only to be dragged into the wars of emotional entities just as life showed him a glimmer of promise. And Lu Jia, the very man he killed, was the prime suspect in his mother's murder. You think that's coincidence? No. These hidden cults and organizations search for candidates exactly like him. Children carrying wounds deep enough to be carved into weapons. They lure them with promises of revenge and bind them into loyalty. She shook her head. Perhaps he was sent here, but he's still a citizen of Dacia. That means we have a duty to pull him back before he's lost entirely. Meanwhile, across Donghai City, Director Xiao had wasted no time digging into Dr. Lu's background. But the moment his request hit the system, his pupils constricted in alarm. Access denied. Insufficient permissions. Even his clearance didn't reach that far. Before he could process it, his phone buzzed. Miss Song's name lit the screen. He answered with the deference of a man stepping on glass. Miss Song, I assure you, everything is under control. It may take a little more time, but there's no need for concern. I'll handle it personally. You have my word. He nodded quickly at whatever was said on the other end, his voice almost groveling. Of course, I'll fully cooperate. As the call ended, Miss Song set her teacup down in a private suite across town. Across from her sat a middle-aged man, the scent of tobacco hanging heavy between them. Director Zhao's side is yours to coordinate, she said lightly. As for that old woman, she's been a thorn in our plans long enough. Bring the schedule forward. Flatten the second psychiatric hospital. And while you're at it, drag Chung Mo back alive. The man ground out his cigarette, his reply as cold as the steel in his eyes. No problem. That same night, inside Ward B of Donghai City, Second Psychiatric Hospital, Chung Mo sat cross-legged on his bed, the faint glow of rational energy flowing steadily into him from the suppression chain. Yeli's voice carried a rare note of approval. Not bad at all. Your rationality power is growing fast. At this pace, you'll soon reach the stage where you'll need the law. Chung Mo cracked an eye open. The law. Yeli folded her arms, explaining with quiet gravity. Every emotional entity grows by rules unique to their type. How they absorb power, how they control it. Without that system, power becomes unstable. That framework is called the law. You once borrowed my strength and touched world-class for a heartbeat, but that wasn't yours to hold. To reach true control, you'll need to follow the law of rational types, piece by piece. Otherwise, the speed you're growing at will turn against you. Without discipline, you'll lose yourself. She fell silent for a moment, then shook her head. The law for rational entities starts with immersion, intense, unbroken experiences of other emotions. You've already burned through years of stored rage, and nothing major has happened to you recently. With your emotions so flat, that path won't work for now. Rest. You'll need it. Elsewhere in the ward, Nurse Joe finished tucking Zhang Ji under the covers. As she made for the door, Chung Mo called after her. Hey, you're just a regular human, right? So how is it that you can see emotional power too? The nurse paused, then gave him a quiet, almost wistful smile. Something happened once. It's all in the past now. You too hang on. No matter how heavy it feels, nothing lasts forever. Yeli's tone turned somber. That kind of calm usually hides scars. In this world, simply seeing is already a power. You saw the truth after your mother's death. That was trauma, twisted into sight, and you were lucky enough to survive it. For regular people, if they can see too, it almost always means something terrible carved them open. And if they see too much without the strength to carry it, that gift becomes a curse. Chung Mo remained quiet, lost in thought, until the nurse paused in her steps and turned back toward him. She held something small in her hand and said gently, I went through your file earlier and thought this might help. When she opened her palm, a necklace dangled loosely between her fingers. A necklace? He asked, puzzled at first, watching her carefully. Her expression softened, and she placed it into his hand. Not just a necklace. Look closely. As he examined it, the bead at its center flickered faintly, then began to glow, casting a small, steady light in the dim ward. It's simple, but it can light the dark around you. Even the smallest flame can help someone keep moving forward. A faint smile touched his lips, the kind that rarely surfaced. Thank you, he said quietly. The nurse nodded before continuing her rounds with Shaoling at her side. Yeli's voice teased inside his mind, laced with amusement. That nurse isn't bad. She's actually kind of cute, don't you think? Chung Mo let out a small shrug. Cute or not, what difference does it make? Yeli paused, almost dumbfounded. I was going to say that's exactly the kind of rational detachment I'd expect from you. But honestly, keep thinking like that, and you're the one most likely to break. Before the thought could linger, Zhang Ji stirred restlessly in the bed next to him. She jolted upright, pressing her fingers against her temples. You all right? Chung Mo asked, his voice steady. She nodded weakly, whispering, just a nightmare. Nothing more. But her words had barely faded when a scream ripped through the ward. Nurse Shaoling rushed over in alarm, her voice rising. What now? Why is everyone tossing and turning like this tonight? Her complaint was cut short by a deafening explosion. The bed beside them erupted in a violent blast, flames and debris surging outward. In that split second, a hand shoved Xiaoling hard to the ground. Chong Yimou stood frozen, disbelief clouding his eyes. Zhang Ji's horrified gasp echoed through the ward as the smoke cleared, revealing the brutal truth. Xiaoling lay trembling on the floor, and beside her was a severed hand. Tears streamed down her cheeks as realization hit. Nurse Zhou, the one who had shoved her aside, had been obliterated in the blast. From the gaping crater, a figure clawed its way upward. It was the patient known for his joy-type disorder, though what emerged behind him was far worse. His emotional entity burst free, a grotesque figure radiating unstable energy. Yeli's voice cracked sharply in Chong Mo's mind. Careful. His joy form has completely lost control. Joy types can dissolve anything. That earlier blast was his doing. The words rang true when another explosion tore through a side wall, followed by flames erupting on the rooftop above. In mere moments, chaos engulfed the entire ward. Emotional entities surged out of patients one after another, each spiraling beyond control. Xiaoling's panic finally broke loose. They've all lost it. Every single one of them. I need to call the security squad before it's too late. Before her trembling hands could reach the radio, rapid bursts of gunfire echoed from outside the hospital. Chong Mo's expression stayed composed, his voice cutting through the panic. The squad won't make it in time. The shots outside and the outbreaks in here, this isn't random. The second hospital is under siege. Xiaoling's legs gave way and she collapsed to the floor, trembling as she whispered, "An attack? Here? But where's the director? Why isn't she stopping this?" Yeli's tone carried a grim amusement. "You can't see her, but she's occupied. Right now, your director is fighting someone far beyond your reach." High above the hospital, the night sky burned with clashing powers. A blood-red beast, born of pure hatred, locked horns with a shadow-black creature, their strikes ripping the air apart. On the rooftop stood the director, her gaze fixed on a hooded man whose aura radiated malice. Her voice was sharp as steel. "Bloodthorn. Hatred type. So the black chain finally sent you." The man sneered, his tone like ice. "I am the bishop of the Eastern Sea Branch. Tonight, I've come to end you and reduce your hospital to rubble." Crimson energy swelled behind the director as she laughed coldly. "Then you've already doomed yourself. You locked your entity inside the mind realm and dared to face me with nothing but your flesh. That will be the last mistake you ever make." Her body twisted grotesquely, her form morphing into a monster to match his. Back in the ward, Chong Yimou clenched his fists as realization dawned. If the director is battling a world-class enemy, the hospital could collapse under the aftermath. We'll all be caught in it. Yeli's reply came calm but firm. "Relax. Their fight is bound to the mind realm. The real-world damage will stay minimal. But listen carefully, I'm drained. I can't shield you anymore. From here on, it's your fight alone. If you fall, I fall with you." Xiaoling was still spiraling, her voice breaking apart. "Why isn't she saving us? Why is this happening? The patients can't be stopped. They'll kill us all." Zhang Ji clutched her arm desperately. "Nurse, please, you have to hold it together. If you give in, everyone else will panic too." But Xiaoling shook her head wildly, her eyes hollow. "Calm them down? That's impossible. Once they've lost it, there's no turning back. Their power will rip us apart. We're finished." Chong Yimou let out a long breath, shoulders heavy with quiet resolve. In one fluid motion, he tore the suppression chain from his wrist. Stepping forward, he placed his hand firmly against the head of the joy-infected patient. In an instant, the man's raging entity dissolved, his body slumping into silence. The entire ward fell still. Zhang Ji stared with her mouth open, unable to speak. Xiaoling's eyes widened, disbelief painted across her face. Breaking the silence, Chong Mo's voice was calm but edged with command. "Don't just stand there. Move." Xiaoling's voice cracked. What did you do?" Zhang Ji practically bounced where she stood, eyes sparkling. "That was amazing. You actually stopped him." Chong Yimou didn't bother with theatrics. "Nothing special. I just helped him regain control." Xiaoling drew a shaky breath. "No, you stabilized a rampaging entity. That's supposed to be impossible." Yeli's earlier warning pressed back into his mind. Joy types dissolve anything. They're your deadliest threat. If their power touches you, you're gone. Eliminate them first. He remembered asking, dissolve anything? How is that not invincible? And her answer had been simple. Because emotion isn't matter. Counter it with your own energy, and you can block it. That truth was tested the very next moment. A fireball erupted across the ward, slamming toward him with blistering speed. The blast hit squarely, flames consuming his figure. Xiaoling and Zhang Ji screamed his name, tears springing into their eyes as the smoke thickened. But from the haze, a silhouette strode forward unscathed. Chong Yimou pressed his hand onto the next patient, calming the rage entity instantly. Then another, and another. The attackers retaliated with a barrage of fireballs, more than a dozen raining down like meteors. Yet Chong Yimou stood firm, bearing the impact with clenched determination. In the middle of the inferno, he reached the final patient and pressed his hand down, silencing the entity once and for all. When the smoke cleared, he turned back toward Zhang Ji and Xiaoling. Are you hurt? He asked, his tone steady as stone. Both women stared at him in stunned silence, or written across their faces. Zhang Ji's voice came first, whispering in disbelief. He didn't just stop them. Xiaoling swallowed hard, her eyes locked on him. He suppressed them completely, and even those fireballs couldn't scratch him. Well, what kind of entity is he? A thick drop of black liquid splashed onto the floor beside Zhang Ji, hissing faintly where it landed. Everyone's eyes snapped upward. Perched above them was another patient, his body convulsing while black ink streamed steadily from the swollen cyst on his head. Nurse Xiaoling's voice cracked as she cried out, "Be careful. That's a sadness-type, emotional creature. They drag everything around them into despair. Usually, they just sit still, but if they're disturbed, things can spiral fast." Yeli's calm warning followed almost instantly. Your resistance to sadness is weak. Don't touch that fluid, or you'll drown in hopelessness. He's infected by the Black Donghai, but his condition is still unstable. Don't fight, just get out. Chong Yimou gave a sharp nod. You heard her. Move, now. Before they could retreat, Zhang Ji suddenly gasped. Wait, Jinju. Everyone turned toward a collapsed bed. A still form lay across it. He looked lifeless, like the blast had claimed him without warning. Xiaoling's voice trembled. How could this happen? He was fine just moments ago. First Sister Hao, and now Jinju too. Zhang Ji placed a steadying hand on her shoulder. Don't lose yourself. Surviving is all that matters right now. As long as Chong Mo's here, we still have hope. Just as despair threatened to settle, a hand clutched at Chong Mo's leg. Damn right, a voice muttered weakly. With my brother here, we'll make it out. Zhang Ji yelped in shock. What? Where did you come from? Jinju blinked, his expression as blank as ever. I fell off the bed when the explosion started and just hid in the corner. Figured I'd wait it out. Anyway, enough talking. Let's get the hell out of here. Minutes later, Chong Yimou led the shaken group, Xiaoling, Zhang Ji, and Jinju, safely out of the ruined ward. He asked quickly, Do you have Dr. Lu's number? Xiaoling pulled out her phone, but the screen showed no signal. Nothing. Chong Yimou frowned. A jammer, then. And listen, no more gunfire. The security squad's probably been wiped out. The weight of his words hung heavy as they hurried through the dim corridors. Soon, both Zhang Ji and Xiaoling were panting, barely able to keep up. Chong Yimou glanced back, surprised to find his own breathing steady, his body brimming with stamina. Yeli explained without hesitation. Every emotion type reshapes the body differently. Rationality strengthens control, and with it, endurance. That's why you're still going strong. Chong Mo's eyes narrowed on Jinju, who walked along without fatigue. And you? Were you always this fit, or is that your power too? Before Jinju could answer, Zhang Ji spoke up between gasps. If there's no more gunfire, maybe someone in the outpatient wing heard the explosions. Maybe they've already called the police. Should we just hide until help arrives? Xiaoling shook her head firmly. The hospital's empty at night. Only Block B is staffed, and everyone trusts the shift because the director is here. We can't hide. We need to find her. But Chong Yimou shook his head. That won't help. She hasn't appeared even once. If she isn't here, it means the enemy's already tied her down. This hospital's isolated, cut off from everything. The attack was planned. We're sitting ducks. Escape is the only way. Jinju's blank stare wavered into shock. Wait, You mean the entire block B only has the director as its fighter? That's insane. Xiaoling quickly corrected him. Not just her. Dr. Liu and the head nurse are powerful emotion types as well. The doctor isn't here tonight, but the head nurse, she's still with us. She can fight. At the mention of her, Chong Mo recalled the aloof woman he had rarely seen, stern, distant, yet always whispered about with the same weight as the doctor. Before the thought could settle, a rage-infected patient lunged out of the shadows. Chong Mo moved instinctively, calming him with a single touch. But Xiaoling's eyes widened at something else. My God. Her voice broke as she sprinted ahead. When the others caught up, the truth was unbearable. The woman she had run to, the head nurse's assistant, lay sprawled on the floor, her body lifeless. A dark thought pierced Chong Mo's mind. Wait, how did so many patients lose control all at once? Xiaoling shook her head helplessly. It doesn't make sense. Everyone took their meds on schedule. The medicine is like the chains. It suppresses emotional energy. There's no way they'd all snap together. Chong Mo's expression hardened. Unless the medication was tampered with. If every patient took it at the same time, it would trigger simultaneous outbursts. Xiaoling frowned deeply. But tampering would be nearly impossible. Each type needs a specific trigger. Rage patients need anger enhancers. Joy types need stimulants. Every case is different. And all the meds are sorted and logged in advance by the head nurse. We only distribute them. Outsiders couldn't touch it. The realization struck her mid-sentence, her pupils narrowing in horror. No, it can't be. Don't tell me. It was the head nurse herself. Chong Mo's voice dropped cold and steady. It all fits. She sabotaged the medication and orchestrated the outbreak from inside. That's why the three of us weren't affected. Our types aren't registered. She couldn't target us. His gaze sharpened. From now on, stay sharp. She's the traitor. Moments later, they reached the hospital's main entrance. Relief flickered in their eyes, only to vanish instantly. Floating above the doorway was the unmistakable figure of the head nurse. Zhang Ji's body tensed, her words a whisper of dread. It's her, the head nurse. She's flying. Xiaoling shouted up at her, voice breaking. Why? Why betray the second hospital? Don't you care that everyone's dead? Don't you care about us? But the head nurse hovered silently, saying nothing, her presence heavy and suffocating. Then Zhang Ji's eyes narrowed. Her voice cut through the tense quiet. Wait, something's wrong. She's not floating. Look closely. Something's attached to her. Chong Mo's voice cut through the stunned silence with a cold clarity that made Xiaoling stumble back. You really can't see it, can you? She's not floating. She's been impaled on blood-red thorns and hung up there. She's dead. The words hit like ice. Nurse Xiaoling crumpled to the floor, her breath leaving her in a ragged sob. Chong Mo's jaw tightened as he scanned the night beyond the hospital windows. The scene there stole what little color remained from his face. Rows of motionless security guards hovered outside, frozen in grotesque, contorted postures. Only he could perceive the truth. Each body had been pierced through and strung up by the same crimson barbs. A cloaked figure slipped from the shadows, amusement curling in the tilt of his mouth. There you are, the stranger sneered, and without warning a spray of blood-red thorns shot toward them like a thrown forest. The image of the head nurse's impaled body cleaved through Chong Mo's head. He moved without thinking, an instinctive arc of blue flame that swallowed the incoming barbs and lit the air with roaring heat. For a moment the attacker watched, unimpressed. Tisk, he mocked. Just another scared kid who panics and flails. I was told to bring him back myself. Then the cloaked man froze, confusion flickering across his face. The flames collapsed to reveal nothing where Chong Mo had stood. A smokescreen, the man hissed. Clever. Quick reflexes, I'll give him that. But he won't get far. Chong Mo had not run. He had ushered Zhang Ji and the others into a narrow hidden room and sealed the door behind them. Xiaoling, still breathless, stared at him in bewilderment. Chong Mo, what's going on? Why did you pull us back in here? Zhang Ji's eyes narrowed as she fumbled for words. I swear I saw red spikes sticking out of you. Xiaoling blinked, honest confusion on her face. Spikes? I didn't see a thing. Yeli's voice, cool and observant, slipped between them. Good eye, Ji. You actually perceived the thorns, some kind of emotion-tethered sight. Then she added, almost with a sigh, Xiaoling can't see them, poor thing. And Jinju, He's an enigma, even to me. Chong Mo worked methodically, pulling jagged spikes from his own skin. He focused only on what mattered. Get the wounds free, keep everyone alive. Each thorn he extracted dissolved into nothing the moment it left his flesh. As he worked, it dawned on him that the entire block B had been ringed by those blood-red barbs. He pushed his hand out toward the window on purpose, letting it sit where the thorns could glimpse it. Xiaoling cocked her head, puzzled. What are you doing now? For an instant nothing happened, and then a row of small, blood-colored spikes erupted across his hand. He yanked it back so fast his arm ached. Just as I thought, he muttered. If the thorns see you, give it 5, maybe 6 seconds and your body starts sprouting spikes. That's what killed the guards and the head nurse. Yeli's brow furrowed as memory reached for a name. This smells like the work of a hatred-type emotion entity, but the details, my head's fuzzy. She snapped her fingers as if at herself. Don't stare at me like that. I told you I've got amnesia. Zhang Ji glanced between them, voice small and urgent. Why isn't Chong Mo explaining? Xiaoling swallowed and offered a clinical observation from his file. It mentions possible dissociative symptoms. Maybe he's in an episode. Chong Mo finally steadied himself and spoke plainly. Listen, Block B is encircled by massive blood-red thorns. That's hatred-type power. Once those spikes lock eyes on you, they seed your body. Within seconds you start growing fatal barbs. That's how the guards and the head nurse were taken. I was hit too. Whatever you do, avoid their sight. Recognition flared across Xiaoling's face. Black Chain, she breathed, the name tumbling out. I remember now. We have internal files about emotion-based organizations. The Black Chain, 10 years ago they tried to destroy Donghai. They even drove a powerful sadness-type entity mad and turned the sea black. After they failed, they vanished. They're hatred types. Their power manifests as blood-red thorns. That's their signature. Yeli clutched her temple, frustration and the ache of missing memories in her eyes. Black Chain cult types. There's something crucial locked in my head. Memory loss sucks. Before she could pry the fragment loose, spikes burst from Chong Mo's skin again, denser this time, erupting even though he wasn't looking at the thorns. Confusion hardened his features. Why was he the only one targeted from the start? Yeli zoomed her focus toward a faint, distant glint outside the window. There an eye. Burn it. He answered without hesitation, roaring flame into the night. The fire raced across the courtyard and consumed whatever glowed red. A piercing, inhuman scream cut the air as the construct disintegrated. Chong Mo spun, shaken. What did I even hit just now? Yeli explained in a clipped breath. A condensed emotional construct, an eye. High in stealth, so you couldn't make it out at a glance. They were watching you through those lenses. That's what triggered the spikes. Before she finished, new barbs erupted across his chest and arms, denser than before. Another one there, she called, and Chong Mo sent flame again in the direction she pointed. Xiaoling's voice rose in panic. Chong Mo, what are you doing? Why are you setting the place on fire? Are you losing control? Zhang Ji lunged forward to protect him with an answer. No, he's not. He's being attacked. The spikes are multiplying on his body. Chong Mo kept casting bursts of fire, burning each hidden eye Yeli found. But the cloaked man's voice crept from the shadows like a winter chill. So you can spot my eyes. Cute. His tone was almost regretful. Too bad I have many more. They follow like shadows, but leave no trail. That is hatred's strength. Struggle, resist, run. The end is the same. Your fate is sealed. Surrender. A wave of dizziness struck Chong Mo like a hammer, and in the next instant he collapsed. His entire body was buried under writhing blood-red thorns, every limb immobilized. Zhang Ji's shriek tore through the ward, her eyes brimming with terror as she cried, "Who's doing this to us?" But then she saw it. Hundreds, maybe thousands, of crimson eyes blinking in the shadows, staring directly at her. Her face drained of all color, and she let out a scream so sharp it rattled the walls. Xiaoling grabbed her, trembling. "Ji, are you all right? Don't tell me you're breaking down too." But Zhang Ji only stammered, pointing at the air. "The red eyes, you can't see them?" Xiaoling shook her head. "I see nothing. You're hallucinating." Yeli's voice carried the weight of resignation. "No, she sees them. The eyes. But it doesn't matter. It's too late." Meanwhile, Chung Imo was caught between the piercing pain of the spikes and the surreal sensation that they ignored everything, clothes, floor, even gravity, anchored only to his flesh. If not for the agony and his paralysis, he might have thought it was a dream. Through clenched teeth, he asked Yeli, "This is it for me, isn't it? You've got nothing left." Her reply was calm, almost too calm. "Nothing. I spent everything on the ocean. I warned you." His brows furrowed. "You're not even worried. If I die, you vanish too." "Correct," she answered flatly. "You die, I die. But panic won't save us. No matter what happens, I'll stay with you." He drew in a shaky breath and turned toward the others. "Ji, Shaoling, Jinju, leave me. I was the target all along. The spikes aren't spreading anymore, which means they don't want me dead, just bound. They want me alive. If you don't interfere, you might escape." Zhang Ji's lip quivered. "From the start it was only you, but just abandoning you." Shaoling cut her off, her voice distant, eyes glassy. "Yeah, I should run." The next moment, she broke down completely, clutching her head. "I can't. I'm terrified. Please, someone save us." Her cries echoed, and the group faltered until Jinju stepped forward. Without a word, he bent down, slid his arms under Chung Imo, and hoisted him up. Zhang Ji's eyes widened. "What are you doing? Carrying him will doom us all." Jinju just smiled, almost carefree. "We won't know until we try. Maybe luck's on our side." In the shadows, the cloaked man sneered at their defiance. "Annoying pests." The high priest said not to kill patients or nurses, only sow chaos and trap Block B. "Once the director falls, I take the boy and leave." He paused, then his grin widened cruelly. "Or, I could kill these three. They chose the wrong side anyway." Before he could act, the hospital shook with a thunderous boom. Smoke burst through the halls. The cloaked man cursed, eyes narrowing. "What now?" My eye lost visual. From within the haze, silhouettes moved, the berserk patients stumbling from the rooms. Zhang Ji suddenly gasped, pointing. "The red eyes, they're gone. The berserk patients must have destroyed them." "Then we run," Chung Imo ordered, and they bolted through the corridors. While sprinting, he turned to Shaoling. "Do you still have one of those chains you used to restrain me?" "Yes," she said quickly. "Equipment room, second floor. Then that's our destination. If I absorb its rational energy, I'll break free." Yeli approved with rare enthusiasm. "Smart. That could tip the balance." Zhang Ji took point, scanning corridors with sharp, darting eyes. "Left corner, red eye. Turn right." Yeli let out a whistle. Her vision cuts through walls. No wonder her power is eye-based. But then Ji halted, pale. Red eyes ahead, and behind. "We're trapped." The crimson orbs closed in, squeezing their path. Fear rippled through them, until explosions ripped through both sides. Fire swallowed the eyes in a blast. Shaoling blinked at the sudden light. What just happened? The berserk patients again, Ji realized, her voice trembling. Their powers took the eyes out twice. That's insane luck. Jinju grinned as if it was obvious. "Told you. Stay positive. It always works for me." Both girls turned to him with dawning suspicion, while Chung Imo murmured, "Jinju, don't tell me your emotion power is luck." Somewhere beyond, the cloaked man's patience cracked. "Why can't I find them? Useless berserk scum." The group crouched in silence beneath the blind spot of another floating eye, hearts pounding. Just as it started to swivel toward them, a fireball streaked past, reducing it to ash. A berserk patient had saved them again, only to be knocked cold by a stray brick that came flying from nowhere. Luck or not, they reached the equipment room alive. Shaoling grabbed the handle, then froze. The key. I forgot the key. Before despair could set in, cracks spread across the frame. With a final crash, the door caved inward on its own. The group exchanged stunned looks. "That's way too lucky," Zhang Ji whispered. Inside, Chung Imo staggered to the chains and pressed his hands against them. Energy poured into him like a tidal surge, strength flooding back as the rational force fused with his core. Yeli's voice hummed with approval. "Excellent. The hatred energy ravaged your body, but now you're pulling an even more rational force. You've turned weakness into fuel." Shaoling stared, awestruck. "You can absorb power straight from the chains. What kind of emotional entity are you?" Chung Imo didn't answer at once. He only shook his head and said quietly, "I don't even know for sure myself." Then he fell into thought, fingers anxious, looking for any angle that might flip their odds. "Yelly," he asked, eyes fixed on her. "If I take out whoever set this ambush, do the thorns vanish?" She met his stare and answered without a pause. "Yes, destroy the hatred source and the barrier collapses." "And how far above us is he? What's the power gap?" Chung Mo probed. Yelly's voice went blunt and practical. "Wide. He isn't world-class, but you wouldn't win a straight fight. The emotional hierarchy usually breaks into tiers, 1 through 6, with 6 being world-class. Tier 1 is standard troublemakers. Tier 2 would be people like Lu Jia. Tier 3 is the level above that glass-spectacled ally who backed him. This attacker sits close to Tier 4. You're actually below Tier 2. The only reason you beat Lu Jia was your unusual resistance to anger. Still, there's a silver lining. Those blood-red thorns sealing Block B are literally charged with his power. He poured roughly 95% of his strength into that barrier. His human body is fragile by comparison. If you catch him unprepared, you could kill him. Chung Mo's gaze sharpened. He fixed Yelly with a half-skeptical, half-hopeful look. She sniffed playfully. "What? That face again? Don't tell me you doubt me now." He folded his arms and pushed the point further. "You sense the director fighting a world-class opponent, right? You said you could feel her condition because of your rank. If that's so, why didn't you pick up the patient's losing control or the hatred eyes watching us? Shouldn't those things be obvious to someone at your level? Can I really trust what you tell me?" Yelly closed her eyes for a long beat, then gave a rueful half-smile. "You're sharper than I gave you credit for. Here's the nuance. In this world, sight isn't just vision, it's depth. Usually the higher your rank, the more layers you perceive. But there's a caveat. Scale can blind you. Imagine a dinosaur and an insect. The dinosaur is far more powerful, yet it won't notice a bug at its foot. Tiny, local anomalies, breakdowns, hidden hatred constructs can fall beneath a high-tier entity's notice unless they're in direct focus. The director could sense the world-class clash because it's massive. She tuned her perception like a radar. I don't have that luxury anymore. I'm drained, half my memory is gone, and my sensory radius is crippled. So no, I didn't see everything." Chung Mo rubbed the back of his head and offered a sheepish smile. "For a second I thought you were setting me up." Yelly barked a short laugh that had no warmth to it. "Relax. I confirmed the hatred entity sealing Block B. I can tell its strength at a glance. I just can't sense everything in the tiny cracks." Nurse Shaoling watched Chung Mo with a puzzled frown. "He's zoning out again," she muttered. "Split personality, right?" Chung Mo's face went cold with decision. "We have to kill the hatred type who ambushed us. It's the only way out." Zhang Ji's eyes widened. "You want to go after it?" "Now." "Yes," he said. "It's the only escape hatch. I'll be the one to do it." "Ji, can your power locate him?" Zhang Ji inhaled, centering herself, and let her clairvoyance sweep the hospital's blind corners. "Show me his location," she murmured. Her eyes snapped open like a shutter. "There, monitoring room. He's there." At that same moment, the cloaked man paced the corridors, muttering in frustration. "Where are they? Why can't I catch a glimpse?" He turned toward the inner rooms, breath ragged. Before he could finish ranting, Chung Mo crashed through a wall as if the plaster were paper, charging straight into the corridor. The cloaked man froze when Chung Mo's shoulder slammed into him from behind. A single violent hit stabbed clean through flesh and bone, the attacker howling in surprise. "What the? When did he?" The man spat, staggering as blood poured. Chung Mo cursed under his breath. The blow had clipped muscle but not the heart, and it hadn't finished the job. For blood-red thorns sprouted instantly from the cloaked man's torso. In a dizzying blur his form splintered, each thorn shooting off like a crimson dart. The figure reassembled a moment later down a different corridor, alive but snarling. "I don't know how that brat found me," he growled, grinding his teeth. "But I don't have to face him head-on. I have ways to make him suffer." Even as he spoke, the hatred barbs began erupting from Chung Mo's skin again, but Chung Mo did not slow. He kept running, never pausing for the barbs that crawled like living wire over his arms and torso. The cloaked man laughed, cruel and sure. "Run all you want. It won't matter. I see you through 1,000 eyes." His voice oozed triumph. Behind Chung Mo, hatred eyes bobbed like decoys, relentless. The spikes multiplied into a tightening cage across Chung Mo's body. He slammed into another wall and shattered it, smashing into the little room where the cloaked man had been hiding. The attacker's face curled with false calm. "So you charge into my den? Brave," he sneered, flexing a hand that coalesced into a whip of blood-red thorns. For a breath, Chong-emo thought maybe this was the end. The thorns that had already erupted from his own flesh exploded outward, wrenching him into the air with brutal force in the exact way the head nurse had been killed. A spike even pushed from his mouth and sealed him silent for an instant. The cloaked man's grin widened with satisfaction at the display of agony. "You've taken the hits and still come," he rasped. "Very resilient. But now, enjoy hatred. Every lash stacks pain and multiplies it. You could have surrendered. You chose to fight. Now you won't die quickly. You'll wish for death 100 times over." After what felt like hours of torment compressed into minutes, the cloaked man finally yanked back his whip, sneering with satisfaction. "TCH, that should teach you. After all those lashes, you'd better have learned your place." Yeli, who had been watching in silence, tilted her head, unfazed. Her voice was cool, analytical. "Brutal, yes, but he's not even using a tenth of his real strength. Still, wrapping yourself in those chains was clever. They're feeding you rational energy while you're injured, helping you resist bit by bit. And with every strike, your body's already starting to build resistance against this tier of hatred. The timing's perfect. It's time to hit back." The thorns binding Chong-emo splintered with a sharp crack. Rational flames roared out from him in a violent surge, burning away every last barb. In the same breath, he lunged forward, his fingers glowing with condensed force, aimed like blades at the cloaked man's chest. The hatred wielder snarled, his whip of thorns snapping through the air. Each strike lashed forward with killing intent, but Chong-emo met them with wave after wave of pure rational fire. Every clash shook the air, the blue glow cutting through crimson. The cloaked man found himself forced back, each exchange tipping further out of his control. "What the hell?" he muttered, panic creeping into his voice. "This brat's energy, it's not fading. Worse, his defenses are strengthening. Damn it. If this keeps up, I'll be the one cornered." In desperation, his body split once more into 4 darting thorns, each streaking off in a different direction. "Let's see you stop this. 4 ways at once. Die slowly while I watch." But his smirk faltered in the next instant. A burst of blue flame engulfed the first thorn. A glob of black ink devoured the second. The third exploded under a roaring fireball, and the fourth shattered against a sudden energy barrier. The berserk patience, restored to clarity through Chong-mo's guidance, had acted in unison, each unleashing their own power to block his escape. The cloaked man's eyes went wide, disbelief written across his face. Impossible. That timing, they weren't out of control. No beasts over them, no frenzy. How? He never finished. Chong-mo's fingers sliced the air, and in the same instant, the man's head separated from his body. His corpse toppled, lifeless. For a heartbeat, silence. Then the patience erupted, some cheering in triumph, others trembling in shock, whispering that they had just killed a man. A few spoke with cold finality. "Serves him right." Through the intercom, Zhang Ji's excited voice rang out. "No way. You really took him down. Chong-emo, how did you even think of that, getting the patients to help?" Chong-emo exhaled, his tone steady. "Shinju noticed the intercom in the supply room. That gave me the idea. But the real credit goes to you, Ji. Without your sight guiding us, we'd never have made it this far." Zhang Ji chuckled nervously. "Heh, you flatter me." Meanwhile, Yeli's gaze lingered on the severed head. Her smile was edged with scorn. "You were lucky. He died before ever using his true power. If he had, even with all of you together, this room would be painted with corpses." Before the relief could settle, Zhang Ji's voice returned, anxious now. "So what do we do next?" Chong-emo looked toward the thinning barrier. "The thorns are fading. We regroup and get out. But the dean's still fighting outside, and there may be more waiting. The comms are jammed in this wing. We need to get beyond the field to call Dr. Liu. The enemy struck while he was away for a reason. Only when he returns can we break this deadlock." But before they could move, a furious roar tore through the air. "Bastards! Bastards!" Chong-emo spun, and his blood ran cold. The cloaked man's severed head floated midair, hatred pouring from it. "You vermin! How dare you? Even in death, I'll drag you down. From the stump of his neck, countless thorny tendrils exploded outward, lashing toward them like blood-soaked tentacles. The group had no choice but to run. As they bolted, Chong Imo shot Yeli a look. Didn't we kill him? How is he still? Yeli's tone was grim. You did. This is different. An ability of hatred types. He's condensed all his power into this one final form. You can't beat him now. Just survive. Chong Imo burst into the hall where Zhang Ji, Xiaoling, and Shinju were waiting. Their eyes widened in horror at the sight behind him, but they quickly fell into step, sprinting at his side. Zhang Ji shouted over the chaos. Didn't we finish him already? No time to explain, just run. Chong Imo barked. But panic was already fracturing the group. One of the berserk patients finally snapped, rage spilling out. Enough running. I'll kill him myself. Flames erupted around him as he charged, only to be shredded instantly, his body torn apart by the storm of thorns. Another patient crumpled in despair, his sadness leaking black liquid across the floor before the thorns crushed him flat. Move, Chong Imo shouted, forcing the others forward. We can't stop here. Behind him, Nurse Xiaoling stumbled, her human body reaching its limit. Yeli's warning whispered sharply in his ear. She can't keep up, but we need her phone. Without it, our chances of survival drop to almost nothing. The moment misfortune struck, Nurse Xiaoling's foot caught on a loose stone and she went down hard. Behind them, the thorn forest had already begun to close in like a living trap. Zhang Ji's voice snapped. Xiaoling. Yeli's face went cold. If she dies here, we lose the phone. Hurry. At that, Chong Imo surged forward without hesitation toward the fallen nurse. Xiaoling lay curled on the ground, terror written across her face. I don't want to die. I don't want to die, she cried, voice breaking. Save me. Chong Imo, please, save me. Shinju's voice rang from the side, panicked and urgent. Brother, you can't save her. Don't throw your life away. Xiaoling heard every frantic word as Chong Imo barreled toward her. Memories crashed into her, the long list of times she'd faltered, the moments of weakness she'd tried to bury. She shut her eyes tight, trembling, until an image of steadiness rose up. Scenes of Chong Imo and the others fighting, enduring, in one specific instant when someone had risked everything to save her. In that flash, that saving figure merged with Chong Mo's rushing silhouette. Something in her hardened. Through fear she found resolve, and she forced the words out, voice rough. Chong Imo, take the phone. Go. Don't worry about me. Call Dr. Liu back. Avenge us. Chong Imo didn't snatch the device. Instead, he grabbed Xiaoling's wrist with a hard, practiced yank and hauled her behind him. He unleashed his rational power like a slammed door, pushing the blood-red thorns backward and holding them at bay. Go, he roared. I'll hold them with the power of the chains. Get out and call Dr. Liu. Zhang Ji and the others didn't hesitate. They bolted for the hospital exit, sprinting past shattered corridors. The writhing thorns beat against Chong Mo's blockade and could not push through. They were locked in place as long as he stood. Yeli appeared silently at his shoulder and said, voice flat as ice, playing the hero now? You'll get us both killed. Chong Imo panted, breath ragged. Sorry, I lost my head for a moment. Yeli let out a short, knowing chuckle. Good. You're the rational type. If you never crack, how could you ever truly command reason? Try this. Absorb every ounce of power in your chains in a single breath. Chong Imo frowned, uncertain. If I lose control, you'll never know until you try, Yeli interrupted, smiling in a way that wasn't kind. With his jaw set, Chong Imo did as she urged. He drew in the sealed, rational energy from the chains, feeling it flood into him. As he closed his eyes, the rational monster rose up from the depths of his heart realm. Strength poured into him until he felt fit to face the hatred entity directly. On a nearby ridge, two figures watched the scene below. The woman in black let out a sharp exhale. The thorn barrier is gone. That's his emotion beast, the woman in white replied, unruffled. How could he possibly wield that power? What happened? The woman in black demanded, anxiety spiking. Act now, Master Xiao. The fight isn't done. If you intervene later, everything we've arranged will be undone. The woman in white shook her head, lighting a cigarette with a lazy motion. Our agreement is clear. I interfere only with the world-class entity behind Chong Imo. Everything else is none of my concern. Her voice carried a cool finality. Besides, we're holding the exit zone. Let them try to flee. We'll pick them off one by one. They won't get out. Down below, Chong Mo's companions had already slipped from the hospital. Zhang Ji muttered, "It's so dark. Are we even going to make it? Maybe the main road would have been safer." "No," Shinju said. "The front gate's a trap. What if the enemy waits there? The mountains are closer and quieter. With Chong Mo smashing a path, we can carve a hole out the back and slip away." Zhang Ji glanced at Shaoling. "Any signal yet?" Shaoling stared at her phone until, for a flicker, the signal bars awakened. Hope flared. Then the call connected only to a cold, automated voice. "Sorry, the number you dialed is powered off." Tears spilled down Shaoling's cheeks. How could this be?" she whispered. Shinju shrugged, grinning in that infuriatingly calm way of his. "Keep calling. Things always work out in the end." His optimism was contagious. Shaoling's despair softened into a fragile resolve. Back in the corridor, the battle had escalated. The cloaked man roared and braided the thorns into a massive spear. In a heartbeat, it shot forward like a living lance. Chong Mo's eyes hardened. He blasted the spear with a burst of blue flame and turned it to ash. The cloaked man surged again, and a wave of thorns pierced straight through the body of Chong Mo's rational monster. Driven by hatred, the barbs struck relentlessly, lashing without pause. Chong Mo stood on the palm of his summoned form and fought to block the unending onslaught, every blow testing his endurance. Then, with a metallic snap, the chains around him broke. Yeli's voice cut out sharp with warning. "No, even after you absorbed the chain's power and built resistance, you're still a full tier below him. You can't beat him head-on. How then do we win?" Chong Mo demanded, voice raw. Yeli's tone lowered into something like a whisper of last resort. "There's one final chance. Use your rational power on his mind, the way you calmed the patients. He's been dead a long time. Hatred merely puppets his body. If you can pull his spirit back to reason, his entire construct could collapse. It's all or nothing. Bring him back to himself." With that single, desperate plan hanging between them, Chong Mo gathered a breath of steel and, with a burst of determination, lunged straight at the cloaked man. Using every ounce of power left in his body, Chong Mo launched himself upward, straight toward the cloaked man shrouded in writhing thorns. He raised his arm to shield his eyes as a storm of crimson vines lashed at him. The cloaked man's laughter echoed through the chaos, mad, disbelieving. "You're dead, brat." But Chong Mo didn't stop. Even as the thorns tore into him, wrapping around his limbs and chest, he pushed forward with grim resolve. The cloaked man sneered, certain of victory, his grin stretching wider when Chong Mo's figure vanished beneath a nest of writhing red vines. Yet, out of nowhere, a hand burst from the tangle, blue flames flickering around it, and pressed firmly against his face. The cloaked man froze in disbelief. Before he could react, Chong Mo's calm voice broke through the roar of hatred, and a radiant blue light erupted from his palm. Rational energy surged, washing through the air like an invisible tide. The man's aura shifted instantly, from seething fury to startled stillness. The thorns that once pulsed with life hesitated, trembling midair. As the brilliance faded, the cloaked man's face was no longer twisted with rage. His eyes were wide, reflecting pure astonishment. "What is this?" he whispered. "It's been so long since I felt like myself." Tears welled in his eyes as he trembled, laughing weakly through his disbelief. To be free from hatred, to actually feel human again. Heaven didn't abandon us after all. He turned his gaze toward Chong Mo, his expression now soft, almost serene. "I'm sorry, kid," he said, voice trembling with sincerity. "For what I did to you, for everything." Chong Mo could only stare back, unable to comprehend the drastic transformation unfolding before him. As the man's hatred dissolved, the vines around both of them lost their color, fading into pale smoke. Chong Mo fell free of the crimson prison and landed heavily on the ground, gasping for air, his chest heaving as he tried to steady his breath. He looked toward Yeli. "He's dead." Yeli nodded slowly. "Yes, his hatred's gone. That means his existence as an emotion entity has ended." Chong Mo frowned. Then why did his final words sound so peaceful? Before he could think further, Yeli's tone shifted sharply. "Wait, look over there." Floating above the battlefield was a crimson object, glowing faintly like a heart made of glass, but its surface rippled with dozens of tiny mouths and thorn-like patterns. "What is that thing?" Chongimo asked, narrowing his eyes. "That," Yeli replied, her voice steady but reverent, "is the emotion core, the concentrated essence of his hatred. When Lu Jia killed your supervisor, it was to devour one of these. He and that man with the glasses had their own, too. We just never had time to recover them." Chong Imo stared at the floating core, its glow pulsing like a heartbeat. Yeli continued, "That core contains every drop of his emotional energy. If you were a hatred type, your rational entity could consume it and grow exponentially stronger, maybe even ascend another tier. You'd be able to borrow far more power from your monster." Blue flames flickered from Chong Mo's body as he lifted his hand. "Strange," he muttered. "My power, it's not fading." Yeli's smile vanished. Her pupils contracted as realization struck. "Wait, no, that's not right." Her voice rose in panic. "Damn it, Chong Mo, you're going to lose control." He looked at her, startled. "Lose control? What should I do?" "First," Yeli snapped, "stop being so calm." She pointed at him fiercely. "You're rational, but right now that's exactly what's killing you. Whether it's fear, anger, sadness, anything, feel it. Recall the emotions that once shook you to your core. Do something before your own rationality consumes you from the inside." Crystalline shards began forming across Chong Mo's face, glinting under the flickering blue light, as the power inside him spiraled toward collapse. Chong Mo stood frozen, his voice low and distant as he muttered, "Fear, anger, joy, sadness. What is that?" Yeli's eyes widened, horror flashing through her gaze. She stared at him as if she couldn't believe what she'd just heard. Her thoughts raced. He's already losing all emotional recognition, completely uncontrollable. Anxiety crept up her spine, her mind clawing through the fog of half-remembered knowledge. "If only I could recall the structured growth plan, there might still be a chance. But that part of my memory, it's gone." Frustration gave way to resignation. Yeli sighed softly, her expression distant. Never mind. It was a desperate gamble from the start. Having someone to talk to for a while wasn't so bad, I guess. She looked at Chong Mo, his body trembling under the unstable surge of rational energy, and murmured, "Chong Mo, it seems we've reached the end of the line." But before despair could fully take hold, something shifted. The air around them shimmered as thin threads of blue light began to weave through the space like glowing mist. Yeli's eyes snapped open, her expression transforming from hopelessness to astonishment. "This energy," she whispered. Her gaze darted toward the emotion core, still hovering above them, now glowing fiercely as it released waves of pure azure light. The thin energy strands multiplied, filling the air until they surrounded both of them in an ethereal storm. Suddenly, Yeli gasped as a familiar sensation coursed through her body, a resonance deep within her soul. Her heart pounded. How is this possible? Is it just my imagination? But the sensation grew stronger, undeniable. Her pupils dilated as she muttered in disbelief. This is my power. A faint trace of it, but real nonetheless." Then, louder, she cried out, "Chong Mo, pull yourself together. We're saved. Do you see that blue light? That's my energy. Touch it, make contact. If you connect with it, I might recover my lost memories, and maybe remember how to save you." Chong Mo said nothing. His face was pale and emotionless, but he lifted his hand slowly, moving toward the pulsing crimson core streaked now with faint blue veins. Yeli watched him, her mind spinning. Why does this hatred emotion core carry my power? Did my past have something to do with the black chain? Her heart clenched. No matter what, I'll find out soon. My past, who exactly was I? As Chong Mo's hand brushed the surface of the emotion core, a blinding light erupted. The blue and red energies intertwined, expanding outward until everything around them was swallowed in brilliance. The world dissolved. Chong Mo and Yeli gasped as their consciousnesses were pulled somewhere else, weightless, suspended between worlds. When the light dimmed, they found themselves hovering in a grand hall filled with countless robed figures. The air was thick with chanting, deep, rhythmic voices echoing in unison. "Long live the cult leader! Long live the cult leader!" At the center stood a woman draped in black, poised upon a stone podium. She raised her hand, and the chant stopped instantly. Her voice rang with authority and fervor. "I founded the Black Chain to save everyone trapped by emotional chaos," she declared. "But this world is still sick with disorder. To restore true rationality, we must take the next step." Her eyes glowed with determination as she thundered, "We will destroy Donghai City." Yeli and Chong Mo floated above the scene, their forms translucent like spirits witnessing a memory. Chong Mo's face darkened, disbelief twisting his features. What does this mean? He thought. Yeli, she was the founder of the Black Chain? His thoughts echoed louder, his pulse quickening. Sister Shaoling said the cult tried to destroy Donghai over 10 years ago. They unleashed a depression-type entity that drowned the city in darkness. And Yeli, she was the one who caused it? He turned to her, eyes wide with shock. So all this time, she's the one responsible for the tragedy of Donghai. Before he could think further, cracks began to spread across the air like shattered glass. The vision trembled and broke apart, scattering into shards of light. Chong Mo and Yeli were hurled back into reality, gasping as the brightness faded. Chong Mo stumbled, his hand still hovering near the now dim emotion core. His mind reeled. Yeli, who are you really? He thought, staring at her pale, unreadable face. And what exactly are you planning to do? The shards of crystal still clung stubbornly to Chong Mo's body, their sharp edges glinting faintly under the dull red glow of the ruined ward. He drew in a ragged breath, looking around in disbelief. "I'm back in the real world," he murmured hoarsely. But before he could say another word, a searing jolt of pain ripped through him. His entire body convulsed. The rational energy that once shielded him now felt like molten glass beneath his skin. He collapsed to the floor with a heavy thud, his vision blurring from the agony. Yeli stepped closer, her expression unusually calm for the chaos around them. "Don't worry," she said softly. "I remember now, some of it, at least. And I know how to save you." She knelt beside him, raising the still glowing emotion core in her hand. Its grotesque surface pulsed with crimson light, threaded through with veins of blue. "Here, eat this," she said, her tone suddenly firm. "You don't need much, just a bite. That will be enough to stabilize you." Chong Mo looked up at her, suspicion flickering in his eyes. The memory of what he had just witnessed, the image of Yeli as the Black Chain's founder, vowing to destroy Donghai, echoed through his mind. Her faint, almost mischievous smile didn't help. She didn't deny his doubt. She simply met his gaze with an expression that was half kindness, half something else. For a moment, neither of them spoke. The air between them was still, thick with tension. Chong Mo lay sprawled on the ground, breath shallow, while Yeli stood above him, the emotion core glowing like a forbidden relic in her palm. Finally, he exhaled and gave a weary, almost amused smile. "Fine," he said quietly. "It's a pity I can't move anymore. Guess I'll have to trouble you feed me." Without hesitation, Yeli leaned forward and pressed the core toward his lips. The moment the substance touched his tongue, it melted, flowing into his body like molten fire. Chong Mo's eyes widened in horror. His body began to levitate uncontrollably, rising off the ground as red lines tore across his skin like veins igniting from within. A raw scream escaped his throat. Blood streamed from his eyes, nose, and mouth as the crimson markings thickened and burst outward. Thorn spikes erupted violently from his limbs, his chest, his back, every inch of him burning with unbearable pain. It was the same torture he had endured under the cloaked man's vines, only magnified 100-fold. He turned his head toward Yeli, straining to speak through gritted teeth. What's happening to me?" Yeli stood motionless, her expression unreadable, until a slow, chilling smile crept across her face. Her eyes shimmered with a dark gleam. She said nothing. The next instant, the thorns convulsed violently. Red spikes exploded outward from Chong Mo's body in a storm of shards, and his scream filled the air before he dropped to the floor like a falling meteor. The shattered crystals and blood-soaked thorns detached from him, scattering across the ground. For a long moment, the only sound was his ragged breathing. Sweat streamed down his face as he lay trembling, whispering through clenched teeth, "That really hurt." He blinked through the haze, watching as Yeli approached, her footsteps slow, deliberate, echoing across the blood-stained tiles. She crouched beside him and slid her hand under his head, lifting it gently onto her lap. Her tone softened. Thank you for choosing to trust me. Chong Imo let out a faint, humorless chuckle. Don't get sentimental, he said weakly. I didn't have much of a choice. Yeli smiled, brushing a strand of hair from his forehead. Rationality type emotion body, she whispered, almost tenderly. Rest now. You've run long enough. But Chong Mo's eyes remained sharp, his voice low and steady. After everything I just saw, he said, I still can't believe it. You're the founder of the Black Chain cult. You were supposed to be missing for years. Tell me, Yeli, can you still command them? Yeli's voice came out slow and steady, carrying the weight of grim remembrance. Probably not, she murmured. I remembered some things. After the mission to destroy Donghai City failed, the Black Chain cult began to fracture. Splits were already forming within its core, and chaos followed. The world-class hatred emotion body who came here today, Zhao Yin, isn't just anyone. Back then, he led the strongest opposing faction against me. If you ever fall into his hands, Chong Imo, your ending won't be a pleasant one. Chong Mo's breathing was still uneven, his body trembling from the earlier pain. He managed to lift his head slightly and asked hoarsely, Then why aren't we running already? Yeli's gaze darkened. Her voice turned soft, almost tender, but her tone was cold enough to send a chill down his spine. Because there's no point, she said quietly. He's already here, and we can't escape now. A low, heavy voice echoed from the entrance. Found you, brat. Zhao Yin stepped forward from the shadows, his form imposing despite his battered frame. He looked down at Chong Imo, who was sprawled helplessly on the ground, and sneered. It's over now. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the shattered ruins of the hospital, the structure itself groaned under the strain of massive red thorns piercing through walls and ceilings. Inside the wreckage, the director of the hospital, Dini Miao, was trapped within those same spikes. Her body trembled with exhaustion, blood streaked her arms, her breath shallow and uneven. Still, she clenched her jaw and forced out a defiant growl. You bastard, come back here. I'm not done with you yet. Standing a few meters away, a woman wearing a black mask folded her arms and frowned. Leader Zhao's being reckless, she muttered. The director isn't even dead yet, and he's already gone after Chong Imo. The director was supposed to be the primary target. If she survives this, we're all in trouble. The woman in white beside her, still lazily smoking a cigarette, exhaled a thin cloud and replied flatly, You underestimate the power of a hatred-type emotion body. That woman fought Zhao for too long. The battle overloaded her with hatred energy. Right now, she's only alive because her emotional power is in an excited state. Once she relaxes, even for a second, that same power will turn inward and consume her. She'll die on her own. Not even Zhao needs to lift a finger. The masked woman hesitated, then asked in a low voice, Still, Leader Zhao seems unusually eager. Why is he so obsessed with Chong Imo? The woman in white took one last drag from her cigarette, flicked the ash aside, and turned her back. Who knows? Maybe he sees something in the boy, something even we don't. But this isn't our concern anymore. Her voice hardened. Forget it. Time to clock out. As they walked away, the camera of the scene panned down to the ground behind them. Zhang Ji, Shinju, and Nurse Shaoling all lay unconscious in the dirt, their bodies motionless but alive. The scene then shifted abruptly to the gleaming high-rise of the Donghai City Emotional Entity Management Bureau. Inside a pristine conference room, Dr. Liu sat among several officials. Papers, files, and glowing data screens cluttered the table. She tapped her pen idly, her expression weary and detached. How long is this meeting going to drag on? She thought to herself, barely suppressing a sigh. Completely unaware of the bloodshed unfolding miles away. Inside the sleek, glass-walled conference room of the Donghai City Emotional Entity Management Bureau, the clock ticked past midnight, but the meeting showed no signs of ending. The atmosphere was heavy, filled with droning voices and the endless shuffle of papers. Dr. Liu sat slouched in her chair, half listening, her pen spinning idly between her fingers. Her eyelids fluttered as she thought irritably, What time is it already? This meeting is unbearable. These people could talk emotion theory until the sun dies. She sighed inwardly. No, I need a break. Actually, forget it. I'm taking one right now. The man at the front, noticed her distraction and frowned. "Dr. Liu," he said sternly, "this is a top-secret meeting. Please refrain from using your phone." Her expression twitched. "Oh, great," she thought, biting back a groan. "You think just because there are witnesses I won't tear you apart?" But the man wasn't done. "Everyone," he continued pompously, "remember, we are all emotional bodies. Surely you can endure this minor inconvenience without losing focus." Dr. Liu's patience snapped. She slammed her hand on the table, the sharp crack echoing through the room. The others froze. "That's it," she said flatly, pushing her chair back. As she walked toward the door, the man's voice rose. "Dr. Liu, where do you think you're going?" She paused in the doorway and turned her head slightly, her tone dry and cutting. "What? I can't even go to the bathroom now? Or do you plan to follow me there too?" The room went silent. The man's jaw tightened, and a vein pulsed in his temple as she strutted out without another word. Once inside the restroom, Dr. Liu let out a deep sigh and pulled out her phone. "Finally," she muttered, leaning against the tiled wall. "If this meeting had gone on another 10 minutes, I would have lost my sanity, literally." She chuckled to herself and brushed a strand of hair from her face. Just then, her phone began to buzz. The caller ID flashed, Shaoling. She frowned. "Why is she calling me at this hour?" Answering the call, she said casually, "Hello? Shaoling, what's wrong?" But as soon as the voice on the other end spoke, Dr. Liu's relaxed expression vanished. Her eyes widened in disbelief. What did you say?" She stood upright, gripping the phone tighter. "The Donghai Second Psychiatric Hospital was attacked? All the guards are dead, and the director is trapped?" She pushed open the restroom window, cold air rushing in. Her eyes narrowed as she looked toward the city skyline. "The second hospital, it's in that direction." Her pupils shifted, her focus sharpening unnaturally. Through sheer concentration, her perception expanded. The city's emotional spectrum unfolded before her eyes. Faint glows of energy, shifting hues representing fear, grief, rage, and despair. The night sky above Donghai looked sickly and distorted, a canvas of swirling emotions. She pushed her senses further, scanning deeper across the districts until her sight reached the second hospital. There, a massive emotion beast, the director's guardian, still stood, cloaked in defensive energy. "Good," she thought, exhaling slightly. If her emotional monster is still intact, the situation might not be too. Then she froze. The image before her twisted into horror. The director's emotion beast was impaled, its entire body pierced by hundreds of blood-red spikes. Her voice trembled. "No, that's the power of a hatred-type emotion body." Her eyes widened further, her expression turning to fury. "The director won't survive much longer. Damn it." Her irises flared crimson, burning with rage and hatred. "So this was their plan all along," she hissed. The next instant, boom, a thunderous explosion tore through the bureau building. The lights in the conference hall flickered and shattered as shockwaves rippled through the floors. Inside the room, panic erupted. "What was that?" one participant shouted, stumbling to the floor. Another pointed toward the corridor. It came from the women's restroom. The chairman's face drained of color. "Dr. Liu, where is Dr. Liu?" He rushed down the hall, heart pounding, and froze at the sight before him. The entire outer wall of the restroom had been obliterated, shards of glass and twisted metal scattered everywhere. Wind howled through the gaping hole. From the edge of the ruined wall, someone gasped. "The women's restroom, it just exploded." The chairman stepped forward, eyes wide in disbelief as he saw a crimson blur streaking through the night sky outside. "Dr. Liu," he whispered in horror, watching her figure soar away, surrounded by burning rational energy. "This is bad, really bad." Dr. Liu's blood-red wings tore across the night sky like twin streaks of lightning. The wind howled against her face as she accelerated, her aura blazing crimson against the clouds. Every bead of her wings cracked the air, sending ripples of pressure through the skyline. She could feel the pull of the second Donghai Psychiatric Hospital ahead, and nothing else mattered. Far below, the glittering skyline of Donghai City stretched endlessly. But high above it all, in the towering headquarters of Sky Art Group, a man stood by the panoramic window, watching the streak of red that split the heavens. Dressed in a tailored suit, a cigar in one hand and a half-finished cola in the other, he raised an eyebrow. "Who the hell is that?" he murmured, his tone half amused. flying openly in the city like that, and heading straight for the second hospital? He took a drag, exhaled smoke, and squinted toward the horizon. Is this some declaration of war? Then, seeing the massive, thorn-pierced emotion beast still hovering above the hospital, realization dawned. Wait, that's the director's monster. And those spikes, his eyes narrowed. The Black Chain Cult. So they really went after the second hospital. Across town, in the sleek glass offices of the Wilderness International Consortium, an old man leaned back in his chair, watching the same red blur tear through the clouds on the building's holographic screen. Another emotional body I've never seen before, he muttered, his voice deep and raspy. Donghai City never runs out of lunatics. As Dr. Liu flew above the city, the people below remained blissfully unaware that an emotional entity was soaring over their heads. Still, her power bled through the atmosphere, an invisible, oppressive wave that gnawed at human minds. One man walking hand in hand with his wife suddenly dropped to his knees, clutching his head as blood trickled from his nose. Another collapsed beside a storefront, gritting his teeth in agony. Panic began to ripple through the streets. Near the river bridge, a young woman looked up as the red streak flashed past the clouds. Her eyes widened. The air around her trembled faintly. What is that?" she whispered, her reflection in the water trembling with the shockwave. The scene then shifted to the outskirts of the second psychiatric hospital, where Chong Mo's companions had regained consciousness. Their faces were pale, their clothes torn, but hope still lingered in their voices. "I don't know if Dr. Liu can make it in time," Nurse Xiaoling said nervously, glancing at the ruined skyline. "She'll come," another replied, trying to sound confident. Zhang nodded faintly. "I hope so." The nurse turned to her quickly. "Zhang, your emotion ability. Try to see what's happening with Chong Mo." Zhang took a deep breath, closing her eyes. "All right, I'll try." Concentration shimmered around her like a faint aura. Her mind's eye expanded, across the rubble, through the thorn-covered corridors, until she saw the vision clearly. Zhao Yan, gripping Chong Mo by the neck, his arm coiled like a serpent. Zhang gasped. "Oh no, he's got Chong Mo." But before she could finish, her vision fractured. The image dissolved into static, and searing pain shot through her skull. "Ah!" she screamed, clutching her eyes as blood spilled through her fingers. "It hurts, my eyes, it hurts so much." The others rushed toward her in horror. "Zhang, what happened?" But before anyone could reach her, the sky itself seemed to shudder. A single droplet fell, dark red, and splashed onto the ground. Then another. Within seconds, it was raining blood. Everyone froze, staring upward as the crimson downpour intensified. Even Zhao Yan halted mid-strike, his head lifting slowly as the storm of blood thickened into a torrent. "What the?" The entire area was soon engulfed in a crimson cloudburst, thick enough to stain the earth. The stench of iron filled the air. Droplets hissed against the ground like acid. Zhao Yan's eyes darted around as realization hit him. "No, this energy, I know it." Before he could react further, a blur of red light cleaved through the haze. In the next instant, a blood-forged scythe sliced clean through Zhao Yan's arm. His severed hand, still gripping Chong Mo's neck, flew upward, spinning through the bloody rain before vanishing into the storm. Dr. Liu descended like a meteor, her blood wings spread wide, her aura pulsing with pure fury. Her eyes burned crimson as her boots hit the ground. The air around her vibrated with killing intent. "Hatred emotion body," she said coldly, her voice echoing through the storm. "You picked the wrong place." Dr. Liu shot in from above, her crimson wings slicing the storm like razors, the blood-forged scythe already whirling in her grasp. She landed with the force of a meteor, the ground cracking beneath her boots, and in the same motion, her blade swept sideways. Zhao Yan's scream split the air. His forearm was severed cleanly, the wound sizzling as droplets of his corrupted hatred sprayed outward. Chong Mo, still half-bound by fading thorns, stared wide-eyed. One swing, she cut through him like nothing. He thought in disbelief. Clutching the stump of his arm, Zhao Yan staggered back. "That's the doctor? Impossible. Her powers that overwhelming?" The thought pulsed in his mind as terror gnawed at him. "If I stay, I die. I need to retreat now." He thrust his remaining hand outward. From the air itself, Red thorned tentacles burst forth, writhing like serpents. Each one lashed toward Dr. Lu, their edges glinting with venomous energy. But Dr. Lu didn't flinch. Her eyes, glowing a deep, murderous red, tracked every movement. She shifted stance, fluid yet deliberate, and her wings folded inward like a shield. Then she raised one hand. The air trembled. Blood spears erupted around her, each one humming with destructive power. "Let's see how deep your hatred runs," she muttered. With a flick of her wrist, the spears shot forward, carving through the thorn tentacles like hot blades through paper. Red shards scattered through the air, each strike followed by another, precise, surgical, relentless. But Zhao Yin refused to back down. His expression twisted with fury as he funneled all his energy into a single point. His thorns curved inward, merging together into a massive, spiraling lance aimed directly at the blood barrier that pulsed faintly around Dr. Lu. When it struck, the impact cracked the air like thunder. Sparks of red and crimson energy rippled outward, and the ground itself began to quake. Zhao Yan's eyes widened. This space is a barrier, he realized. Dr. Lu immediately sensed the breach. Her gaze flicked toward the tremor in the barrier, and in that brief instant of distraction, Zhao Yan poured everything he had into the strike. The barrier groaned under pressure, fissures of crimson light running through it. But before the collapse could spread, Dr. Lu slammed her heel into the ground and leapt into the air. She surged upward. She spun her scythe in a deadly arc, slicing apart the approaching thorns one after another. Her movements so fluid it was as if the weapon were an extension of her will. Below, Zhao Yan gritted his teeth and doubled his assault. One arm hammered at the weakening barrier while the other unleashed a storm of crimson tendrils skyward, desperate to pin her down. The battlefield became a whirlwind of red and black. Thorn met blood. Sparks met flame. Every impact lit the sky like fireworks over a hellscape. Still, Dr. Lu pushed forward. She descended in a blur, her blade singing through the air, the shockwave of her strikes forcing Zhao Yan to shield his face. And then, crack! A fracture tore through the blood barrier. The sky above split open, revealing the stars beyond. Zhao Yan's pupils dilated. Finally, success. Without a moment's hesitation, he hurled himself toward the opening, his body dissolving into streams of red light as he tried to escape. But Dr. Lu was faster. "You're not going anywhere," she hissed. Channeling her power, she extended both arms, and the blood barrier began to heal itself, threads of crimson energy stitching the sky back together. Zhao Yan froze mid-flight, his expression morphing from triumph to panic. The barrier, it's repairing itself. He realized, if it closes completely, I'll be trapped. Desperation twisted his features. He turned back toward her and shouted, voice dripping with venom. "Aren't you going to check on your director, Doctor?" Dr. Lu's grip on her scythe tightened, her aura flaring in concern. The blood mist swirled violently around her as her cold eyes locked on Zhao Yan. Dr. Lu's face softened the instant she heard the news. Something in her bones told her the director needed help. She clenched her teeth, made the choice. Zhao Yan would get away, and turned, sprinting toward the hospital. Zhao Yan slipped past the fading edge of Dr. Lu's barrier and vanished into the corridors. The barrier collapsed behind him. Dr. Lu landed, reached Chang Mo in one fluid motion, scooped him into her arms, and launched herself upward. Blood wings unfurled from her back like blades of night. She carved through the air toward the hospital with single-minded speed. As she closed the distance, a brutal sight came into focus. The director impaled, suspended by a forest of red, thorny vines. Hatred made flesh. Each spike sunk deep into her. Dr. Lu shouted, "Director, hold on. I'm coming." Without hesitation, she swept her scythe-like power through the tangle, severing the thorns with practiced precision. The director's weight fell free. Dr. Lu caught her mid-fall, cradled the woman and Chang Mo, and carried them both to a safer wing of the building before landing hard but controlled. On the ground, Dr. Lu worked quickly. She checked the director's pulse and breathing, fingers moving with surgical certainty even as her voice trembled when she reached for her phone. "Damn it! Where is the Emotional Entity Bureau?" She barked into the line. Urgency and accusation threaded through every syllable. The director's voice was thin when she answered, but the words steadied her. Lu, don't waste yourself. I'm too old for this. The admission came with a tired laugh and then softer still. But strangely, I feel calmer. Only when death comes does one escape the yoke of emotion. Hearing that, Dr. Lu's shoulders slumped and tears broke free. She let out a ragged, broken, "No. How could this be?" Grief ignited something darker. Her mourning snapped into a hungry, animal rage that filled the air like an approaching storm. "I'll kill him," she vowed, voice raw. "And every last one behind him. The Black Chain Cult. I'll kill them." Chang Mo and Yeli watched as Dr. Lu's aura shifted, as bloodlust and righteous fury swelled until the hospital grounds trembled under its pressure. Her emotion power climbed into the sky and spilled outward. Even Chang Mo's friends who had fled into the nearby forest fell to their knees, shivering as the doctor's killing intent washed over them. Nurses and patients alike flinched, bewildered by the sudden surge. Far beyond the trees, Xiao Zhang regrouped with the masked girl and the woman in the white hat. The girl with white hair whispered, voice small, "That's terrifying. Her killing intent reaches this far." Tears fell from Dr. Lu's face as the urge to annihilate strengthened into an all-consuming plan. She readied herself to strike when the director, gathering her last strength, lifted a trembling hand and touched Dr. Lu's cheek. The voice that followed was fragile and urgent. "Control your emotions. Don't let my sacrifice be wasted. Come closer." Dr. Lu bent, clutching the director's hand. The older woman, breath shallow, forced out a final charge. "After I die, take care of that boy, Chang Mo." She sighed, weak and almost amused. "But you're still just a kid, aren't you?" Dr. Lu's reply was a choked promise. "You'll be fine. Don't leave me." But it was too late. The director's life faltered like a candle guttering in wind. Her last words, barely a whisper, were steadier than her breaths. "The path ahead. You will have to walk it yourself." Then the hand fell. The director lay still, lifeless, and the room went cold. Dr. Lu stared, stunned. The raw edge of grief snapped open into a keening cry. "Director, no!" she screamed, the sound tearing free as she cradled the woman who had been her mentor. The scene shifted as Dr. Lu finally made it out of the hospital's ruins, carrying Chang Mo in her arms. She regrouped with the nurse and the surviving patients who had taken refuge in the forest. The nurse, trembling but overjoyed, ran to her and threw her arms around her. "Dr. Lu, you're safe," she cried. Dr. Lu gave a small nod, exhausted but composed, before setting Chang Mo down beside the others. While the nurse and the doctor exchanged hurried words, Chang Mo and a few patients moved through the trees. There, scattered among the roots and debris, lay several others who hadn't been as lucky. Patients sprawled motionless on the ground, their bodies pale and cold. One survivor, voice hoarse, called out to Dr. Lu, "Dr. Lu, please, check them." At the same time, the chairman finally arrived at the hospital. The moment his eyes took in the devastation, he froze. The once tall structure was now a ruin, completely wrapped in writhing, red thorny vines that pulsed faintly in the daylight. His face drained of all color. He took a hesitant step forward, muttering under his breath, What happened here?" The hospital was unrecognizable, like a carcass strangled by hatred itself. Inside the collapsed corridors, Dr. Lu continued her desperate search for survivors. Dust and smoke clouded every breath. As she lifted a fallen beam with her power, her gaze fell upon the lifeless body of the head nurse, buried halfway under rubble. For a moment, she just stood there, staring in disbelief. The world seemed to stop moving. Memories of the head nurse, her calm voice, her gentle guidance, flooded back all at once. Lu's hands trembled. She knelt beside the body, grief and rage mixing in her chest. Her fists clenched so tightly that her knuckles turned white. "I'll avenge you," she whispered through her teeth, her voice shaking but firm. "All of you." The scene shifted again, dawn breaking over Donghai City the next day. Sunlight streamed across the skyline, washing away the ash and blood of the night before. Inside the first psychiatric hospital, Dr. Lu stood before the group of survivors, her tone steady but kind. "You should all rest for now," she said. "Especially you, Chang Mo. You're still injured, and you've done enough helping the others. We're in the urban center of Donghai City now. It's safe here. Her words offered a rare calm after the storm, and the others nodded gratefully. The young man with pink hair stretched his arms and said with a tired smile, "I'm heading to bed too." Chang Yimou returned the smile and said softly, "All right, get some rest." When the others left, only one man remained, a quiet figure with brown hair whom Chang Yimou didn't know. The silence between them lingered until Chang Yimou finally turned and asked, "Is there something you want to say?" The man scratched his head and chuckled nervously. "All right, my name's Lu Xinliang. I heard you can stop emotion bodies from losing control, that you can suppress emotional energy, right?" Chang Yimou gave a small nod. "Something like that," he replied. Lu stepped closer, his voice trembling. "Then, could you help me, please?" Chang Yimou studied him for a moment, then placed his hand gently on Lu's head. Blue rational energy pulsed faintly from his palm. A calm silence filled the room. After a while, Chang Yimou pulled his hand back and said quietly, "There. It should be stable now." But the moment his hand left, Lu Xinliang's face twisted in sudden pain. His eyes widened, and he grabbed his head, screaming as long-buried memories flooded back. He fell to his knees, trembling, tears streaming down his face. "Sister Zhou," he gasped. How could I do this?" His voice cracked as he pounded the floor with his fists. "I killed Sister Zhou. What have I done?" Chang Yimou stared, realization dawning. The man before him. He was the joy-type patient from before, the one whose emotional outburst had killed the nurse. Kneeling beside him, Chang Yimou spoke softly but firmly. "Let it go. You didn't mean to. She's gone now. Crying won't bring her back." But Lu shook his head violently, still sobbing. "Don't try to comfort me," he choked out. "I deserve to die." The room fell silent except for his ragged sobs. The air in the room hung heavy as Lu Xinliang's voice trembled. "The truth is, I've always liked Sister Zhou," he confessed, clutching his chest. "Last night, I finally decided to tell her, but I never imagined it would end like this." His body shook as he broke down further. "She was kind, always looked out for me, and I killed her. What kind of monster does that?" His face twisted in despair. "And the worst part? I wasn't even sad until now. I was smiling, actually smiling. Chang Yimou, tell me, am I even human anymore? Maybe I should just die and get it over with." Chang Yimou watched him silently, his rationality fighting against the emotion swelling in the room. Honestly, he thought, he's not the only one who's lost control. But guilt won't bring anyone back. Then a memory flashed through his mind. Sister Zhou's last words. He reached into his pocket and pulled out the small pendant she'd given him. He held it carefully, its faint light glinting in the afternoon sun. "Sister Zhou asked me to give this to you," he said softly. "She told me to tell you that she hopes this little light can brighten the darkness around you." He held it out in the same gentle way she once had, even tried to mimic her smile. It wasn't quite the same, but somehow the gesture reached Lu Xinliang. The sobbing stopped. His red-rimmed eyes widened as he stared at the pendant. Chang Yimou placed it in his trembling hands. Lu looked down at it, silent for a long moment, then closed his fist around it and pressed it to his chest. "Thank you, Chang Yimou," he whispered through the tears, clutching it as though it were the only thing keeping him alive. That night passed quietly, the first calm they'd had in days. But when dawn came, the peace shattered. Chang Yimou stood in the corridor, holding a folded note. His eyes traced the handwriting again and again as he stared at the body before him. Lu Xinliang had hanged himself. The note in his hand read, "I started smiling again. I'm sorry. I can't forgive myself for being happy after killing Sister Zhou." Chang Mo's throat tightened. He turned to Yeli, his voice flat but heavy. Was this really necessary? Yeli looked at him with a calm, distant expression. "For most people, death is the only way to escape the control of their emotions," she said quietly. Then, her eyes narrowed slightly. "Haven't you noticed, Chang Yimou? You're the same." The story shifted to the outskirts of the city, where the masked woman walked along an empty highway. "Ms. Song, don't worry," she said into her communicator. "I'm almost at the urban center. Thanks for everything this time. It feels good to be free." She removed her mask, revealing a faint smile. "It's a shame we couldn't bring Chang Yimou back. Miss Anna will assist me from here." The woman was none other than Yen Bei, former head nurse of Donghai's Second Psychiatric Hospital. A dangerous glint flashed in her eyes as she added, "Let's proceed with the plan." I'm no longer a head nurse. I don't have to hold back anymore. The scene then moved to the sprawling Song family estate in Donghai City. Smoke curled lazily through the air as Zhao Yin, known here as Cult Master Zhao, sat across from Ms. Song. She approached with composed grace and said, "Cult Master Zhao, thank you for your efforts. Once this is over, we'll keep our promise." Zhao gave a polite nod, but his gaze darkened as he took a slow drag from his cigarette. "Yili," he thought grimly, "so you really are alive." The scene shifted to Yinjing, the capital of the Great Xia Kingdom, glittered with its usual impatience. But inside the Central Emotional Management Bureau the air was heavy, edged with the kind of authority that makes people speak carefully. In Arbitration Tribunal Number 1, the hearing had reached its breaking point. The foreman read the charges with clinical precision. In 1225 AD, Chen Lu had misused his emotional power in Jingang City. 17 people were injured and public property damaged. The judgment landed like an irreversible law, life imprisonment, and the gavel came down with a thud that echoed through the room. Chen Lu, president of Sky Entertainment's Tianjin Port Branch, looked as if the floor had opened beneath him. He rose, indignation boiling over into a practiced litany of privilege, provincial-level stature, corporate backing, influence enough to bend many halls of power. He demanded an appeal, voice raw and incredulous, as if pedigree alone could overturn the facts laid before the bench. The tribunal answered with institutional calm. The decision made by central administration is final. The words carried the blunt weight of precedent. The guards closed the distance without drama, but with absolute intent. Panic flared in Chen Lu, and, predictably, his emotions spilled into the room. His outburst condensed into a monstrous shape, an emotional manifestation that filled the chamber and sent jurors inward on themselves. He shouted, a last performance of defiance, and then he fell silent because something larger rose behind the bench. A second emotion monster, vast and immovable, born of the tribunal's authority. Its presence swallowed Chen Li's own creation. His color drained from his face, and the bravado crumpled. A juror's stare was the sort that ends debates. Resist, and you will be killed on the spot, the tribunal's representative said without flourish. The threat was not rhetorical. Chen Li's protest evaporated, his shoulders sagged, and the guards moved in to cuff him. The scene had become a lesson in limits. Even a provincial powerhouse could be reduced to compliance before the bureau. One juror, unable to hide a taste of satisfaction, murmured at the display of control. The judge only nodded once, almost imperceptibly. This building was the headquarters, the supreme authority for emotional bodies in the Great Xia Kingdom. No rank, corporate banner, or public clout outranked its writ. Case closed, someone said, thinking already of the next step. When do we report to Elder CI? The judge's reply carried procedure over haste. Elder CI was in the weekly highest power conference of the emotional body, the meeting that sets policy, settles disputes, and, when necessary, reroutes the fates of entire factions. The camera of the narrative shifted a corridor length away to that very conference. Around a round table sat the kingdom's architects of regulation, officials whose names bent lesser careers, enforcers with ink stains on their gloves, and scholars who carried precedent like armor. The tribunal's decision sat in front of them like an unresolved chord. Papers rustled as members weighed consequences. The impact is enormous, one said, hands flat on the table, eyes restless. Voices threaded through possibilities: containment, public messaging, legal precedent. What should we do about those three linked to the second hospital incident? Another asked, matching worry with syllogism. They were young, some noted. Were they victims of circumstance or actors in a larger conspiracy? The question stung because the attack had not been localized vandalism, but a blow that might redraw alliances and expose rot within institutions. The profiles of Chang Mo and his two companions were placed on the polished table, projected onto the large screen beside them. One of the committee members adjusted his glasses and spoke with a measured tone. According to the investigation reports, these three individuals made substantial contributions during the Donghai Second Hospital incident. I propose awarding them bronze commendation medals, along with a standard supply of emotional support resources. C.I. Ming sat upright, the light reflecting off his calm, thoughtful expression. In addition to that, he said, voice steady. It may be appropriate to recruit them into the Donghai City Emotional Management Bureau and begin structured training. Another member, Jie Guan, scrolled slowly through the data displayed on his tablet. After several seconds of silence, he responded in a chilled tone, "I have no objection." Next, Duan Suin looked over the compiled analysis in front of him: emotional resonance charts, incident contribution breakdown, risk evaluations. "No objection from me either," he confirmed. The old man, Wei Shouzhua, had been quiet throughout, eyes half closed as if sifting unseen layers of meaning. Now, he tapped his fingers and asked softly, "Lei, what is your opinion?" Lei Zhao sat leaning back, the old scar across his eye catching the overhead light. He closed his eyes, as though contemplating something deeply. Then, unexpectedly, he laughed. Not a small laugh, but a sharp, unrestrained burst that cut through the room's solemn air. Everyone stiffened. C.I. Ming turned his gaze toward him, voice sharpening. "What's the meaning of this? Do you disagree with the proposal?" Lei Zhao ran a hand through his hair, still chuckling, though now tinged with irony. You people who sit in offices really don't understand what's happening on the ground. Fine, let me explain it in simpler, more realistic terms." He leaned forward, resting his elbows on the table. First, Chenju. His ability seems tied to pure luck. Situational, unpredictable, and dangerous if misapplied. Next, Zhang Jieqi. Her emotional ability allows her to perceive information she wants to see, which by itself is already a frightening ability if misused. And lastly, Chang Yimou. The room's atmosphere tightened at the mention of his name. His ability is believed to involve emotion suppression chains, and you should understand what that implies. C.I. Ming's brows furrowed, but his tone remained composed. From this perspective, all three demonstrate high potential, especially Chang Yimou. In that case, shouldn't we transfer him to the Central Research Institute to maximize his development? Lei Zhao inhaled deeply, and the tone of his voice changed, becoming heavier. "You are only looking at surface-level performance. Let me tell you their backgrounds." He pulled up additional classified reports. Zhang Jieqi's record is clean, ordinary family, nothing questionable. He paused before continuing. But the problem begins with Chenju. He is not a registered citizen of the Great Xia Kingdom. He appeared in Donghai City out of thin air, discovered by a random passerby, immediately transferred to the second hospital. Several seats shifted. This was no small detail. And then there is Chang Yimou, Lei Zhao continued, voice lowering. His situation is even more abnormal. Someone world-class is backing him. And I don't mean just any world-class entity. I suspect one that is the same type as him. A world-class emotion body of a type undocumented in the records. A cold quiet filled the chamber. His arrival at the second hospital was not coincidence. 2 days after he enters, the Black Chain cult attacks. He spread his hand flat across the table. "Tell me, do you believe in coincidences of that exact scale?" No one answered. And as for his so-called contribution, Lei Zhao continued. The Black Chain cult still succeeded in killing the old director. What he did was save a few patients. It did not change the outcome of the incident. Now C.I. Ming narrowed his eyes, not dismissive, but confronted with a dangerous possibility. "Lei Zhao, are you implying what I think you are?" Lei Zhao slammed his palm down, the sound echoing sharply. "That's right. I am saying exactly that." His voice was cold and resolute. "I suspect Chang Yimou is an undercover operative placed by the Black Chain cult, attempting to infiltrate our Emotional Management Bureau through manufactured merit." He raised his head. "Therefore, I formally request that he be arrested immediately." The scene shifted abruptly to the quiet corridors of the Donghai First Psychiatric Hospital. The chaos of the previous night felt distant, yet heavy in the air. Chang Yimou and Yeli sat together near a window, sunlight filtering faintly through the curtains. Chang Yimou looked directly at Yeli, his expression calm but firm. "Yeli, do you remember everything now? Why did you create the Black Chain cult back then? And why did you try to destroy Donghai City?" Yeli twirled a strand of her hair between her fingers, her expression relaxed, as though the question was something trivial. "I don't remember anything at all," she said lightly, her tone almost careless. Chang Yimou frowned. Zhao Yan's face flashed in his thoughts, twisted with rage, calling Yeli's name again and again. With a steady voice, he spoke. "That Master Zhao, he seems to miss you." He kept asking me where you had disappeared to. Yeli let out a soft laugh, the sound edged with something that did not quite match her smile. That's because he was terrified. Chang Imo narrowed his eyes. There was something about the way she said it. Too casual, too unconcerned. So even back then, he said slowly, that cultist recognized your power. Still playing with her hair, Yeli nodded lazily. Yes, over 10 years ago, he was still very young. A child hovering right on the edge of losing himself to hatred. I didn't expect him to grow into that. Her tone remained light, but her eyes flickered, like someone remembering a story they wished had ended differently. Chang Imo continued to watch her closely. The more she spoke, the less he believed her calm facade. His gaze sharpened, quiet suspicion flickering in the air between them. Yeli noticed. Her fingers stilled, and with practiced ease, she shifted her tone, bright, cheerful, almost playful. Hey, don't look at me like that. We're on the same team, remember? Chang Imo responded in a low voice, steady but tense. But associating myself with someone like you. Who knows when I'll be the one being betrayed? Yeli laughed softly, though the sound carried a hint of something unreadable. Relax. I won't betray you. Her smile softened, genuinely, just for a moment. Actually, I remembered something important. Chang Mo's posture straightened. What? Yeli stepped closer, her voice dropping into a whisper, her expression shifting from playful to serious all at once. Far too quickly. I don't really know how to phrase this, she said quietly, but maybe we should run for our lives. Right now. The air stilled. The scene continued inside the dimly lit ward of the first psychiatric hospital, the tension thick enough to drown out even the faint hum of the air vents. Yeli moved closer to Chang Imo, her expression unusually tense. So what do you think? She asked in a low voice. Should we make a break for it now? Chang Imo stared back at her, puzzled, his brows knitting together. He didn't reply immediately, and the silence stretched until Yeli exhaled and spoke again, her tone soft but urgent. I remember now. The whole reason we came to the second hospital in the first place. It was because of the director. Her eyes dimmed as fragments of memory surfaced. I must have known her at some point. I remember what kind of person she was. With your condition, she would have done everything she could to protect you. Her voice cracked slightly, and then she added, almost to herself, but now that she's dead, I can't trust anyone else here. And I don't know how the great Xia higher-ups will handle you once they find out the truth. Our best option is to disappear. Chang Imo lowered his head, his expression caught between disbelief and reflection. That old woman, would she really have done everything to protect me? Was she really that good a person? He looked up again and asked quietly, even if we leave, where would we go? If we don't turn to the great Xia government, what's left for us? Yeli rolled her eyes dramatically, tapping her chin as if mocking the seriousness of the question. The Black Chain cult, perhaps? Zhao Yin might be running things now, but there must still be people there who'd follow me to the death. Chang Imo blinked, startled by the suggestion. That sounds incredibly unreliable. Before he could continue, a sudden knock echoed through the quiet room. Chang Imo exchanged a quick glance with Yeli, then stood up. His feet felt heavy as he crossed to the door. He opened it cautiously and froze. Standing before him was Dr. Lu, smiling warmly, as if the air itself hadn't just thickened with suspicion moments ago. Hello, Chang Imo, she greeted cheerfully. How are you feeling now? Chang Imo hesitated, then stepped aside to let her in. Dr. Lu walked in with unhurried confidence and made her way to the small counter to pour herself a cup of coffee. I never would have guessed, she said casually as the kettle hissed. Back then, I thought you were just another ordinary patient. To think you'd end up saving so many lives during the incident. She turned slightly, the corners of her lips softening. On behalf of the second hospital, thank you. Chang Imo studied her carefully, his voice neutral. You're too kind, doctor. I never expected things to unfold that way either. The atmosphere changed. Dr. Lu's smile faded, her expression tightening as the shadows in the room seemed to deepen. Is that so? She said quietly. Then maybe you can answer one more question. The warmth vanished completely from her tone. What exactly happened on the Emperor of the Sea? And what about the world-class emotion body backing you? The words hit Chang Imo like a lightning strike. His eyes widened. How does she even know about that? Before he could react, Dr. Lu moved fast. In a blur, she closed the distance and grabbed him by the neck. lifting him effortlessly off the ground. Her eyes gleamed crimson as she said coldly, "Did you really think no one knew? You underestimate the reach of Great Xia's intelligence network." The air vibrated with her killing intent. Her voice dropped into a deadly calm. "Tell me, where's the world-class emotion body behind you?" Chang Imo struggled, his fingers clawing at her wrist, but she was far stronger. He gritted his teeth and turned his head toward Yeli, gasping, "What now? Should I give you up?" Yeli's face drained of color. "No," she snapped. "Absolutely not. Deny everything. Say you don't know. But what's the point?" Chang Imo rasped, his voice strained. "I'm innocent, aren't I?" Yeli's voice cracked, panic breaking through her usual composure. "Chang Imo, if I die, you die with me. Don't forget who I am. I was the heretical cult leader who tried to destroy Donghai City. If they learn I still exist, they'll never stop until we're both dead." Dr. Lu's grip tightened, and the room seemed to shrink under the weight of three intersecting fears: duty, guilt, and the unbearable truth that none of them could run forever. The air in the room grew heavier, the silence broken only by the faint hum of the hospital's ventilation. Chang Mo's eyes narrowed sharply as he heard Yeli's panicked words echo in his mind. What should I do now? His mind raced for answers, every thought colliding with the next. Dr. Lu's grip tightened around his throat, and the pressure crushed his breath. He coughed violently, gasping as the veins in his neck strained. Finally, forcing the words out through the pain, Chang Imo said in a low, trembling voice, "Dr. Lu, world class? What is that supposed to mean? I'm telling you the truth. I have no idea what you're talking about." Dr. Lu's eyes flickered in disbelief at first, widening for a brief moment. But that brief surprise quickly turned into raw fury. Her pupils glowed red, and her bloodlust thickened the air like smoke. With a furious snarl, she slammed Chang Imo hard against the ground. The impact sent a dull crack through the room as pain rippled through his body. In one swift motion, she conjured a blood-red sword from her hand, the blade forming out of liquid crimson light. Without hesitation, she pierced it straight through Chang Mo's shoulder. Blood sprayed across the white floor tiles. Her voice thundered, sharp and enraged. "Still pretending to be clueless? Don't toy with me." Her face darkened with anger, and her tone turned venomous as she continued. "After you killed Lu Jia, you absorbed the power of the world-class emotion body from the Emperor of the Sea. That ship was crawling with emotion entities. Do you seriously think you could deceive all of us?" Her expression twisted with both fury and grief. "Tell me, where's the world class that's backing you now?" Chang Mo's breathing grew shallow as pain pulsed through his entire body. Yeli appeared beside him, her voice low but urgent. "Hold on. She's bluffing. She doesn't know the truth." Chang Imo clenched his jaw, forcing a faint smile despite the blood trickling down his arm. "Don't worry," he whispered back. "I know what to say." Through labored breaths, he spoke to Dr. Lu. "Everything that happened on the Sea Emperor, I always thought it was just a dream. Then I woke up on the shore and went straight to the second hospital." But before he could finish, Dr. Lu's rage flared again. She drove the blood sword through his other shoulder, pinning him down. "You're still lying," she yelled, her voice shaking with emotion. Her tone turned sharper, almost accusatory. "From the beach to the hospital, that's more than 30 kilometers. And not a single surveillance camera in the entire Donghai City recorded your presence. So tell me, Chang Imo, what exactly were you hiding from?" Blood streamed down his arm as Chang Imo gritted his teeth in agony. "I don't know," he said weakly. "I was in a daze the whole time. It just felt like a voice was guiding me where to go." Dr. Lu's fingers tightened around the hilt of her sword. Her anger trembled, not just with rage, but with sorrow. Her eyes softened briefly, her expression burdened with something deeper than fury. With a low, quivering tone, she said, "Did you know, on the very day you were admitted, the Emotion Body Management Bureau demanded that we hand you over?" She looked down, her voice cracking. "It was the director who fought for you. She believed you still had a chance, that you didn't have to walk the same dark path." The words hit Chang Imo like a blade to the chest. His eyes widened in disbelief. The Bureau knew about me? From the very start? Dr. Lu dismissed her blood sword, the weapon dissolving into crimson mist. Her grief turned to fury again as she looked down at him. "The director was wrong to protect you," she said coldly. You're a mole for the Black Chain cult." In the next instant, her rage exploded. With a burst of blood energy, she summoned her blood scythe, its edge glowing with murderous intent. She swung it upward and shouted furiously, "You're the one who helped the Black Chain attack the hospital. You're the reason the director is dead." The air trembled with her killing intent. Chang Yimou stared at her in sheer disbelief, fear flashing through his wide eyes. The realization hit him. Dr. Lu had lost all control, and if he didn't find a way to stop her soon, he might not live long enough to explain himself. Dr. Lu's rage erupted like a storm. Her crimson aura pulsed violently as she swung her blood scythe downward with terrifying speed, the blade cutting through the air with a shriek. "You should die by my hand," she roared, her voice trembling with fury and grief. At the very last instant, Chang Yimou twisted his body to the side, the scythe missing him by inches as it carved a deep scar into the ground. Dust and blood mist filled the air. He stumbled backward, eyes narrowing in shock as he caught his breath. She's actually trying to kill me," he said, his voice low and trembling. "She's completely lost to her emotions." Yeli's voice echoed urgently beside him, her tone sharp with alarm. "Watch out, Chang Yimou. This doctor, she's not like anyone you've ever fought before. Her power and emotional control far exceed yours. The only way to stop her is to make her regain her rationality." Chang Mo's jaw clenched as he steadied himself. "Then I've got no choice," he said, his eyes locked on the rampaging doctor. "I'll have to risk everything. I'll use flames to blind her, then get close enough to pour my rationality directly into her mind." Raising his hand, he focused all the strength he had left, summoning the energy that once obeyed him so easily. Blue light flickered faintly around his palm. He gritted his teeth. "Come on, just once more." But instead of roaring flames, only a small, jelly-like blob of blue energy dripped from his hand and splattered onto the floor. The sight froze him. His eyes widened in disbelief. What is this? For a moment, confusion overpowered fear. The substance pulsed faintly like a tiny living thing. "This isn't fire, it's like jelly?" he thought, his mind racing. "Why won't my flames appear?" He didn't have time to think. A wave of murderous energy flooded the room again. When he looked up, Dr. Lu was already moving, her eyes glowing a savage, blood-red hue, her scythe gleaming with killing intent. Her expression was void of humanity now, only vengeance remained. She lunged forward, her weapon cutting a crimson arc through the air, aimed straight at him. Chang Mo's body froze, his muscles locked from fear as the scythe closed in. The reflection of its blood-red blade filled his eyes, and for the first time, he felt the full weight of what it meant to face someone completely consumed by emotion. The scene continues as the blue flames never came. Instead, a faint shimmer flickered at Chang Mo's fingertips, and small blobs of translucent blue jelly-like energy slipped free, scattering across the blood-soaked floor. His breath caught in disbelief. He stared at his trembling hand, his expression filled with confusion. Why isn't it working? Why now of all times? Dr. Lu let out a furious scream and swung her blood scythe again, the blade slicing through the air with deadly precision. A spray of blood erupted as the weapon struck down, splashing across the room's crimson-stained walls. Chang Yimou fell to his knees, his arm numb from the shock. For a split second, it looked as if his hand had been severed, but when the dust settled, he realized the blade had only grazed the ground beside him, missing by inches. Dr. Lu stood panting, her body trembling with exhaustion and rage. Her gaze bore into Chang Yimou with cold fury, her eyes glowing faintly red under the light. Around them, the air was thick with the metallic scent of blood, the floor painted in red from her emotion monster's energy. But then, something unexpected stirred. The tiny blue blobs that had fallen earlier began to vibrate, each pulse sinking together until they merged into a single flowing strand. Slowly, they reformed into a blue energy chain, ethereal and faintly luminous. The chain moved on its own, weaving through the air until it gently touched the side of Dr. Lu's head. Chang Yimou exhaled sharply. "It worked," he whispered. Gathering his remaining strength, he channeled what little rational energy he had left through the chain, pushing it directly into her consciousness. The effect was immediate. The crimson hue in Dr. Lu's eyes began to fade, her raging aura dissipating. The blood mist that had enveloped the room started to dissolve into thin air. Every droplet of blood, every tendril of the red aura, evaporated as if erased by the presence of rational thought itself. Dr. Lu's shoulders fell as her breathing steadied. She lowered her head, her voice barely above a whisper. "What did you do to me?" Chang Yimou, still panting, met her eyes calmly. "I helped you regain your senses. That's all." For a moment, silence hung heavy between them. Dr. Lu blinked, and flashes of her earlier actions flickered through her mind. The anger, the violence, the blind rage that had almost made her kill an innocent man. Her face flushed with embarrassment. With a startled yelp, she clutched her head and let out a trembling sigh. I'm so sorry," she cried, tears spilling down her cheeks. "I couldn't control my emotions. I didn't actually mean to kill you. I failed the director's expectations." Chang Yimou could only stare, utterly speechless at the sudden transformation. Just seconds ago, she'd been a blood-soaked executioner. Now she stood before him as a broken, guilt-ridden woman. Dr. Lu wiped her eyes and steadied herself before speaking again. "To be honest," she began softly, "the higher-ups debated for a long time on how to deal with you. Some wanted you arrested, interrogated, imprisoned. Others believed you were innocent and should simply be monitored. In the end," she paused, then added, "the head of the Central Bureau made the final decision." Chang Yimou blinked, stunned. "The head of the Bureau made the call to protect me? A nobody like me?" Dr. Lu scratched her head awkwardly, a small, nervous smile breaking through. "Well, it might have had something to do with me," she admitted. "Either way, the final decision on what to do with you rests with me now." Her gaze softened as she continued, her voice heavy with emotion. "Right before the director died, she made me promise to look after you. But since we had intel that painted you as a possible spy, I needed to test you myself. I never thought I'd come that close to actually killing you." Overwhelmed, she began to cry again, her tears falling silently to the ground. Chang Yimou looked at her for a long moment, his face unreadable. Then, quietly, he said, "It's all right, Dr. Lu. It's over now." She sniffled, forcing a small smile. "Thank you, really." Wiping her eyes, she straightened her posture and took a steadying breath. Her tone turned serious again. "In any case, I've already reported my findings to the higher-ups. We'll have their answers soon." Then her expression hardened, her determination returning. "I've also been officially transferred to the Donghai City Emotion Body Management Bureau's pursuit squad to investigate the attack on the second hospital." She leaned forward and placed a reassuring hand on Chang Mo's shoulder. "And you're coming with me, Chang Yimou," she said firmly. "Not just you. Jiechi and Chinjun will be joining too. Together, we'll uncover everything. The Black Chain Cult, the mole within the Bureau, and anyone else hiding in the shadows." Her grip tightened slightly, her eyes burning with conviction. "We'll drag every last one of them into the light and get justice for all the lives lost." Chang Yimou stared back at her in silence, the weight of her words settling deep in his chest. The scene cut sharply to another corner of the city, inside a dim, run-down building. A man pushed open the creaking door and stepped inside, holding a stack of documents in one hand. From the adjacent room came unsettling noises, and when he glanced in that direction, he saw two figures standing at a distance, completely absorbed in what they were doing. He called out casually, "All right, it's showtime." One of the men, a thin guy with bright blue hair and a phone held vertically in his hand, barely looked up. He was recording something with the excitement of a child watching fireworks. "Relax," he said, grinning wildly. "We're just getting to the good part." Suspended in midair by thick ropes was a man being tortured, a university professor by the look of him. His body was trembling uncontrollably as his emotion monster approached the brink of an outburst. The newcomer frowned, his voice sharpening. "What is this supposed to be?" The blue-haired man laughed. This is called incubating." The man rolled his eyes. "I know that. I'm asking how you plan to provoke him this time." "Oh," the blue-haired guy said proudly. "This time I fed him a strong laxative. He won't be able to hold it much longer. Hard to imagine he's a university professor, right?" The professor, hanging helplessly, glared at them through tear-filled eyes. "Be bastards. Let me go?" Now, the blue-haired man angled his camera closer and chuckled. On the live stream, comments flooded the screen. "Whoa, he can't hold it anymore. Isn't that Professor Wong? This is insane. The blue-haired man waved his phone mockingly. Professor Wong. Look, your students recognize you. What an honor. Professor Wong froze, his eyes widening with horror. What? You animals, let me go. You really can't hold it, can you? The blue-haired man taunted. Everyone at your school will know. Your friends, your family, all of them will see this. The professor's body stiffened in humiliation and despair. Please, please let me go. I'm begging you. The blue-haired man laughed, a cruel grin stretching across his face. A distinguished professor relieving himself live in front of tens of thousands. What will everyone think of you now? How utterly shameless. The professor choked on a sob, his face contorted in agony. I can't hold it anymore. And in that moment of unbearable humiliation, he lost control. The blue-haired man zoomed in gleefully, streaming the entire thing to the cheering, mocking audience. After a few minutes, the live stream abruptly cut off. The blue-haired man lowered his phone with a satisfied sigh. It's done. Before them, the professor's emotion body exploded into its transformation, a violent burst of shining emotional energy erupting from within him. His aura grew wildly unstable, swelling like a storm about to break. That's it, the blue-haired man said, stepping back. There's the transformation. A second later, the professor's head detonated like a ruptured balloon, splattering blood across the walls. The room fell silent except for the faint hum of lingering emotional energy. The blue-haired man wiped a streak of blood from his cheek and turned toward his companion. All right, tell me what you want. The man with the documents handed them over. These are your 3 targets. Bring them in alive if possible, but if you have no other choice, dead is acceptable. Just make sure you bring back their emotion cores. The blue-haired man flipped through the files, his expression indifferent. They're all street-level nobodies, except the one with glasses. He's suspected of being city-level. That's right, the other man replied, his tone suddenly serious. And our intel says he's being protected by 2 world-class individuals. The blue-haired man raised an eyebrow. 2 world-class bodyguards. Isn't that overkill? And this is the job you're handing me. This client is a major player, the man answered gravely. No one but you can handle this. The blue-haired man clicked his tongue, then tossed the documents aside. Fine. If there are no challenges, how am I supposed to show off my brilliance? The Donghai First Psychiatric Hospital isn't far from here anyway. You'll see their emotion cores soon enough. The scene shifted across the city to the First Psychiatric Hospital. Inside Changmo's room, Dr. Lu reached the door and turned back toward him. All right, I'm going to find Jiechi and Qinjun and explain everything. Stay here, I'll come back for you. The moment Dr. Lu left, the room grew quiet. Chang Yimou sat on the bed, still trying to make sense of everything. Yeli floated closer, watching him closely. Chang Yimou lifted his hand, summoning his power. Instead of the familiar sharp glow of blue fire, a soft, jelly-like blue substance pooled across his palm. He stared at it in disbelief. So my power, he muttered. Why has it turned into this? He poked the jelly-like energy with his fingertip. I can't release flames anymore. I can't form crystals either. It's soft, like jelly. Yeli leaned in, her expression turning serious as the faint blue glow illuminated the room. Whatever is happening to you, it's already begun. Yeli stared at the shifting blue jelly coating Changmo's palm, her expression tightening with concern. Something is definitely off, she murmured, circling him thoughtfully. It's normal for your power to soften, but why can't it harden again? She froze mid-sentence, eyes widening as a realization struck her. Wait, I get it now. At this stage, it can soften too. Chang Yimou frowned in pure confusion. What are you even talking about? Yeli gave him a teasing look, a mischievous smile curling on her lips. What did you think I meant? Chang Yimou groaned and rubbed his forehead. Never mind. Just tell me what's going on. With that same playful glint, Yeli leaned closer and said in a casual tone, to put it simply, you're starving. Starving? Chang Yimou blinked, utterly thrown off. Yeli laughed, her voice bubbling with amusement. Emotion bodies need to eat too. If you don't replenish emotional energy, of course you can't get it up. Chang Yimou stared at her blankly for a long moment, then sighed with a defeated expression. Do you realize how much you're enjoying this? Yeli blinked innocently. Enjoying what? I'm just stating facts. She finally composed herself and switched to a serious tone. Listen, As long as an emotion body exists, it burns emotional energy nonstop, even when it isn't fighting. It's like how people need to eat every day just to function. And the stronger someone is, the more they burn. Think of a bodybuilder devouring 6 meals a day while a normal person struggles with 2. You're the emotional equivalent of that. She pointed at him. And for you, the inhibitory chains from the second hospital act as your emotional food supply. Chang Mo's eyes narrowed in realization. Yeli continued. During the final battle, you absorbed a massive surge of rationality power and nearly went out of control. But when you stabilized, you actually advanced. You became a stronger emotion body than before. Naturally, your daily energy consumption shot up with it. So, Chang Yemo said firmly, if I eat, meaning absorb more energy from the inhibitory chains, my power will return to normal? Yeli nodded, but her expression wasn't fully reassuring. That's the theory, but solving your issue is far tougher than you think. Why not? Chang Yemo pressed. Yeli raised a single finger. First problem. Emotional energy in an era lacking rationality is extremely scarce. Your appetite now is many times what it used to be. Before, one chain could sustain you for 2 months as long as you didn't fight much. Now, one chain might last you 3 weeks at most. She lifted another finger. Second problem. If you don't eat enough for a long time, the consequences are severe. Best case, you just can't use your full power. Worst case, your power fades, your sense of self starts slipping, and eventually, you disappear. Completely. Her voice lowered, almost sorrowful. Changemo, have you forgotten? The only reason I exist in this weakened, half-translucent state is because I could never find enough emotional energy. I starved until there was nothing left. She smiled faintly, but there was pain behind it. If you don't feed your power, you'll end up like me. Yeli moved closer to Chang Yemo, her expression steady but carrying a hint of concern. Chang Yemo stared at her and asked, seriously? Even you couldn't find enough rational energy? And you expect me to manage? He pointed at himself in disbelief. What makes you think I'll do better? Yeli lifted her shoulders lightly, responding in a calm, matter-of-fact tone. My appetite is far bigger than yours. Besides, staying near you helps me keep my memories from fading. If I drift too far away, even the fragments I have left might disappear. Chang Yemo frowned and sank into thought. I never imagined leveling up as an emotion body would come with this much baggage. Everything about surviving in this world feels downright brutal. He pictured himself cornered like a helpless rabbit while predators circled, and the realization hit harder than he expected. If I don't get stronger, I won't make it. But if I get too strong without enough emotional energy to stabilize myself, I'll shatter just like Yeli did. Either way, I'm screwed. He exhaled slowly. Forget it. Priority number 1 is getting my strength back. But the moment he gathered his thoughts, a faint shift of the air pricked his senses. Before he even had time to react, a figure appeared right in front of him as if she had stepped straight out of the shadows. Chang Yemo jerked backward in shock. Who is that? Where did she? Behind the girl, he caught sight of a flickering silhouette, thorn vines curling like living shadows. His breath hitched. Hatred emotion body. The heretical cult black chain. And Yeli didn't warn me at all. But the panic that stabbed through his chest evaporated just as quickly as it came. His expression went blank, wiped clean as if his mind simply refused to process what he was seeing. The girl stepped forward gracefully and, without hesitation, dropped to one knee before him. She lowered her head with the kind of reverence reserved for some legendary figure. In a steady voice, she said, "Young master, I have come to retrieve you." Chang Yemo froze. Then, in pure reflex, he scrambled up onto his bed to put distance between them, staring at her like she had spoken a foreign language. Young master, who? The girl blinked, raising one hand hesitantly as if she had just realized she might have blundered. She paused, trying to confirm something silently, but in the middle of her attempt to steady herself, she slipped and toppled forward onto the floor. Before Chang Yemo could even process her clumsiness, she brought out a heart-shaped gift box as though conjuring it from thin air. She held it out with both hands and bowed deeply. Young master, this is a small gift to mark our first meeting. I made these cookies myself. I'd hope they suit your taste. Chang Yemo accepted the little box with a stupefied expression, his mind completely blank. Even Yeli widened her eyes in disbelief at the bizarre turn the scene had taken. In a quiet voice, Chang Yimou finally asked, "This young master you keep talking about, what exactly does it mean?" Still kneeling, the girl answered with utmost sincerity, "It means you are to become our cult master. Before Elder Lu died, he sent word to all of us. You know that bald man, always scowling? He said you are the one who can lead us out of hatred, that you are the savior we have been waiting for. So, I came on behalf of everyone. We hope you will guide us." Chang Yimou recalled the hooded man's last moments and frowned inwardly. So that's what happened. He recognized Yeli's power and somehow passed on the message. Did the hatred emotion body have some special transmission ability? Nothing about it made sense, but he didn't have the luxury to question everything at once. Meanwhile, Yeli lit up like someone hearing their favorite gossip. With a triumphant grin, she poked Chang Mo's shoulder. "See? I told you I'd still have a few loyal followers around." Chang Yimou ignored her and turned back to the girl. "This everyone you mentioned, exactly how many people is that?" The girl tapped her chin thoughtfully. "Including me. 4 of us received Elder Lu's message." Chang Yimou steadied himself and looked at the girl calmly. 4? So only 4 of you want me to become the cult master of the Black Chain." The girl's shoulders stiffened, and she let out a nervous laugh. "Well, the 4 of us do control quite a lot of the followers." Chang Yimou raised a brow. "How many is a lot? Give me a percentage." The girl lowered her head, voice shrinking to a whisper. "Around 30%. Chang Yimou blinked. "That's not a lot. What about the remaining 70%? And your cult master is Zhao, right? You think he's going to let you just walk away with this?" He sighed quietly and added, "And honestly, why should I believe you weren't sent here by him to deal with me?" A heavy silence filled the room. Even Yeli stopped moving. Then the girl's lips quivered, her eyes reddened, and, almost instantly, she burst into tears. I did so much to find you." Her voice cracked as she clutched the cookie box. "Do you know how hard it was to get here? I even made you homemade cookies. Do you have any idea how long those took? And after all that effort, you still don't trust me?" She let out a wail, her sobs echoing in the small room. Chang Yimou stared at her, completely lost. He didn't know whether to comfort her, apologize, or hide behind the bed again. But before he could say anything, her mood snapped like a faulty Wi-Fi signal. Rage twisted across her face, the shift so sudden it almost felt unreal. She lunged at him with bloodlust burning in her eyes, screaming, "Go to hell." Even Yeli's jaw dropped. She actually snapped. The girl's hatred surged, blood-red thorns bursting from her arm into a dagger-like point aimed straight for Chang Mo's face. Chang Yimou reacted on instinct, his blue jelly-like rational energy shooting out to shield him. The thorn froze an inch from his eye. Chang Mo's breath hitched, his heart pounding, his face draining of color. The blue energy crawled over the girl's arm and touched her head like a gentle ripple. The very moment it did, her movements faltered. Her killing intent dissolved like steam in cool air. The hatred in her eyes faded, and the red dagger crumbled into harmless fragments. She stared at her empty hands, trembling as realization washed over her. Her eyes turned glassy, overflowing with emotion she hadn't felt in years. Without warning, she threw herself onto Chang Yimou, clutching him tightly as she burst into loud, uncontrollable sobs. Even Yeli froze, stunned by how quickly the girl had shifted from murder mode to meltdown. The girl cried against Chang Mo's chest, her voice shaking. I haven't felt this way in so long. Nothing feels heavy anymore. I don't hate anyone. I don't loathe anything. Elder Lu was right. Young master, you really are the one we've been waiting for. You're the one who can save us." Chang Yimou remained stiff as a board, staring into the distance as if life had suddenly become too confusing to process. This is the second time today, he thought blankly. Beside him, Yeli pressed a hand to her forehead and let out a long, weary sigh. "Honestly, we almost capsized in a ditch on this one." Meanwhile, Dr. Lu was moving through the corridors with Chang Mo's friends, her pace brisk and her tone bright. "Come on, let's head back and find Chang Yimou," she said with a cheerful confidence, unaware of the situation unfolding in his room. The scene cut back to Chang Yimou and the girl, her voice trembling with desperation. "Young master, we came all this way purely to find you," she said earnestly. "Leader Zhao wants to get rid of you. He wants to use you to find the previous leader. But don't worry, no matter what he plans, We'll stand by your side. She leaned closer, lowering her voice with a mixture of devotion and urgency. You're still so weak. You need emotional resources to grow stronger, and we can provide what you can't obtain openly. The blockchain cult has an intelligence network we built over years of infiltration. Information, contacts, discreet support. We can handle anything you can't do yourself. I beg you, please take the lead and guide us forward. Yeli practically beamed, eyes sparkling. She's absolutely right, she said. You can't keep relying on yourself forever. Strength isn't built alone. Chang Mo remained stiff, his expression blank, but his thoughts racing. She has a point. Having a force behind him would smooth out so many obstacles. And if this girl was truly connected to Yeli's past, she might be the key to unraveling everything he still didn't understand. But then he remembered Dr. Lu, her burning hatred toward the blockchain cult, her tendency to snap, and the fact she could walk in at any moment. If she finds this girl here, she'll lose it again. I have to get her out now. Without wasting a second, he grabbed the girl by the shoulders and said in a firm, urgent voice, "You go first." But he froze mid-sentence, his eyes widening in disbelief. The girl bowed her head and opened her palms. Resting there was a glowing blue crystal, a brilliant, impossibly pure crystal of rationality. Chang Mo felt a jolt run through him. Every cell in his body buzzed with hunger, instinctively drawn to the energy. This is a rational emotional resource. This is exactly what I need. With puppy-like pleading eyes, the girl whispered warmly, "Young master, you must be starving for emotional nutrients right now. We have plenty stored. As long as you become our leader, all of our reserves will be yours." Before Chang Mo could respond, Yeli picked up on something and her expression changed instantly. "Chang Mo, behind you." "Careful." Everything happened at once. Chang Mo tried to act, but the girl reacted first. She pushed him away with both hands, shoving him just out of the line of attack. A sharp presence materialized in the shadows behind them. The man with the blue hair, his eyes cold, his grin twisted, appeared out of thin air and struck. The attack landed squarely on the girl. Chang Mo's heart lurched as she staggered from the blow, having taken the hit meant for him. Chaos erupted in an instant. Another assassin? Someone else is after me now? Chang Mo thought, stunned, as everything tilted into another crisis. The blue-haired man's dagger sank straight into the girl's chest the moment she shoved Chang Mo out of the attack's path. She clung to the assassin's wrist, fingers trembling as she fought to keep him from moving. The man's expression twisted with bloodlust, his glare locking onto Chang Mo like a predator finally spotting its prey. Chang Mo froze. His strength hadn't recovered yet, and the weakness crawling through his body made his thoughts feel sluggish. This timing, why now? Before he could steady himself, Yeli's voice tore through the chaos like a siren. "Chang Mo, Dr. Lu is almost here." The words hit him like a jolt of electricity. Dr. Lu, of all people to arrive right now, she was the one person capable of turning this entire fight around, or making it 10 times worse. But instinct overrode hesitation, and Chang Mo shouted at the top of his lungs, voice cracking, "Dr. Lu, help me." That one cry stunned both the assassin and the injured girl mid-struggle. They stared at Chang Mo as if his desperation was a plot twist they genuinely weren't ready for. Down the hallway, Dr. Lu and the others stopped dead. The moment she heard Chang Mo scream, her entire demeanor flipped. Her face hardened, her eyes burned a violent red, and her bloodlust surged so intensely that even the walls seemed to tense. Back in the room, Chang Mo turned to the girl, urgency cutting through every word. "Run, get out of here." She hesitated, stunned that he would give such an order. Then he barked again, this time with the authority of someone who'd been forced into responsibility far too fast. "This is an order, run." The girl's eyes widened. She immediately summoned her red, thorny vines, wrapping them around the window frame, and launched herself out of the room in a swift escape. Seeing her flee, the assassin's focus snapped back to Chang Mo. He snarled, twisting the dagger in a murderous arc toward him. Chang Mo barely had time to register the danger, his breath caught, eyes widening. And then Dr. Lu's blood scythe tore into the room. The blade slammed through the wall, slicing clean through solid concrete, and stopping a hair's breadth from the assassin's neck. He reacted instantly. vanishing like a glitch in reality just as the scythe carved the entire wall open. Chang Yimou threw himself to the floor in time to avoid the shockwave of shredded debris. Dust filled the air. Dr. Liu landed in the center of the room, bloodlust radiating off her like a storm as she assessed every corner. He just disappeared, Chang Yimou thought, stunned. He turned to Yeli for answers. Yeli, what is going on? Yeli's expression tightened. Her pupils dilated as she scanned the space. I'm trying. His stealth is extremely high. He's a specialized emotion type. His concealment is beyond anything I've seen. I can barely track him. She detected a brief flicker of movement and snapped her head toward the hallway. He's going after Jiechi and Chenju. Out in the corridor, Jiechi and Chenju were standing clueless, discussing the commotion. What's even happening? Jiechi asked, bewildered. I have no idea, Chenju replied flatly. Before they could piece anything together, the assassin materialized behind them, dagger raised, eyes crazed with anticipation. I'll take these two first, he thought, thrilled at the clean execution lined up in front of him. But at the last possible second, Chenju's innate luck triggered like some divine slapstick intervention. A loose tile shifted under his foot. He slipped violently, crashing to the ground and pulling Jiechi down with him. The dagger sliced through empty air. The assassin froze, eyes widening in disbelief. How did that miss? Dr. Liu didn't allow him even 2 seconds to process. She lunged, her scythe cutting the air with killing intent, so sharp it made the hallway feel colder. The assassin panicked, triggered his stealth ability again, and vanished, leaving only the faintest ripple in the air where he had stood. Dr. Liu halted, furious, scanning the corridor. Gone again, she muttered, her temper on the edge of snapping. Jiechi, still sitting on the floor from the fall, blinked up at her in pure confusion. Dr. Liu? What are you doing? Dr. Liu kept scanning the room with narrowed eyes, her breath sharp and controlled as she tried to feel for the assassin's presence. The bloodlust rolling off her was enough to make the air feel heavy, yet she held it back with visible effort. Her voice was low but firm as she warned Jiechi, telling her to stay alert because someone truly was trying to kill them. Jiechi's face drained of color at the realization, barely able to understand why anyone would target her and Chenju. But Dr. Liu didn't have the luxury of explaining. Her mind raced as she searched the surroundings, cursing silently at how completely the enemy hid his presence. His stealth was far too high. She weighed the idea of unleashing her emotion monster to blanket the entire area, but the memory of what happened the last time she unleashed it stopped her cold. These kids had barely survived being in its radius once. Doing it again could break them forever. And beyond that, the hospital was in the center of Donghai City. One misstep, and countless ordinary civilians would fall. She had to restrain herself, no matter how furious she felt. Meanwhile, Chang Yimou leaned closer to Yeli, keeping his voice tense as he asked her if she could see the assassin. Yeli squinted, her expression tight, admitting she was trying her hardest, though this assassin's concealment was unlike anything she had dealt with before. As they searched, Chang Yimou had no idea that the assassin was already silently clinging to a wall behind them like a shadow that refused to cast one. The assassin watched them carefully, analyzing Dr. Liu's position, studying Chang Mo's weakened state, and convincing himself he could strike before anyone even realized he was there. He fixed his gaze on Chang Yimou with the calm confidence of someone who had done this many times before, certain he would kill him right under their noses and carry his corpse away without leaving a trace. But just as the assassin tensed to make his move, Jiechi, still staring around the room nervously, suddenly pointed straight at him. Her voice trembled as she told Dr. Liu that there was a man stuck to the wall, and the absurdity of her innocent honesty shattered the assassin's confidence. His eyes widened, completely unprepared for someone to notice him so casually. In the instant he hesitated, Dr. Liu reacted faster than thought. Her feet crushed the floor as she lunged forward, her blood scythe already raised, the killing intent swirling around her like a storm. The assassin managed to twist his body away at the last possible second, but Dr. Liu's slash still tore through the room in a violent arc, ripping through the roof and sending debris crashing to the floor. Dust filled the air, swirling like smoke after an explosion, and for a moment everyone squinted into the haze, looking for any sign that the enemy had been struck down. But as the dust settled, There was nothing. No corpse, no blood, not even a whisper of the man who had been there seconds ago. Jiechi clutched her chest, trembling as she asked whether he was dead, but Dr. Lu's expression hardened. She knew better. The assassin had slipped away again, vanishing with the same unnatural stealth as before. She said firmly that it wasn't safe here anymore. They had to evacuate at once. Jiechi, still shaken, asked if he might still be lurking nearby, her voice unsteady, but Dr. Lu only reminded her that vigilance was the only option left because Jiechi was the only one who had managed to see him at all. Chang Mo watched the entire chaotic exchange unfold, feeling the familiar weight of exhaustion settle on him as he realized yet again just how quickly things spiraled around him. In the past 24 hours, he had escaped death more times than he could count, and now a professional assassin had tried to kill him inside a hospital. His breathing steadied as he looked at his clenched fist, mentally running through everything that had happened. Slowly, he opened his hand. Resting on his palm was the small, glowing fragment of blue rational crystal, still pulsing faintly with the same energy his body craved, and beside it lay the small note the girl from the Black Chain cult had secretly slipped to him. On the paper, written in delicate handwriting, was a single request and her contact number. "Contact me." The scene continues as Dr. Lu did not raise her voice. She told Chang Mo and the others that the blue-haired man was Chin's son, a Xian class A wanted criminal whose record included homicide, unlawful imprisonment, torture, kidnapping, and repeated illegal use of emotional power. She continued, explaining that Chin's son never operated under a single identity. Over the years, he had hidden behind countless infamous aliases: Ghost Magician, Mr. Smoke, The Glitch, names whispered in intelligence reports and erased from public records as quickly as they appeared. Yet the most dangerous truth was not the names themselves, but the fact that this man had been quietly directing events from the shadows all along, pulling strings while others took the fall. In the eyes of the world, Dr. Lu said, Chin's son was branded Great Xia's #1 assassin, a title soaked so deeply in blood that even veteran officials recoiled when it surfaced in briefings. He had orchestrated the assassinations of high-profile politicians, senior officials, and powerful entrepreneurs, some so cleanly executed that the victims vanished without leaving a single trace. There were cases where targets were eliminated under the protection of stationed bodyguards, in secured locations, without alarms, without witnesses, and without the world ever realizing a killing had taken place. She added, her tone steady but edged with severity, that the Donghai Emotion Body Management Bureau had once launched a full-scale operation to capture him. The entire pursuit squad had been mobilized under the command of a world-class agent, the battlefield sealed, the timing flawless, the net airtight. And yet, even under those conditions, Chin's son had slipped away completely unscathed, as if the operation itself had never existed. What unsettled her the most was that despite all of this, the official classification still labeled him as nothing more than a city-level emotion body, a judgment that felt dangerously detached from the reality they had just witnessed. Jiechi turned toward Dr. Lu in the moving car, her fingers clenched tightly in her lap. With disbelief still pressing against her chest, she asked whether a city-level emotion body could truly be that terrifying, her mind replaying the moment Chin's son had appeared and vanished as if the laws of the world had briefly stopped applying to him. Dr. Lu answered calmly, but without softening the truth. She explained that emotion bodies were currently divided into 6 distinct tiers, and that these labels often hid more danger than they revealed. As the car moved through the city lights, she laid it out clearly for them. Tier 1 was street level, the weakest category, and that was where both Jiechi and Chunju currently stood. Her gaze shifted to Chang Mo as she continued, stating that Tier 2 was district level, which was his present rank. Then her tone hardened slightly as she revealed that Tier 3 was city level, the same tier assigned to Chin's son, Great Xia's #1 assassin, a name that twisted the scale itself into something unsettling. Beyond city level, she went on, were provincial, national, and finally world-class tiers. And yet, despite Chin's son being 3 full levels below world-class, even a pursuit squad led by a world-class agent had failed to so much as touch him. He had escaped without injury, without loss, without consequence. Jiechi reeled at the revelation, blurting out that she had only brushed against him once and already felt an overwhelming sense of terror, a pressure that made her chest tighten. Hearing this explanation forced her to confront just how distorted the gap between classification and reality could be. Dr. Liu adjusted her posture and said with quiet certainty that no one truly knew Chen Sun's exact emotion body type. For monsters like him, the real nature of their power was buried deeper than even classified files, hidden behind layers of misdirection and deliberate ambiguity. Her eyes sharpened as she added that the only theory that fit all available evidence was a combination of teleportation and invisibility, because without abilities of that nature, there was simply no other way to explain how he committed his feats and walked away untouched every time. Yeli leaned forward, her expression unusually serious, and remarked that Chen Sun was indeed Great Xia's #1 assassin, asking whether anyone had ever truly identified his emotion body type. Chang Mo remained silent, listening as the implications settled in, unable to reconcile how a city-level existence could slip through the grasp of world-class entities so effortlessly. Yeli continued with grim certainty that a world-class being should possess near-omniscient awareness of everything within its domain, and yet Chen Sun had still escaped. In the end, she said, teleportation was the only explanation that made sense, because nothing else could justify how someone like him continued to survive, unseen, untouched, and always one step ahead of the world trying to erase him. Chang Mo absorbed the explanation in silence. The mere fact that someone could wield such an ability without self-destructing made Chen Sun's existence deeply unsettling. Dr. Liu's voice sharpened as she continued, warning them that being hunted by an emotion body far stronger than its apparent rank meant the target had already broken through normal limitations. Her gaze moved to Jiechi and Shinju as she made it clear that this was precisely why they were not to leave her sight under any circumstances. If Chen Sun truly possessed teleportation, she added coldly, he could appear without warning, slit a throat in a single breath, and vanish before anyone even realized an attack had occurred. The car fell into a heavy silence, the unspoken truth pressing down on them, that every second they spent moving might already be under someone's watch. Jiechi stiffened, her hands tightening as she finally admitted that she now understood just how terrifying Sister Chinga truly was. The weight of Chen Sun's existence settled heavily in her chest, making it difficult to breathe. Dr. Liu acknowledged Chang Mo's judgment without hesitation, admitting that while she could not guarantee their absolute safety, she remained on constant high alert. Her expression darkened as she swore that if Chen Sun dared to touch any of them, she would pursue him relentlessly, all the way to the grave. The tension only thickened as Jiechi swallowed hard, and Shinju spoke up in an attempt to ease her nerves. He told her not to be so tense, insisting that Jiechi's ability was the perfect counter to Chen Sun's movements, and that with a bit of luck, they would surely be fine. Dr. Liu immediately corrected him, her tone firm and unyielding. Chen Sun's ability might seem miraculous, she said, but he was still officially classified as a street-level emotion body who had repeatedly turned misfortune into fortune. Relying solely on luck was dangerous, because the next time it failed, it could very well be Jiechi's life paying the price. As Chang Mo drove through the city, the car gradually slowed, their conversation fading into silence as all of them stared out the windows. What they saw sent a chill through them. Every single person on the street was walking with an emotion sack hoisted openly over their head. The sight was uniform, unnatural, and deeply disturbing. No one spoke at first, as the scale of it sank in. Jiechi finally broke the silence, her voice trembling as she whispered that there were so many cysts. Dr. Liu answered calmly, though her tone carried a quiet gravity. In the past, she explained, very few people lived without cysts. Under the constant influence of emotion bodies, most people gradually developed them over time. Hospitals were now filled with patients desperately trying to suppress or avoid their growth, while only a rare few managed to recover through proper treatment and long-term rehabilitation. From the back seat, Mo asked whether all cysts eventually grew into the heads of emotion bodies. Dr. Liu answered plainly that they generally did not. She continued more seriously, explaining that when a person absorbed an emotion body fragment, a cyst might form, usually corresponding to that person's own emotional state. Yet as the image of the raging emotional monster lingered in her mind, she admitted that this particular cyst felt different, abnormal, unlike anything she had encountered before. Chang Imo stared ahead, deep in thought. Even if cysts evolved based on emotion, this one did not follow any pattern that made sense to him. Dr. Liu continued as the car moved through the city, explaining that in this era, stabilizing public sentiment had become one of the authorities' greatest challenges, because emotion itself now shaped society. To control the situation, extensive public sentiment oversight systems had been established, relying on surveillance footage, media platforms, and social opinion monitoring. Although most people had developed some resistance to emotional influence, cysts still formed frequently under intense emotional stress. Her tone hardened as she added that as long as emotion bodies continued to exist and negative emotions kept spreading, ordinary people would remain vulnerable, and this imbalance would continue to haunt the city. The real danger, she explained, lay in emotionally driven criminals who deliberately spread their emotions like a virus. By provoking fear, anger, and despair, they caused ordinary people to lose control, turning entire populations into emotional breeding grounds. When Jiechi asked why anyone would do such a thing, Dr. Liu answered without hesitation. It was done for profit. An emotion body that wished to grow stronger had to devour emotions, and public panic was the most efficient nourishment of all. These criminals deliberately incited emotional outbreaks across towns and neighborhoods, allowing emotional monsters to form and eventually destroy themselves, before hunting down and consuming the remaining emotional energy. Dr. Liu added that Chang Imo had already encountered something similar before, and that these uncontrolled emotional eruptions were exactly how such criminals grew at an alarming rate. If they failed to act decisively and stop them early, she warned, they would continue feeding on the city until nothing remained but an empty shell. Chang Imo listened as Dr. Liu spoke with unmistakable authority, her gaze fixed on the road ahead while she explained that this was precisely why hospitals were forced to admit patients showing abnormal emotional transformations. Once emotional power slipped out of control, it became lethal, and the only way to stop people from turning into full-fledged emotion bodies and growing stronger was early containment and intervention. The car sped forward, the city lights blurring past, and as the mouth of a tunnel approached, Chang Imo muttered quietly, almost to himself, that they were entering the tunnel ahead, the low rumble of the road tightening the air inside the vehicle. Jiechi's unease finally broke the silence as she asked where they were going, her voice tense, and Dr. Liu answered without hesitation, her tone cold and decisive, that their destination was the Donghai Emotion Body Management Bureau, leaving no space for argument or doubt. Behind his glasses, Chang Mo's eyes sharpened, a faint glint flashing as he spoke again, calm but probing, saying that he wanted to know on what basis she believed this second world-class agent had been watching them all along. Dr. Liu did not answer immediately. Her lips pressed together as the car continued through the tunnel, the pause itself thick with pressure. Then her expression hardened, her eyes glowing with a cold resolve as she finally said that the man in question was the director of the Central Bureau of Donghai City, the words dropping like a verdict. The back seat went rigid as Jiechi, Chenju, and the others stiffened in shock, their widened eyes and frozen postures betraying the sudden realization that the danger surrounding them was far closer and far more powerful than they had imagined. Dr. Liu tightened her grip on the wheel, her expression sharpening further as she continued, saying that it seemed Chang Imo had already guessed the truth, that this second world-class agent was indeed the director, and that she strongly suspected he had been colluding with the Black Chain cult. Her voice grew heavier as she added that she even believed he had assisted the #1 assassin of the Great Xia Kingdom, the accusation hanging thickly in the air. Dr. Liu's gaze turned icy, one eye glowing faintly with menace as she replied that it would all depend on whether they had the ability to carry it out, the threat unspoken yet unmistakable. Disbelief tightened Chang Mo's chest as he protested that it made no sense. If even Dr. Liu were part of their side, she would be a world-class emotion body, the leader among such agents, and his own strength had yet to recover. His voice dropped as the weight of the situation crushed down on him, admitting that if a fight broke out inside the enemy's stronghold, they would be completely doomed. The car rolled on in heavy silence until the scene shifted, revealing the Donghai Emotion Body Management Bureau standing quiet beneath the open sky, where the bureau chief sat alone at his desk, staring at a stack of files as the sense that everything was spiraling beyond control gnawed at him. Leaning back, fingers pressed together, he recalled that moment with painful clarity, thinking that everything had started after he met her, Miss Song's words echoing sharply in his mind. The memory unfolded again, her sitting across from him, calm and deliberate, explaining that the theoretical cure breakpoint was 6 months, that the second psychiatric hospital and his so-called plan had already been set into motion. She had lifted her glass and said precisely, without hesitation, and only then had he realized that this meeting had sealed far more than a strategy. It had pushed the city onto an irreversible path. In that same memory, the bureau chief lost his composure, slamming accusations across the table, his face twisted with fury as he demanded whether she had lost her mind, colluding with a fanatical cult to attack the Black Hospital and murder its superintendent, and whether the Song family intended to commit treason. Miss Song, however, had remained perfectly composed, lifting her teacup without even looking at him and coolly telling him not to be so anxious, to have some tea first. The moment lingered painfully, the night pressing against the windows, as he realized too late that from that point onward, he was no longer the one controlling the conversation or the game. His rage had finally erupted as he kicked the table aside and shouted that even if the Central Bureau did not let her get away with this, the consequences would come. Yet even then he could feel that he was already standing on the losing side of a plan far larger than himself. Miss Song did not so much as flinch. She calmly lifted her teacup, her movements unhurried, and replied evenly, "You, the Song family, and the heretical Black Chain cult will all pay with your lives." Her voice remained smooth as she took a quiet sip, as though she were discussing something trivial rather than delivering a death sentence. Lowering her gaze slightly, she continued with chilling certainty, "Bureau Chief Chui, you're absolutely right. However, you've overlooked one very small detail." The faint curve of her smile made it unmistakably clear that the balance of power had already shifted beyond his reach. She remained standing there, cup still raised, and added without the slightest hesitation, "The Central Emotion Body Management Bureau won't let you get away with this either. And don't forget, it was you who summoned Dr. Liu to that meeting. The moment you did, you became an accomplice." Her posture was relaxed, almost casual, but every word cut straight through him. Bureau Chief Chui's expression twisted as panic and anger surged together. He snapped back, his voice tight. That meeting was strictly to discuss the management of emotional disorders in Donghai City. Given the severity of recent emotional disasters, the procedure was completely within regulations. His clenched jaw and strained eyes betrayed how desperately he was trying to convince both her and himself. Miss Song lowered her gaze again, her faint smile unchanged as she replied calmly, "Your paperwork may be compliant, but a central investigation only needs reasonable suspicion to act. And surely, you haven't been kept completely in the dark." Her tone was soft, yet her thoughts were razor-sharp. As Dr. Liu crossed her mind, her words cut even deeper. "Liu Qingge is transferring to the Donghai Emotion Body Management Bureau as the new captain of the pursuit team. A man of your rank isn't even qualified to access her dossier. So tell me, who do you think is the real target of her sudden reassignment?" The implication tightened around him like a noose. Her expression darkened as images of chaos surfaced in her thoughts. "Oh, and yes," she added coldly. "She also brought 3 rare-type emotion bodies with her. Your little secrets may be exposed far sooner than you expect." She never raised her voice, yet the threat was unmistakable. Bureau Chief Chui's face contorted as fury and fear warred inside him. Sweat beaded along his temples as he snarled. "When that happens, when Fireheart Xiaoqiu appears, who do you think will be able to save you?" His teeth were clenched, desperation breaking through the authority he struggled to maintain. His fist trembled at his side, knuckles whitening as the threat rang louder than it truly was. Miss Song remained seated in silence across from him, legs crossed, posture unshaken. She simply watched him unravel without uttering a single word. Her composure alone made it painfully clear that his outburst had already placed him several moves behind. Slowly, Bureau Chief Chui bent down and gathered the broken shards of the shattered teacup with his trembling hands. His expression was hollow, defeated, as he accepted the humiliation in silence. At last, he lowered himself to his knees before her and spoke in a broken voice. "Ms. Song, from this day forward, the Song family's interests are my own." His bowed head and bleeding hands made it clear that his submission was absolute and irreversible. Miss Song smiled faintly. Her golden eyes were calm, merciless, as she said, "Captain Liu has just arrived. You'll be handling things from here, won't you?" Her lips curved slightly as she added, almost gently, "If you waver again, there won't even be a body left to bury." The memory shattered abruptly as the phone on his desk began to ring. He snapped back to the present, flinching as the sound echoed through the empty office. His hand hovered in the air before slowly reaching out, dread written clearly across his face. A hand pressed the call through, and a report came in. "Bureau Chief, Dr. Liu and her party have arrived." The words struck like a hammer. Bureau Chief Chui lowered his head once more, sweat trailing down his face as his jaw tightened. The full weight of Miss Song's warning crashed back into him all at once. His eyes snapped open, bloodshot, trembling with fury and fear. Rage boiled beneath the surface as he realized there was no retreat left, no mistake he could afford to make now. Forcing a strained smile, sweat pouring down his face, he bowed slightly and said, "Dr. Liu, welcome. Who would have thought I'd be thanking you for becoming captain of our pursuit team? Congratulations are certainly in order." His tone was polite, yet fear leaked through every word, and replied with a cold smile, "Talk about a stroke of luck for our pursuit team to secure such a powerful emotion body." The words sounded like praise, but cut like a blade. Dr. Liu met her gaze without flinching and answered evenly, "Bureau Chief, you flatter me." The tension between them thickened instantly, heavy enough to choke the air, as everyone present understood that this welcome was anything but sincere. The scene continues as the Bureau Chief laughed awkwardly in the open lobby, the sound stiff and hollow as he forced confidence into his voice. He waved his hand lightly and said that it might sound a little exaggerated, but he assured them he wasn't joking. His tone softened further as he continued, lowering his voice and addressing her more cautiously now. He said that he supposed he should start calling her Captain Liu from now on, and added that if she ever needed anything in the future, she only had to say the word. The Bureau, he promised hurriedly, would fully support her in everything. Dr. Liu adjusted her glasses and answered calmly, her voice level and unhurried as she simply acknowledged him. Her composed expression made it clear that his sudden obedience had changed nothing between them, nor had it erased what already stood unspoken in the air. The Bureau Chief bowed repeatedly, forcing warmth into his voice as he pressed on. He announced that he had reviewed their files and that the Bureau would formally thank them for their hard work during the incident at the second hospital. From today onward, he declared, they were officially honored members of the Emotion Body Management Bureau's pursuit team, granted authority to act independently as circumstances required. His gaze swept over them as he spoke of the citizens of Donghai City, urging them to commit everything they had, to learn well from Captain Liu, and to remember that the future of the Bureau now rested on young people like them. Jiechi froze on the spot, panic written plainly across her face. Her eyes widened, her hands half raised as she stammered incoherently, completely overwhelmed by the sudden elevation and the weight of responsibility crashing down on her all at once. Chang Yimou stepped forward stiffly, forcing his posture straight even as pressure settled heavily onto his shoulders. With measured composure, he answered that they would take the Bureau Chief as their role model and do their utmost to contribute to the Bureau and to Donghai City. His voice remained steady, though his jaw tightened slightly as he spoke. Chen Ju followed immediately, stepping forward with rehearsed confidence. He spoke loudly and clearly, praising the Bureau Chief as a leader who cared deeply for the common people and declared his pride at being part of the Bureau. He expressed confidence that under such leadership they would achieve great mission success. Right beside him, Jiechi continued to flail helplessly, while Chang Yimou stood rigid, both caught between disbelief and mounting pressure as the situation spiraled far beyond what either of them had expected. Dr. Liu glanced back over her shoulder, her eyes calm behind her glasses as she silently observed the scene without comment. The bureau chief noticed her gaze and immediately followed up with satisfied approval, his tone final as he effectively sealed their roles and placed the responsibility squarely on their shoulders. Chang Imo swallowed hard, feeling the weight of it settle fully into his chest. He straightened his posture and answered firmly, acknowledging the order and knowing there was no room left to hesitate. With a forced closing smile, the bureau chief announced that he had a meeting to attend and that they would catch up later. Chang Imo and Chenju answered together, politely assuring him they wouldn't keep him. Their voices were respectful, but restrained. Jechi fell silent beside Dr. Lu as the two of them exchanged no words, simply watching the moment pass. As the bureau chief turned and walked away, he glanced back once more at Dr. Lu and her group as they disappeared into the distance. His expression hardened, and in his thoughts he admitted grimly that Chang Mo was the one Miss Song had explicitly warned him about. The name settled heavily in his mind, no longer just a report, but a threat he could not afford to ignore. His gaze lingered as his thoughts shifted again, calculating carefully. This Chang Mo was dangerous, yes, but perhaps Chenju could be approached differently. Perhaps he could be won over. The idea tightened his expression as he quietly reshuffled his priorities. The scene shifted beneath the open sky as the group stepped outside, the oppressive weight of the bureau momentarily lifting. Chang Mo finally let out a slow breath as the weight pressing on his chest eased slightly, then turned toward Dr. Lu Chinga, his brows drawn together as he spoke with honest confusion, admitting that for a moment back there everything had truly thrown him off, especially Chenju suddenly stepping forward and speaking without hesitation in front of the bureau chief. Dr. Lu lowered her voice as they walked, her tone controlled as she quietly admitted that she had wanted to intervene as well, but had deliberately held herself back, the restraint in her expression making it clear how close she had come to acting. She continued forward with steady steps and a composed face, explaining that she knew she could not afford to lose control or overstep in that situation, and that the only reason she was maintaining calm was because she was certain the Black Chain cult was involved. Her voice sharpened beneath the restraint as she added that if necessary, they would drag every single person connected to it into the light, including the superintendent himself, no matter how deep the rot went. Behind her, Jechi followed with barely contained excitement, still riding the adrenaline as she animatedly blurted out how impressive it had been, admitting she had listened to every fancy phrase with full attention. Dr. Lu glanced back just enough to respond in a dry, measured tone, remarking that Jechi certainly had a way with words herself, the subtle edge in her voice cutting through Jechi's enthusiasm and making her straighten up immediately. Chang Mo adjusted his glasses and looked at Dr. Lu seriously, telling her that he had once thought she was overly cautious, but now that he understood her strength, he finally grasped why her procedures were so strict and uncompromising. Chenju remained silent beside them, her unreadable expression bringing that exchange to a quiet close. The silence did not last long, because Chenju suddenly lit up with unrestrained excitement, her eyes shining as she boldly declared herself a disciple under Captain Lu's command, loudly invoking the saying that there are no weak troops under a mighty general, and confidently claiming she could already imagine how humiliating it would be for their enemies. Jechi, Dr. Lu, and Chang Mo all froze at the same time, turning to stare at her with wide eyes, stunned by how fearlessly she had spoken. Jechi was the first to recover, muttering in disbelief that it was almost absurd how powerful that level of flattery was, her shock plain on her face. Chang Mo pushed his glasses up again and remarked seriously, half amused yet genuinely impressed, that such professionalism was something he really needed to take notes on. Dr. Lu allowed a faint, knowing smile to surface as she replied that she understood Chenju was giving someone purpose, and admitted quietly that helping others in this way actually felt far better than she had expected. The scene then shifted away from them to Chen Sun's hideout, a place sealed off from the outside world and wrapped in silence. Inside, a subordinate turned toward him and asked in disbelief whether he had actually failed. Chen Sun reclined lazily on the sofa, completely unbothered, and answered calmly that the opponent had someone capable of countering him, his eyes half-lidded as if the outcome was inconsequential. He flipped through the documents in his hand and stopped at Jechi's profile, tapping it lightly as he identified her as the girl from the Donghai mission, instructing his subordinate to establish a contact and obtain her full file. His interest sharpened as he leaned forward slightly, adding that he wanted information on her family as well, then casually asked the heretical cult Black Chain whether they had a way to eliminate twin tails within their ranks. His smile deepened as he remarked with confidence that Jechi was a hatred emotion body whose power grew alongside hatred, and that under normal circumstances he would have already removed one of the instigators. The scene shifted again beneath clear blue skies as the city came into view, its calm surface masking the tension underneath. Somewhere within the city, inside a building, Dr. Liu walked ahead of Chang Mo and the others and spoke calmly, explaining that their new post fell under the Donghai Emotion Body Management Bureau and that there was no need for them to remain so tense. Chang Mo immediately looked up and asked why, and without breaking stride she explained that because the bureau chief's emotion body level had not yet been officially reported, the pursuit team was still required by protocol to respect his authority. As they moved deeper inside, Chang Mo turned to her again and asked what kind of department the pursuit team actually was. Dr. Liu answered evenly that it was a special unit within the bureau responsible for handling high-risk emotion bodies, adding after a brief pause that it functioned similarly to the police, but operated far closer to danger. She continued without hesitation, her voice steady as red silhouettes loomed in the surroundings, stating that the pursuit team could be considered Donghai City's strongest military force, and that in a real confrontation even an armored division or an entire Air Force combat squadron would stand no chance against them. Jechi blurted out in stunned disbelief at the sheer scale of it, while Chang Mo frowned and processed the information quickly before asking whether emotion bodies could truly withstand missiles. Dr. Liu answered firmly that they could, explaining that the higher an emotion body's rank, the less physical damage affected it, noting that at their current stage even a gunshot could be fatal, but at higher levels even missiles or a direct nuclear strike would fail to leave a mark. Chang Mo stiffened as Dr. Liu's words settled in. If physical force truly meant nothing to them, then could someone like Dr. Liu even be killed at all, or were such beings already beyond that point? Before he could voice the doubt forming in his mind, Yili turned toward him, as if she had heard the question echoing inside his thoughts. With no hesitation and a calm certainty that brooked no argument, she explained that once an emotion body reached the world-class threshold, only emotional power itself could harm or destroy it. No weapons, no conventional force, nothing else mattered. Dr. Liu stepped forward, her presence steady and authoritative as she continued the explanation. She told Chang Mo and the others that because of this reality, the pursuit team was divided even further, forming an elite subgroup whose members no longer functioned like ordinary people. These individuals did not require sleep, rest, food, or water. Once they began a hunt, they would pursue their target endlessly, without pause or mercy, until justice was carried out. They were known as the Eternal Pursuers. She placed her hand against a sealed door, pausing for just a moment before turning back slightly. With a measured tone, she told them that the people beyond this door were their professional colleagues. As the door began to open, light spilled through the widening gap, marking the threshold into a world far more dangerous than any of them had anticipated. Without ceremony, Dr. Liu invited them inside and said she would introduce them. The moment the room came into view, every expectation Chang Mo had shattered. One woman was fast asleep in a chair, wearing an absurd rabbit ear mask and hugging a pillow tightly, completely detached from the world. Nearby, a broad-shouldered man stood idly pointing at a caged parrot, studying it with lazy curiosity. Another young woman sat stiffly nearby, clutching a bag of potato chips, her anxious eyes darting around as though she wasn't sure she belonged there at all. Off to the side, a man leaned back in his chair, calmly sipping from a cup with his eyes closed, relaxed to the point of indifference. Dr. Liu led Chang Mo and the others fully inside, revealing a wide-open office where these so-called elites lounged across desks and chairs, sleeping, snacking, idling at computers, and behaving more like they were on break than part of an elite enforcement unit. The group froze in place, stunned into silence as the sheer absurdity of the scene slowly registered. After a long moment, Chang Mo turned his head toward Dr. Liu and asked flatly whether this was what she considered professional. The disbelief in his voice was unmistakable. Dr. Liu let out a slightly awkward laugh and adjusted her glasses, admitting that her subordinates were a little unconventional. Still, she assured him that despite appearances, their strength was beyond question. Sometime later, still within the same building, the atmosphere shifted as everyone gathered more formally. Dr. Liu stepped forward with Chang Mo and the others, and the room grew quieter as she began the introductions. Li Zhan was the first to speak, his expression serious as he stated that he was a provincial-level emotion body. He mentioned that he had already reviewed Chang Mo's previous work and looked forward to cooperating. Next came Jia Li, who greeted them with an easy smile and introduced himself as a city-level emotion body, deliberately keeping his tone light. Su Yuan followed, cheerful and welcoming as she expressed her happiness at gaining new colleagues, adding that she too was a provincial-level emotion body. The introductions continued as Wei Rin spoke calmly, identifying himself as a city-level excitement emotion body. Shi Zhan followed with a faint smile, also a city-level excitement emotion body, before Fan Shi raised her hand brightly and introduced herself the same way, her cheerful demeanor standing in sharp contrast to the power she possessed. Chang Mo listened quietly, his expression tightening as the realization dawned on him. Although many of them were classified as excitement emotion bodies, their ranks ranged from city level to provincial level, and every one of them was older than Dr. Liu. The implication was clear. She was commanding seasoned veterans far beyond her age. Jiechi stared ahead in open shock, unable to contain herself as she blurted out how overwhelming it was. The gap between their own strength and that of these veterans finally hit her fully, and behind her, Shinju stood just as frozen, the same disbelief written plainly across his face. Dr. Liu continued walking without comment, her expression calm and unreadable, while Chang Mo remained silent beside her. Together, they absorbed the reality of the pursuit team, the weight of what they had stepped into finally settling heavily over them. Jolly suddenly spread his arms wide, an easy grin breaking across his face as he raised his voice. "Captain Liu, say a few words. Let's welcome Captain Liu. She's here to supervise our work." His deliberately light tone shattered the stillness. Almost instantly, the room erupted into applause. Hands clapped, voices rose. She adjusted her glasses and spoke calmly. "Thank you, everyone. I've just arrived, so I'm not entirely familiar with the current situation yet. However, I have come with a mission." Her gaze swept across the room as she continued without pause. "I'm sure you've all heard about the attack on the Second Institute. I'm here specifically to investigate that incident, and I hope I can count on your full cooperation so we can bring these outlaws to justice." Jia slammed his fist upward, his expression burning with outrage as he shouted, "Right. That incident was absolutely heinous. Those cultist scum. Who do they think they are, daring to attack a state agency? Captain Liu, just give the order. We'll mobilize investigators immediately and drag every last one of those bastards out into the light." Internally, however, caution tightened her thoughts. If she openly stated that she intended to investigate Director Gua, it would immediately cause trouble. The intensity of the response was stronger than she expected. Steadying herself, her gaze sharpening. "Good. We do, in fact, have a breakthrough point." After a brief pause, she continued, her tone firm. "Qin Sun, the man often called Great Xia's #1 assassin, has targeted Chang Mo, Zhang Jiechi, and Shinju. My theory is that this is directly connected to the Second Institute incident." She went on decisively, gesturing toward Chang Mo and the others. Because these three rendered key services during the Second Institute incident, they disrupted the enemy's mission to a certain extent. Therefore, it is highly likely that the Black Chain hired Qin Sun to assassinate the three of them. She finished coldly, her gaze lowering slightly as she delivered the conclusion. "We must capture Qin Sunday. Through him, we will track down the Black Chain sect supporting him from the shadows." Dr. Liu's expression hardened, a final thought flashing through her mind like a blade, and even flush out who's truly pulling his strings, as the image of the bureau chief shrank beneath the presence of a far darker, unseen hand. The room fell into absolute stillness. Quiet glances passed between everyone as Dr. Liu's words settled in, the sudden silence making it clear they all understood the hunt had expanded far beyond a single assassin. Li Zhan lifted his chin, his expression hard and unreadable, and let out a low, dismissive hum. Without another word, he turned and strode straight down the corridor. The others instinctively stepped aside to let him pass, the air tightening with every step he took. A second later, the door slammed shut behind him, the sharp echo ringing through the hallway and leaving the group frozen in place. Dr. Lu said nothing. She remained where she was. Jolly immediately forced out an awkward laugh, clearly panicking as he tried to smooth things over. He waved his hands and said lightly that Captain Lu shouldn't take offense, that Vice Captain Li was simply busy and definitely didn't have a personal issue. Almost immediately, his tone flipped as he erupted with exaggerated outrage, declaring that Chen's son should have been dealt with long ago and that he had been on the wanted list for years. He loudly promised that whatever Captain Lu decided, they would carry it out, before abruptly fumbling for his phone and blurting out a fake call, hastily excusing himself and retreating as if suddenly occupied. Wei Ren snapped. He pointed straight at Jia Li, his voice sharp with anger as he accused him of putting on an act, of being the first to flatter superiors and the first to disappear when real danger appeared. Jia Li spun back on him, eyes blazing as he fired back that he wasn't afraid of any hard fight, his voice loud and defiant as wounded pride flared openly. Wei Ren exploded, his fist clenching as his voice cracked with urgency. He shouted that it was exactly people like Jia Li who had let the case go cold in the first place, and that if things continued like this, the pursuit squad would tear itself apart from the inside. Shi Jin cut in quickly, his expression tightening as he urged everyone to calm down, warning that getting this worked up only made it easier to lose control. Beside him, Su Yuan laughed lightly, her eyes curved in amusement as she remarked that watching them get triggered every day was actually quite entertaining. Fan Shi raised her hand, a bright and confident smile on her face as she volunteered eagerly, asking Captain Lu to assign the mission to her. She declared that she wasn't anything like Jia Li and guaranteed she would get the job done. Jia Li snapped instantly, veins bulging as he hurled back a cutting insult, mocking her as a procrastination entity pretending to be a hyperactivity type. He pressed on mercilessly, bringing up the file Shi Jin had asked her for last time, one she still hadn't completed herself. In that instant, Fan Shi's smile froze, her face paling as the playful confidence drained away under the weight of his words. Chang Mo and the others stood frozen on the sidelines, exchanging uneasy looks but remaining silent as the argument spiraled further out of control. Fan Shi finally burst out in frustration, half panicked and half annoyed, snapping that Jia Li didn't need to expose her like that when she had been trying to make a good impression and hadn't said anything at all. Wei Ren cut in sharply again, declaring that this was exactly why he believed the Emotion Body Management Bureau was full of slackers who didn't do any real work. Fan Shi immediately fired back, clearly fed up, demanding to know why Wei Ren was dragging her into it yet again. At that point, Su Yuan turned away, already walking off as she waved lazily over her shoulder. With a light tone, she said the situation was too funny, that she might lose control of her emotions if she stayed any longer, and that her shift was almost over anyway. So she was clocking out first, leaving the chaos behind her. Shi Jin followed right after, already turning away as he spoke evenly, saying that he would return to work and asking only to be informed once there was a conclusion. His departure left the rest standing where they were, the mess unresolved and hanging heavily in the air. Dr. Lu and the others remained lined up in silence. Time slipped by, night falling quietly over the building. The corridors grew emptier, but the tension never truly eased. Inside the office, Jia Li and Wei Ren were still locked in their argument, voices echoing sharply through the otherwise quiet space. Wei Ren shouted that this was simply human nature and demanded to know whether Jia Li even understood that, only for Jia Li to snap back angrily that just because something had always been that way did not mean it should remain so. Their exchange went in circles, accusations and rebuttals colliding without resolution. Nearby, Chang Mo and Jechi sat watching a series on the screen. Completely absorbed despite the noise, Jechi suddenly blurted out in excitement, urging him to hurry and play the next episode. Without warning, Chang Mo reached out and shut the screen off. Jechi jolted, staring at him in shock as an awkward silence spread through the room. Leaning closer, she asked why he looked so calm and whether he really did not want to know what happened next. Chang Yimou answered quietly that he did, leaving her tilting her head, unable to read his expression. Across the room, Fan Shi stretched lazily and complained that the new leader was exactly what everyone had imagined. Shi Jin glanced over and replied flatly that she was barely behaving any differently herself, cutting her off before she could continue. Gradually, the noise faded, and everyone settled into an uneasy quiet, the earlier chaos dissolving into a tense stillness as the night dragged on. Chang Yimou remained silent, his gaze moving across the room, taking everything in with a guarded expression. The scene shifts earlier to Dr. Lu's office. She stared at the laptop screen, her eyes narrowing as she muttered bitterly that she had been completely played. On the screen, the bureau chief delivered his public address, speaking of Donghai City's importance and the need to confront growing emotional disasters, his polished words ringing hollow as she watched. He announced the expansion of the Pursuit Squad, the division of the original unit into 3 teams, and the large-scale recruitment of emotion entities to stabilize the city, calling for cooperation in securing Donghai's emotional safety. Chang Yimou and the others sat in front of the screen, watching in silence as the weight of what was being said in motion slowly settled over them. Dr. Lu pressed her fingers to her forehead, her frustration restrained but clear as she explained that Chu Wang had split the squad that very morning, funneling all the elites into the 2nd and 3rd teams while dumping what he considered useless onto her. She realized grimly that this was exactly why her squad lacked even a single national rank emotion body. As images of the other strike teams surfaced in her mind, she narrowed her eyes and concluded that Chu Wang may have planted his own people among them, or worse, sent expendable lackeys to be quietly dealt with. Chang Yimou processed it all in silence, understanding that this was not simply discarded personnel, but the result of deliberate elimination. With Qin's son still active, he realized bleakly that remaining exposed would only invite greater danger. Dr. Lu's expression hardens as she makes the decision. In a firm, unyielding tone, she says that until Chun's son is taken into custody, none of them are to leave the bureau. The danger outside is simply too great. Jiechi immediately wilts, slumping as she blurts out that they really can't go anywhere, the complaint trailing off as fear seeps through her voice. Dr. Lu rubs the bridge of her nose and answers evenly, telling them to relax. The building is fully equipped, daily necessities won't be an issue, and many agents practically live here already. She adds dryly that they should think of the money they'll save on rent, grounding the tension with blunt practicality. Chang Yimou still looks uneasy. He raises his head and asks whether staying inside truly guarantees their safety, pointing out that she can't possibly stand guard 24/7. Dr. Lu answers without hesitation, explaining that the Bureau is garrisoned by another world-class entity, one that isn't even on their payroll. Her calm certainty makes it clear this place is far more dangerous to intruders than to those inside. She continues, her voice steady and authoritative, explaining that the entire Emotion Body Management Bureau exists within a permanent emotional monster domain. Even if Chun's son managed to infiltrate and launch a surprise attack, he wouldn't escape unscathed. Before he could leave, he would be forced into a lethal trade, one he likely wouldn't survive. Turning her gaze directly to Chang Yimou and the others, she states without room for argument that their priority now is to increase their emotional power. For rare and undiscovered types like them, growth isn't optional. It's essential if they intend to capture Qin's son. She looks at Jiechi first, her focus sharp. Jiechi's ability to tag entities makes her invaluable, and if her power improves, she might be able to pinpoint Qin's son's location precisely. Then Dr. Lu shifts her attention to Qinju, adding that with enough growth, he may one day sense danger the moment he steps through a door. Jiechi blinks, absorbing everything, before asking the only question that matters: how they level up. Dr. Lu raises a finger and explains calmly that Jiechi and Qinju are currently level 1, equivalent to street-level emotion bodies. As their emotional power matures, they'll gain better control and unlock more refined abilities. Then her gaze turns to Chang Yimou, her tone sharpening as she says his situation is far more troublesome. His emotional power is wildly unstable, and without daily regulation, there's a real risk of collapse. She recalls the second hospital case, explaining that the nurse's testimony confirmed his emotions were enhanced through inhibitory chains. Those inhibitors fundamentally altered how his emotional resource is released, changing the very nature of his power. Her voice lowers as she mentions the sealed report. It's been classified as top secret, so restricted that even she was only granted limited access. After personally re-examining it, she can now conclusively determine the true nature of Chang Mo's ability. Dr. Liu states firmly that the outside world can never learn about his condition, the inhibitory chains, or his ability to consume emotional power. Instead, she has prepared a different cover, something along the lines of preventing loss of control, to shield him from scrutiny. But as the image of the bureau chief surfaces in her mind, her expression tightens. Inhibitory chains are incredibly valuable assets, and binding them permanently to stabilize an emotion body is considered an irreversible hindrance. There's no guarantee he won't exploit that contradiction, and that uncertainty lingers heavily in the air. Chang Imo nodded once. His thoughts drifted to the blue emotion crystal he carried. If he absorbed another fragment, the change might no longer be reversible. Whatever path he chose next would accelerate everything, perhaps far faster than he was ready for. After a moment, he voiced the question that had been weighing on him. Should he continue suppressing his power, or should he begin emotion-based training instead? Before Dr. Liu could respond, Yili spoke with quiet certainty, suggesting they seek Jiang Qing's opinion first, subtly steering the decision towards someone Chang Imo trusted more. Chang Imo walked beside Yi Li without saying anything, his expression calm, but his thoughts guarded. He couldn't help thinking that if Yi Li were still tied to the cult, trusting her blindly would be foolish. He couldn't afford to be careless, not now. Back in the office, Dr. Liu studied Chang Imo closely before speaking. She told him plainly that he had already entered the second stage, and with it came a rising risk of losing control. Without any emotional energy to ingest at the moment, she explained, he needed to find his own stabilizing method, something to anchor his emotions before they spiraled. Jiechi blinked in confusion and immediately asked what that meant. Dr. Liu answered evenly, explaining that emotion bodies relied on disciplines known as kluge, structured practices used to stabilize emotional fluctuations. As an emotion body grew stronger, the danger of losing control increased, and stability could only be achieved through repetition and restraint. Whether through meditation, controlled emotional release, or rigid daily habits, an emotion body needed something consistent to hold on to. She continued, explaining that emotions were often triggered by external stimuli. Fear had to be faced deliberately, anger had to be released in a controlled way, and overwhelming feelings needed to be exhausted safely. Only by forcing emotions into manageable forms could an emotion body truly remain stable. When she finished, the room fell into silence. The weight of her explanation lingered, heavier than any earlier chaos, and for a moment no one spoke. Jiechi finally slumped back and let out a frustrated groan, admitting she still had no idea what she was supposed to do. Almost immediately, her emotions surged again, excitement bursting outward as she suddenly shouted for the next episode to play. Chang Imo turned just in time to see her emotional energy flare chaotically, bright and unrestrained. Watching her, he couldn't help but think, perhaps binge-watching high adrenaline shows really did strengthen Jiechi's emotional power, even if it looked ridiculous on the surface. The scene continues as the room had fallen into a muted calm. Chang Imo, Shinju, and Jiechi sat around the table, the earlier chaos fading into the background as the screen continued to hum softly. After a long moment, Chang Imo finally broke the silence. He glanced sideways at Shinju and asked quietly, "Shinju, do you think this is actually useful?" Shinju hesitated, then scratched his head and gave a helpless smile. "Honestly, no idea," he admitted. "But we'll cross that bridge when we get there. That's usually how things work out somehow." Chang Imo nodded faintly. He found himself wondering whether watching something like this truly counted as emotional control, or whether it was just another way to avoid dealing with reality. Before he could dwell on it further, Yili leaned closer. "Of course it helps," she said. "As long as it generates emotions that aren't rational, it prevents your rationality from becoming dominant. That balance is exactly what keeps you stable." Chang Imo exhaled slowly. then voiced the concern he had been holding back. "That's not what worries me most," he said. "The real problem is, where am I supposed to get more rationality resources now?" The question lingered heavily in the air. His gaze drifted down to the mana crystal resting on the table, then to the slip of paper beside it with a phone number scribbled hastily across it. For a brief moment, temptation tugged at him. Should I call her? Ask her to send more rationality crystals? The thought barely formed before he shut it down, his brow tightening. No, too dangerous. A connection like that could be used against him at any moment, and exposing ties to the heretical cult would only guarantee interrogation, or worse. With Chun's son still active, even a hint of suspicion could be fatal. Still, the unease didn't fade. Is there really no other way to acquire rationality resources? Yili seemed to read his thoughts. Rationality is withering. Resources are scarce. That's just how the world is now. Then she added, her lips curling faintly. If there were an easy way to secure a massive supply, do you really think I would have ended up like this? The words landed heavily. Chang Yimou lowered his gaze, fingers resting lightly against his lips as he thought in silence. Then, I have no choice but to trust the doctor. It wasn't a comforting conclusion, but it was the only one that made sense. Just then, a sudden realization snapped into place. His eyes sharpened as he looked across the room, watching Shi Jian and Fan Qi chatting idly. They're emotion bodies too, he thought. Their levels aren't even that high, yet they're constantly surrounded by strong emotional output. They consume more emotional energy than I do, and yet they look completely at ease. Chang Yimou continued watching them, his thoughts turning deliberate. They aren't struggling. They aren't starving. That means they've found stable channels to sustain themselves. Slowly, an idea took shape. I should ask them, at the very least, listen. Outside, night settled quietly over the bureau. The bustle of the day faded, lights dimmed one by one, and the long tension finally loosened its grip. In their rooms, Jiechi and Shinju were already asleep, breathing evenly, their earlier excitement and stress completely spent, unaware that for Chang Yimou, the most dangerous questions were only just beginning to surface. Elsewhere, Jia Li and Wenrei are still awake, voices raised as they continue bickering back and forth across the room, their argument stubbornly refusing to die even as the night deepens. Chang Yimou glances toward Jia Li and Wenrei still arguing across the room and mutters under his breath, "Why are those two still arguing?" When Fan Qi answers casually, "Because they're excitement emotion bodies. They can't help it. They thrive on noise and are always on the edge of losing control," sounding more amused than concerned. Fan Qi then turns his chair slightly toward Shi Jian and continues with a grin. "Now, take a look at a truly experienced excitement emotion body, clearly setting something up as he gestures ahead." Shi Jian straightens, a confident smile spreading across his face as he raises his cup and says, "This is how it's done." His relaxed posture and steady aura making it obvious he's speaking from long, practiced experience rather than impulse. Chang Yimou adjusts his glasses and says thoughtfully, "So an excitement emotion body needs the most emotional input to maintain peak performance." The realization clicking as he connects everything he's seen so far. Fan Qi bursts into laughter beside him and says brightly, "You really don't know anything, do you? Excitement emotion bodies battle until the break of dawn," her tone playful but full of confidence, as if this were obvious. Still grinning, Fan Qi leans back and adds casually, "As for me, I'm an excitement emotion body. Procrastination works just fine. I just want to put everything off for a bit so I can sleep on schedule." Her relaxed smile, making it clear she's long mastered her own rhythm. Chang Yimou leans forward and asks earnestly, "I wanted to ask you two seniors, how do you go about finding your daily intake of emotional resources?" His tone serious as he finally voices what's been weighing on him. As Fan Qi brightens and starts explaining, Chang Yimou hurriedly takes notes, and when she says, "You've asked the right person, I've got tons of experience solving that exact problem," he looks up in surprise and replies, "Oh, really? That's great." Relief flickering across his face. Fan Qi smiles wide, eyes curving with confidence, and adds cheerfully, "If you just don't upgrade to the legend stage, you never have to worry about daily intake, do you?" Delivering the advice as if it were the most natural solution in the world. Chang Yimou keeps his head down, pen moving steadily as he takes notes, his expression focused and analytical while he processes every word she's saying. Fan Shi lounges comfortably and explains in a carefree tone, "See, as long as I stay at street level, I just need to indulge my emotions a little every day. I can survive comfortably without any risk." Then casually adds, "Just slack off and coast along. No need to rush anything. Don't want to do it today, do it tomorrow, or the day after," her attitude utterly unbothered. Finally, she spreads her arms wide with a radiant grin and declares, "Is there any life better than this?" While Chang Imo looks at her in silence, caught between disbelief and the unsettling realization that this absurd method actually makes sense. Shi Jin nods with a relaxed smile and says she's a special case. Procrastination emotion bodies are a rather niche type. Scarcity makes things valuable. Plus, she actually serves as a pretty good example for the team, so we always keep her around, his tone casual but assured. Chang Imo listens carefully and asks, "So for your level, is it normal that your daily intake of emotional resources must be so enormous?" Trying to reconcile what he's learned with logic, and Shi Jin answers immediately, "Exactly," without the slightest hesitation. Shi Jin then continues, leaning back as he explains the Bureau actually issues a stipend of emotional resources every month, but that supply is barely enough to cover about 10% of our daily intake requirements, making it clear just how tight the balance really is. Shi Jin clasps his hands together and says matter-of-factly, "As for the rest, you have to earn it through merit exchange," making it clear there are no shortcuts beyond that point. Chang Imo scribbles quickly and asks, "Merit exchange? Does that even exist in a corporate job?" And Shi Jin grins, pointing back at him as he replies, "Spot on. Do we even have any performance from what I can see? Relax, you'll earn it. We'll talk about it later," brushing the concern aside with easy confidence. Before the conversation can go any further, a sharp beep cuts through the room, interrupting everyone at once and snapping their attention away as the sudden alert breaks the calm. What do you think will happen next? This is the latest chapter Mood Disorder Manhwa. Thank you all for your incredible support to the channel. If you enjoy our content, please consider subscribing. It really helps us grow and bring more exciting stories to you. We'll be back soon with even more thrilling episodes. Until then, stay awesome, stay safe, and cheers.